What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was broken and met Yasaka and Kunou early. A God complex is an unshakable belief characterized by consistently inflated feelings of personal ability, privilege, or infallibility. Basically, the desire to be perfect and correct even in the face of impossibility. This is a story that brings that practice to life through Issei. And this is how it begins. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Chapter 1. Good things fall apart. Hallelujah. Issei exclaimed, throwing his weight onto his bed, his door left swung open haphazardly. Thank you, God, for giving me a peaceful break from school. He was joking with himself somewhere deep down. He wasn't much the religious type after all. And he chuckled to himself at the thought. Today he found himself to be quite bored and surprisingly, he didn't feel a want to watch porn or play games as per his usual routine. Today he wanted to just relax and sleep. A nice relaxing day after a long day of school. Longer than normal thanks to all his stupid friends. His stomach growled. He didn't eat much at school today, but that was because he didn't like the food that was served today. Which he didn't want to talk about the thing they dared called food at his school. It was a big double bad for him, basically being the equivalent of nasty served on a plate. His parents left the house earlier on a date, which meant they wouldn't be back till at least midnight, so he would be left to his own devices to get food. He didn't want to cook for himself though, not because he didn't know how, it was the fact that everything he knew was some simple ramshackle meal, worthy of the starved bugs outside, that didn't seem to be interested in his cooking either. He threw himself up on his bed, his expression beaming his happiness at the turnout of the day. He walked through his door, paying no mind to it as it was still left, swung open and rushed down the steps that lead to his room, and burst through to his living room. He slipped through the furnishings and made his way to the door that led outside, jumping into his shoes with the speed of a cheetah giving chase. He walked out the door at a more refined speed. It was almost nighttime, but he still had plenty of spare time to grab a quick bite of grub. Almost immediately after leaving his house, he felt odd and out of place, as if someone was watching him. It was the strange feeling of hairs on the back of his neck standing up straight, itching against the clothes he wore. Shaking the feeling for only a moment, he continued his walk, his head held high in naturally confident way as he walked past houses, people and restaurants that were less interesting to him. He couldn't help but still feel like he was being followed, but he decided to ignore it once more as he walked into the fast food restaurant of his choice. He had chosen to eat a place called Tsukiya, a restaurant that proudly earned the place of Japan's leading giant and restaurant chain. Once obtaining his bagged food and drink and eating it too, he wasn't sure how to spend the rest of his day. He wasn't about to start walking back to an empty house, so he started to move towards the city park. Of course, it required him to cross the bridge he normally took heading home from school, but he thought a walk in the park would be good for him before nightfall. And he imagined most people would be going home by now, so he would be alone with his thoughts. He was right in his assumption about people heading home from the park, but when he crossed the bridge, he was immediately distracted by a girl who had called to him. Are you Issei Haidu? Facing her, she had long silky black hair and bright violet eyes. She wore a school uniform, which was a dark red jacket with a letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt with a red bow, and a green skirt with thin white strip around the edge at the ends of it. I think so. He replied, trying to be comical, which failed miserably. Sorry, bad joke. How may I help you? It's not too often a stranger approaches someone in a dark scenic area of a park, so sorry. The girl looked genuinely taken aback. She adjusted her expression back to normal. She remembered the orders given to her well, and she was smart enough to not go against them. You are to observe Issei Haidu to see if he has a sacred gear. I want no harm done to him and I want you to protect him. However, I want you to immediately report back to me your findings. She wouldn't dare mess up the orders of her beloved Azazel. Well. I've just heard a lot about you and would like to be your friend if you'll allow me. Now it was Issei's turn to be amazed. You want to be friends with me? Why would a girl like you want to be friend with someone like me? She didn't know how to reply. He made a solid point. She had to be careful with what she said next to not stir any questions in him. Hell, what was she going to do? She had to maintain her innocent human facade and not reveal her fallen angel side until the time was needed. She would play the innocent schoolgirl. So, do you have a girlfriend? Her voice was timid and she did her best to fake a blush. Acting was something to help her pass time and she considered herself pretty good at it. Besides, it worked in making her closer to the boy, making her job to watch him easier. She would tell him later that it was all just a ruse and she didn't actually have feelings for him, as cruel as that may be it would save him a world of pain later. No. And not really. Everyone thinks I'm a pervert at school, which I am. Can't lie to you there, sometimes I do want to go back and change thing, but that's not possible. So most girls just despise me. The only time girls talk to me is to beat me up with wooden swords, kind of sad. His speech was choppy and transitioned into a stifled laugh at the end. She could only imagine how he was feeling and what he was thinking. She knew all of this about him already, but based on what she had observed, this was the exact opposite of how he should have reacted. To say she was surprised was more than the understatement of the year. She was straight flabbergasted. Well, I don't think you're anything like that. She was quick to jump in and try and fix the situation she put herself in. It's okay to be perverted, it's in your nature, besides. I wish people would give me the looks you give other girls. Yeah, she had no idea where she was going, why, or what hole she was digging with herself, but it was all part of her mission, right? Right. Hey, can I get your name? I mean, you already know me, and a lot about me for that matter, but I don't even know a little about you, not even your name. He said coolly, an exact opposite of what she was expecting once more. She was under the idea that he would be beaming to know a girl was interested in him, but now she was beginning to be intrigued. The boy had proved to be the opposite of what she expected. She decided she would play it cool, see if his response changed. Ah. I'm sorry. She bowed to him deeply. My name is Yuma. Yuma Mono. I'm sorry, I was just so excited to meet you and ask you out that I forgot. His expression turned to shock and excitement. I'm sorry, come again. She smiled brightly and gave another deep bow. Issei Haidu, will you please go out with me? She yelled that part out a little too loud, but she definitely stunned him. Of course. But why me? He questioned and looked down at his feet. She walked closer to him and got all up in his personal space intentionally. Well, my boyfriend, haven't I already told you the answer to that? Perhaps it was the closeness, but he swore he saw her eyes glow purple. And of course, he remembered what she had said about him. She had told him that she loved how he stayed persistent in his dreams even after so many struggles, failed attempts and hardships. But when exactly did he hear that? When had she said that? Why was his head starting to hurt from her closeness? And he swore her eyes had started glowing. With nothing else being said between the two of them, the two exchanged numbers and went separate way, bidding each other goodbye. Issei began to walk back home without a sound after that, his head pounding as he pondered more questions than he could answer or keep up with. He was confused about how tonight went, but he could still very evidently feel one thing that was starting to bother him. He still felt like he was being watched. It only faded once that whole night, and that one time was when he was with Yuma. Those short few moments while he was by her side, it didn't feel like the hairs on the back of his neck were sticking straight up, as if they had some form of sixth sense. Rainer turned back when she was sure Issei couldn't see her anymore and began to follow him once more. She could tell something was definitely inside the boy, but she wasn't sure exactly what, and that left it up to her to determine if she should go back and report her finding to Azazel and trust that he had been correct about the boy, or if she should follow her own gut instinct that told her to follow him once more. She had this horrible feeling as she walked, a horrible kind of dread that fell over her the closer and closer she got to his house. Her attention averted to her left for a moment, a pair of brown eyes locked with her from afar that only came out when Issei passed. She recognized the girl immediately as a member of the peerage belonging to Ria's Gremory, the sister of the great Mao. If she had conflicts with her or the girl that was looking at her with eyes in stalk, there would be hell to pay. Literally. She turned away, accepting that she had been compromised, and summoned a circle below her, a purple crest that belonged to the Grigori. She would immediately report back to Azazel as instructed. But as she disappeared, along with the girl with white hair, she noticed a terrible power that seeped from Issei's house. It wasn't strong, but it was ill. And before she could act, she was teleported. And she began to fear that she was already too late to protect the boy. The energy she felt wasn't there before he left his house, and it was certainly there to harm him. Oh no. She said aloud in the room she found herself in. Issei opened the door to his house, and the terror that struck him was something he couldn't comprehend as he fell to his knees. Before him, his parents laid strewn out, only pieces of the figures they used to form, their blood splattered on the walls of his living room, sprayed out on the floor, soaking the cloth furniture. A display of broken objects and decorations were an evident sign of struggle, and the gashes in the wall looked like they came from a monster. His mother and father were clean-cut, tangled up in an unnatural position by metal wires that he could only assume were razor-sharp piano wires. Their chests were sliced open, their rib cages cracked open and left for display. Issei gagged and threw up all he had eaten that night. The door closed behind him from a force he couldn't see, and just as he moved, and with reflexes that surprised even him, he threw his left arm up to block a blade from hitting his vitals, but it bit deep into his arm. He gave a cry as recognition crashed over him and sent him pain that came in unimaginable waves. There was a man dressed in a black torn cloak, his facial features were only a silhouette, piercing green eyes and white teeth on a black canvas that made the scene all the more terrifying. However, he got too distracted by the terror of the man's appearance, and as a result, he took another slash into his arm, this one slicing down to the bone, as the monster made a horrible sawing motion. And now he noticed the blade the man held was a horrible writhing mass of black with red veins that screamed, "I'm alive." Issei crawled as fast as he could, stumbling onto his feet and struggling to stand straight through the pain. He rushed off as quickly as he could, heading for the stairs that lead to his room, but slipped and slid on the blood-smeared wood floor, forcing him face first into the stairs, breaking his noise and causing him even more pain. He raised himself up in his daze as the panic only grew, using the stairs as his support to crawl himself up. The man in black laughed from behind him, a low and curdling sound, a sound that would surely haunt Issei for years to come if he survived this encounter. The blade that made the man's hand slashed the wall beside him, slicing through it and cleaved into his other arm. He screamed in pain as he limped up the stairs with a newfound speed. He slid into the hallway and rushed into his room, only to be met by the appendage of the killer once more, this time slicing into his stomach and spilling blood onto the floor once more. He turned at this and faced the man, but before Issei had the chance to do anything. Not like he had the strength to do anything. There was a sharp left hand jab straight into his torn abdomen that sent shockwaves of excruciating pain through him. Issei's vision began to fade as images of his mother and father filled his head. He backpedaled in pain with a wince, and the monster slashed his thighs next, forcing Issei to collapse to the floor directly below his window. The man in black then grabbed a fistful of Issei's hair, tugging him up and throwing him against his window. The glass shattered on impact, and Issei fell through, falling a full story and landing in his yard as a storm of shattered glass fell above him, landing both in him and around him, sticking in the ground beside him. He heard footsteps somewhere above him, but his vision was too cloudy to make anything out of the sound. With as much effort as he could muster, he moved, working his way into a sea of broken glass and leaving a trail of blood in his path like a slug. The shards gnawed at him as he did, ripping his flesh, but the pain was minimal to what his heart and body were currently feeling. The man had to be stopped. He would not get away with what he had done to his parents. Coughing up blood, his chin grazed the grass, adding to the bleeding. A low-pitched heartbeat started to ring in his ears. He rolled over, laying on his back, his body felt so heavy he could no longer move with his own strength. The ground hooked with the man's footsteps, and he came into his vision. His arm began to twist and transform, and the smile he had grew wider. Requiescat in pace. The man was gone in a flash of red. He had never heard the language, but Issei understood it like clarity had erupted through him. Rest in peace. He would not. He knew he wasn't going to make it, but he no longer cared. He would make him pay, in this life or the next. His head fell to his side, and he was met by a reflection of himself from shattered glass that stuck upright in the ground. Tears flowed from his eyes, blood splattered across his face mixed with his family's. There was nothing behind his eyes, which looked so emotionless to him it was amazing. All the happiness that happened to him in the past hours were poorly reflected behind his lifeless eyes. There was nothing left but the rage, hatred and the vile that the man in black had forced into him. A dark fog slowly veiled his eyes, but it could not subdue his rage. He would not rest. Not until he had his revenge. Not yet. The darkness in his mind whispered with a great and old voice, promising blood, domination and revenge. He forced himself to look at himself once more. A low mist hung in the air, packing with it a feeling of calmness that washed over him. The glass beside him reflected green eyes, slid and filled with the rage of death itself. An oath was made in that moment, and Issei closed his eyes in acceptance. His vision sputtered as small flashes of light went off here and there like cameras going off. He looked around for a few seconds, there were officers everywhere, criminal yellow tape completely surrounding his house, and lots of men in black suits. He recognized them immediately as agents for the Public Intelligence Agency. He closed his eyes again, too weak to keep them open. The kid's name is Issei Haidu. We informed his school and other local officials of his death. We identified his blood being the only one going up the steps, allowing us to form what happened. From what we can tell, he was attacked as he entered his house. We assume he got all his slash marks as he was making his way to the stairs and defended himself with his arms. Ultimately, there are fist marks on his skull, which indicates he was thrown out of the window from upstairs, and the blood on the grass shows that he was able to crawl a short distance before turning on his back and bleeding to death. Came the voice of a man. The kid was able to go that long. But those deep cuts, trauma and from that full no less. What the hell is he? No normal human could handle that. A second male voice replied. The body can endure the harshest pains when adrenaline is at its highest. After seeing his parents like that and knowing who it did, the rage and animosity he must have felt was more than enough to carry him through it all. I suppose you're right, seeing your parents suspended by piano wire would traumatize someone mentally and make them physically resistant, yes. There was a sigh. I want your opinion on something, since you are new. Do you believe in spirits? Like ghosts? The stuff in myths and urban legends? Precisely. In those stories you call myths, why do they come back? Because they can't rest in peace. As soon as the words entered his head, there was a field of anger that flashed in him. His eyes shot open, and the glass beside his head showed they were green as emeralds and slit like a predator. He mumbled the words, staring dead in the eyes of the terrified men. Requires cat in pace. He's alive. Help, someone help him. Doctor. From that point forward, everything was a series of flashes that wouldn't end. He was lifted onto a medical bed and strapped in before being forced into an ambulance. His eyes lids were forced open as a light was shown in. His eyes looked normal, dilated properly. But the glass. It'll be a miracle if he ever sees again. Well, let's hope he pulls off another miracle then. He already pulled one off. He was officially labeled dead, the school announced him dead and news channels reported on him. There came a steady beeping, a mechanical digital heartbeat, calm and slowing constantly with each beat before reaching a steady rhythm. There was blackness all around him, and the rage was still deep inside him, festering. His eyes shot open, and he was in a room, more specifically, a hospital room. An IV attached into his right arm was the indicator of that, and a TV hanging in a corner was turned on just loud enough for him to hear. The murder of the Haidu family was a great tragedy to befall onto the people of Kuo, and the school mourns their student's loss, and mourn his supposed death as well. The motives behind the killer's attack against the Haidu family is unclear, and the killer doesn't appear to have any other targets. All further information has been redacted and disclosed until further notice to protect the whereabouts of Issei Haidu's current place of rest. Issei stared, his anger beginning to reach to the surface until the door opened. But his attention was set on the TV. The most recent strike involving Issei Haidu is a message that was carved into a farmer's crop field. The news reporter showed a field with words burned into it. Requires cat in pace. He clenched his teeth to the point they hurt. He swore vengeance. He felt power rush to his head as his vision filled with a familiar green. Ah, you're finally awake. His attention shifted, the green faded, and he was now looking at a pale white girl who entered only moments before the news channel displayed its message, her long blue hair an asset that impressed him for its length and health. Who are he tried to speak, but he was interrupted by the fast-talking girl, adding to his annoyance. An annoyance he never knew he would get from a girl talking to him. No, don't speak. You're still very weak, you were in a fatal condition for a month, and now, you are somehow recovering faster than imaginable. You are an anomaly. Issei nodded, though he didn't understand. The girl was a fast talker. Very fast. His stomach growled. Ah. I'll be right back with some food. You'll be okay by yourself for a bit. The girl was sweet. It almost reminded him of Yuma, he wondered how she was handling this news. He nodded to the girl. Once the girl had left and closed the door behind her. The news had moved on to things that were boring after the crop field image. He closed his eyes and placed his hands in his lap. He let the darkness that he saw when he was dying take over his mind once more. You are the boy I am stuck inside. You're the one that gave me a second chance at life. Issei said and looked around the darkness, unwavering in his appearance. I gave you power unmatched. You have seen things my other wielders have not, suffered more than past wielders. You want revenge, domination and power. That's exactly what you get. Show me yourself. Issei said, his voice using more force than intended. You are either very brave or very stupid. Issei couldn't determine where exactly the voice came from. I'll show myself, but the few who know my identity wouldn't dare want to see me in my full state of being. The void he was in shifted, the inky black background stayed, but new shapes formed, multicolored clouds sparkling with odd entities, as unnatural colors shifted across the dark cyclorama. And now, towering in his vision like a sentinel, was a dragon. Red scales, as dark as blood, holding a piercing green gaze so predatory he couldn't help but stare back, and staring into its green eyes, he saw the terrible acts of war and destruction, the death and decay, that came with the destructive power the dragon had earned, and now gifted to him. I am Drag. The heavenly dragon of domination. And you are my wielder. The Red Dragon Emperor. The dragon smiled down at him, and Issei couldn't help but smile back with all the calm and all the anger he could possibly muster. I like you, partner. You're going to be the best host I've ever had. To be so young, and to have experienced the things you have. But now it's time to wake up. The dragon said, reaching down with a single claw and tapping on Issei's head. Almost immediately, Issei's eyes shot open. The door swung open. And the first thing to fill his nostrils was smoke. Chapter 2. Nightmare in Crimson. Smoke was what filled his lungs now with each deep breath. His vision was becoming more and more obscured with each passing second as the room began to fill with the poisoned air. The girl who left to bring him food stood in the doorway, her long hair a mess and her pale features red from heat. Behind her, there was an orange hue and a grey background of smoke. To say he was shocked was an understatement, but he refused to show it on his face. If there was a fire in a hospital at all, one sprinkler on the ceiling would trigger them all on that floor. Not even to mention every single alarm system in the whole building would scream in multi-toned screeches that wailed to new heights with each passing second without fail. Even with that being factual information, hospitals were slammed packed to the nines with state-of-the-art anti-fire systems that would put firefighters alone to shame. But despite all of that, outside he couldn't hear any alarms and he couldn't hear any water spraying onto the ground. Rage effervesced to his surface as the realization had come to him. Someone had disabled them, and the thought who was what made him angry beyond all belief. If it had been the man in black, then all these innocent people had died because Issei was in this hospital. He breathed in and was met instantly by a horrible smell. Issei gagged and reeled back in his bed, forcing his hands up to his nose. It was the smell of flesh and fire. It took a few seconds for him to steel himself, and in that time the girl moved to him, tears in her eyes and streaming down her face. She removed the IV that was attached to his arm and helped him stand, but she was far weaker. She tried to lift and support him, but it was more than she proved able to do, and he mostly lifted himself up on his own. "I won't let you die here. You've survived. For this long." The girl began, but her strength faded as she was thrown into a coughing fit. She fell to the ground and coughed until the sound came out as a horrible cackle that made her sound like a pneumonia patient. His instinct was what clouded his mind. He looked around the room, looking for something to help the girl. He grabbed the blankets from his bed and threw it around the girl, tying the fabric like a rope around her waist. She didn't seem to care, nor did she seem to notice. Her coughing only became worse, and he began to feel less and less affected by the smoke that clouded the room in a thick sheet. "Partner. You're a dragon. You have an extremely high affinity to heat, smoke, poison, and everything else. You have the senses of a dragon as well as all the instincts and hormones. And yes, you have weaknesses, but we will go over them later. She cannot survive this like you, so hurry if your goal is to save her. Use that brain of yours and become a decisive tactician. Stay here, I'll be right back," he said, sounding far more emotionless and decisive than he intended. The girl nodded and he felt stupid as his own words registered in his mind. Where exactly would she go? Into the flames. He turned and made his way to the open door. There was an explosion behind the door that sent an exploded oxygen tank through the window to the left of his door, trailing a stream of flames behind it as it went. He walked through it, feeling drawn like a moth to the flame. He walked through the fire, his gown caught fire on his body, but he felt nothing as the flames enveloped him. He moved to his left and peered through the window with a hole in it, taking careful notice to how far he was off the ground. And then he averted his attention to the flames that crawled up his leg. "Normal fire can't harm you. You should be fine, but be careful with the girl." There was a scream down the hallway to his right. He turned, and what he saw was something he wasn't sure he would ever forget. Another nurse, this one running frantically, trying to extinguish a fire that was eating away at her flesh. He didn't know what to do, but his actions came like instinct to him. The bone-chilling breeze swirled around him in less than a second. He pulled his hands out outstretched to his sides and took a single step forward as a prep to drive his hand into a fierce jab forward. The sound of rushing wind reverberated through the halls, and the ice-like wind whistled towards the girl, extinguishing every flame in the hall and sending the girl to her knees. She looked at him, tears in her eyes, and stood, her burnt fabrics barely covering her exposed body. She rushed over to him and slammed into him, hugging him close to her as if he was something sacred to her. He tried hard to ignore the fact that he could feel all of her exposed body touch completely against his nude one. "This is not the time. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Remember Yuma?" He tried to tell himself, but there was another explosion down the hall. He turned to face the explosion in fear for the girl still in his room who cared for him. But the flames got nowhere close to the door. He was thankful for that. "Partner, I know now isn't the time, but Yuma Amano doesn't exist. She was a fallen angel. I can assure you she had some other intention for dating you, whatever it may be." When Drake said that, he swore his world flipped. He knew the dragon wasn't lying. It had no reason to and made no sense to him after all it had done. And that just made the revelation much worse. The chill came back, spiraling around him, and the ground at his feet frosted over. The girl let go immediately, and Issei looked her in the eyes as the realization of his actions flooded over him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he started. He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly, stifling his thoughts so he could focus on saving the only two girls he had seen since that night that were real. "But we need blankets. I can get you and another nurse out of here through a window that blew open, but I need blankets." The girl seemed to get over her initial shock and nodded quickly. She turned and motioned him to follow her without a word. The precious air she had in her lung being not so precious, but still valuable enough to not waste by speaking. She guided him back the way he saw her run from, and there was a door that she reached for. He looked at it and immediately determined that it was smoldering hot, and thankfully she didn't touch it. She caught herself before she did more harm to her body. She turned to him. There were clean ones behind that door in the hamper, but the door. That was the first time he had heard her speak. Her voice was delicate and soft, it was sweet, and she even sounded young. He reached for the handle and grabbed it. There was a sizzle almost like metal cooling rapidly in water. The girl flinched as he touched the metal, but then looked intently at him as he opened the door without a single ounce of pain, shock filling her face at his actions. He walked in the room and grabbed as many towels as he could, hoping they would be enough to lower the two girls out of the window that had been blown open. He threw one sheet at the girl gently. "Here, wear this for now." She nodded, catching the fabric and wrapping it around her as fast as she could. Without another word between the two, Issei turned and ran back to his room to save the nurse he left. The girl behind him followed closely. The hallway had started catching fire once more, but it wasn't bad enough to hindrance their rush back to his room. Once they arrived at the door and rushed inside, he noticed immediately the smoke had cleared some inside, allowing the two nurses to breathe easier. The nurse that sat on the ground grew a huge blush and looked away, trying to hide her unprofessional embarrassment of his nudity situation. She stared at the nurse behind him, and recognition seemed to befall onto the both of them, replacing the embarrassment she had painted on her face. "Kuriko." The nurse he saved said to the girl who he left behind. He had to admit, Kuriko looked a lot better when she was able to breathe. And without the smoke obscuring his view of her. He listened to the two form a conversation while he went to cutting the clean bed sheets into long strips, tying them together at each end to mimic how long he thought he was from the ground. "Partner, you are running out of time. While they aren't looking, use magic to braid the straps together. They will be enough to support their body weight, but not yours. Just picture the rope weaving into braids, and magic will do the rest." He did as he was told, imagining the strips of sheet tangling into thick braids, and just as he thought of it, there came a red mist that surrounded the sheets, and he watched as it folded itself at a staggeringly fast pace. "K. Kiri?" Kuriko asked, trying to fix her long blue hair from the mess it had become. "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. I came back to get you, but the fire. There was an explosion, and I was set on fire. But Issei. He saved me." Kiri sounded more tearful at the end, her delicate voice cracking. Issei watched as his magic just finished tying the ropes and gave each knot a good tug for safety. From outside the doorway, the fire picked up and another tank of oxygen exploded, this one blowing at the door leading to his room. Their attention shifted to it as Issei finished his magic tying. "Come on, it's time to get you two out of here," he said, interrupting the two and grabbing the makeshift rope they didn't see him use magic to make. But his thankfulness ran out as they turned out to be more perceptive than he thought they would be in a time of crisis. "How did you make that so fast?" Kuriko questioned. Issei signed, but he couldn't hate how smart she was. He actually kind of liked it. "Well, how about I tell you all the little details later and just save you both of you now?" he said, walking over to Kuriko and tying the sheet around her. She nodded along with Kiri, but her questions weren't done as she stood with the makeshift rope tied around her, but was quickly interrupted from asking further questions as smoke began to fill her lungs and send her into another coughing fit. The three walked towards the door, and just as it swung open, Issei threw his arms out and sent another pulse of wine through the hallway and blowing out the fires that stood in his way. The girls' eyes both widened in complete shock and amazement at the display he showed. They didn't question him as they were guided out the door and to the left towards the broken window. He tied the rope to the frame of the window and turned to Kuriko. "I'll hoist you down, then I'll hoist Kiri down behind you. Do you trust me?" They nodded, not having any reason to not trust him. "How will you get down, Issei?" That was a good question. But he had a good lie for it. "I'll climb down behind you all, but I need the rest of you to go first." He sounded sincere, and he did his best to make it seem like he was being honest. Fortunately for him, they believed him. Kuriko moved to the window, stepping her feet out as Issei grabbed the sheets. Slowly, he led her down the side of the building. Skylights landed on them from the ground below, one followed Kuriko from the air above as she descended. The fabric was stretching under the stress, and he noticed that more than he would like to admit. He hurried his pace, thanking his lucky stars that she wasn't very heavy. And after several seconds that felt like an eternity, Kuriko was finally close enough to the ground to jump down without receiving any damage, and he let what was left of the rope go. Thankfully she landed semi-gently on the ground. Kuriko untied herself quickly, and as soon as she was released, Issei quickly pulled the sheets up to send Kiri down. When he pulled the sheets all the way up, Kiri tied it around her waist herself, using it like a seat the same as Kuriko. Promise me you'll be safe. We both want you to make it with us more than you know. We owe you our lives. I'll see you all down there. Issei spoke with a nod and a smile, lying once again with a smile. He was completely calm, and he knew he wouldn't be getting out the same as them. But it was alright, it was all to protect them. He picked her up bridal style and sat her on the window to prevent her from showing him her private parts, which was strange for him, but felt like the right thing to do in the given scenario. He let her down, faster than how he let Kuriko down, the flames behind him sneaking up on his back being the reason behind that, and the sheets began to catch fire in his hands. He knew his mistake then. He shouldn't have piled them up beside him on the floor. But hindsight was always 20/20. She landed on the ground just as the sheet snapped from the frame. The sheet fell from the window sill and landed beside her. He could have caught it, and the two girls below him both knew that, but they couldn't process what had happened, or why he didn't seem to care. They looked up together, fear in their eyes as they stared at him, tears stinging the side of their eyes, as firemen rushed to them and escorted them away from the burning building. He leaned over and looked into each of their eyes, then turned his eyes to the crowd and looked around. Only one individual caught his eyes as the wind blew her hood down to reveal her golden eyes and hair. He smiled before backing away into the flames, the screams of the girls, saying his name through tears filled his ears. He couldn't help but wonder why they were feeling those emotions, it wasn't like they knew each other at all. The skylight pulled away, probably assuming he was already dead. For them to think he survived such a harsh attack only to be slain by flames was funny to him. Issei stood with a great calm in the fires though, a small laugh began to form from his throat as he inhaled smoke from flames deep into his lungs. Adrenaline is different from dragons and humans. You are calm because your adrenaline clouds the other emotions. Women can cause that effect, as well as anger and fear. Otherwise, you would still be in a lot of pain from your body's transformation into a dragon. The hairs on the back of his neck began to stick straight up. A horrible sensation began to run along his spine almost like he was cold. A feeling that felt oddly familiar. Visions of that night filled his head. His parents strung up by wires, mangled and cut to pieces. The rage came to him, and his vision began to go green at the edges. He walked and opened the door he would have never dared open with the girls in his party. He touched the handle, and inside came a horrible sizzle, but he swung the door open regardless. He needed to see. Looking in after most of the smoke cleared, the scene would have given him nightmares if he hadn't seen worse already. Inside rested a family, burned, charred black and lifeless. He couldn't possibly imagine who it was, the life they lived, the fun and joy they had that was stripped from them far before their time should have been up. He wasn't sure why he was having such thoughts. They were things he wouldn't have ever cared about before, but now. There was an understanding and longing that he would have never felt before. He sympathized. And again, that horrible, dreaded chill ran along his spine. Partner. He's in this building with you. And then it hit him. His eyes widened. Everyone died because of that man. That man in black killed all these innocent people, just to kill him. The rage he felt moments earlier had finally taken over, the rationality Issei clung to having all but faded in the dying of light. He yelled in anger, and fire exploded around him. Yasaka wasn't in time. She stood in the crowd of people outside the hospital as it burned, knowing fully that Issei was inside, but she couldn't make a move with so many people. He was on the 5th floor, much to her dismay. He was alive though, and he was moving. She could only wait for him to escape, she couldn't reveal herself to the public, and she only needed to breathe to know there were other supernatural beings watching, but suffering the same fate as she was on the sidelines. Issei was to be hers, and she had made it very evident to lay claim to him to all factions who kept a close eye on him. She had made that call when she felt the disturbance in the air the night of his parents' murder. She knew from the moment she felt it whose power it was, and made her way over as fast as she could. She used all of her skills in diplomacy to claim her territory from the devils, fallen and even angels, and it was made easier for her, since they failed to know he was alive until it was announced. She used that against them like any good diplomat would. Or a psychologist. She knew though, that she could never take the place of his mother. Nor would she even try. But she could bring him a new life full of happiness. She could give him a good life, like so many red dragon emperors before him failed to have. Her eyes went wide under her hooded kimono as she saw him at the window, his eyes would have gone unnoticed to normal people. But there was an anger behind them that she couldn't ever comprehend, a pain that she only hoped she could replace with something more. The blue-haired girl stepped out the window, and he hoisted her down after a few short exchanges of words. She smiled at his willingness to help others, but it didn't sate her worry for him. After the girl landed, he pulled the makeshift rope back up. He brought another girl to the window, this one he sat down in the window to prevent herself from being exposed. He pulled the rope around her and sent her down faster than the first one. He looked down at the two of them as the rope fell, and then gazed out into the crown. and his eyes locked with hers for only a brief second before he recoiled into the flames with a smile that she knew was fake. A smile she had seen countless times in her many long years of life. Soon, a yell erupted into her ears. Easily discernible as some kind of animal and the night to humans, but she knew it too well to confuse it for something so simple. She had seen the fall of red dragon emperors before, and the yell was something all of them shared at least once in their lives. Her blonde hair fell behind her hood and caressed the side of her face, as her heart was hit every emotion the yell contained. Rage, despair, sadness and loneliness. The hospital suddenly exploded. One entire floor shattering with flames and glass like a bomb erupting. She knew why it had happened, and she knew Issei was okay physically, but it still made her heart clench to know what he was going through and not being able to do anything. She could rush in, but she wasn't immune to flames like he was, and she wouldn't rush in because she was a mother and still had a daughter to return home to. The ground below her shook and the flames began to change colors. It was only a slight shift in color, almost unnoticeable to the untrained eye. She found herself backing away with the crowd, being pushed further away from the hospital by police and firemen. The top floor suddenly collapsed, caving inward and sent with it the floor that Issei was on, as well as the one below. Then the fear came as she felt the magic. She watched as the people around her disappeared along with the fires of the hospital, and across from her, there were devils and fallen angels alike, their wings fully exposed by sheer force of the magic waves. Even her 9 golden tails began to flow freely behind her. What they all stood in now was a reality marble, one that belonged to Issei entirely. The sky was filled with stars, and the black was a hazy purple. The devils made their way to her, and the fallen angels prepared themselves together separately, some under the order of Kakabeel, and some under the order of Azazel. Yasaka chimed a greeting from the crimson-haired princess known as Ria's Gremory, who came up beside her with her peerage. Ria's. I would proceed with caution from this point forward, I have no idea what he is capable of. And so far, it is far more than what I have imagined from a newly awakened dragon. She informed, offering the princess a friendly word of advice that she was sure wasn't needed, but perhaps the rest of her peerage didn't know what power was coming from that hospital. Since the fires are out. She wasn't listening past that phrase, but she knew immediately what she needed to do. It was because of him that he was like this. It was because of him that he lost everything he had ever come to love. It was him that he would seek his vengeance on. He moved through the halls, fire roaring around him. Partner. Calm down. If you let your anger take over now, you'll lose even more. You're wrong. I have nothing more to lose. Maybe not now, but you will. The waves set in motion will bring you so much more. Do you really want to throw it away? Issei clenched his teeth together until they hurt. He gave no response to Drake. His anger couldn't subside. His power exploded around him, immediately extinguishing the flames, and his vision of the world around him turned gray. There was a dark shifting veil of red that surrounded him, his eyes turned green and were slit like an animal. Scales began to form on his body in a mist of red. He ran, the anger rushing through his hot-blooded veins. He burst through the door at the end of the hallway and rushed down the stairs, following after the power he wanted to destroy. Once he was on the main floor, he rushed after the power, jumping over debris, not questioning where the people he expected to see went. He ran through a door, busting glass as the scales finished covering his body, and ended up outside. He stared out at a group, bat-winged and black-feathered. The one that stood out was Golden Tails. Confusion began to replace his anger as he noticed them all looking at him. The attention shifted behind him, and the group with bat wings and the lone girl with tails looked angry. There came a laugh behind him. And it was like clarity that washed over him. You've gotten good at running since the last time I saw you. Too bad you weren't that good when you came home that night. The rage he felt toward the voice he recognized as his target was unimaginable. He turned, power rushing to his hands, the ground shook violently, and he swiped his hand up, turning as he did so, all rationality leaving his head of who he might hurt behind the more than powerful attack. Behind his attack came a streak of red energy. The energy shot a beam of power forward that reached high into the sky and destroyed everything in front of it with a powerful sweep. Claw marks were left on the ground below him, and the energy that shot out began to grow jagged edges like mountaintops. The streaks of energy subsided, and the amount of carnage they left behind was flabbergasting for the lookers behind him. Buildings were ripped in half. The ground was destroyed as deep fissures were formed that took the shape of his clawed gauntlet. That was impressive, dragon. You are really something. The killer never finished, as the ground began to shake from the aftershock of Issei's ferocious attack. Buildings in the distance that stood strong fell at the violent rumbling of the earth. The killer fell, and he even looked up for only a moment. His eyes widened, and he smiled terrifyingly. Issei looked down at him, red scales covering his arms and legs and neck the size of coins. Power formed in Issei's hand in terrible orb of red that pulled more and more energy from the world around him into a red center he couldn't possibly understand. The power gave everyone cold chills, and the energy only increased exponentially with each passing second. Where a normal supernatural ultimate class being had a gradual growth of power, Issei had an exponential one that doubled each passing second without end. The scary part was how his never seemed to stop. Most supernatural could only hold so much magic before it became unusable in a single burst, and they couldn't possibly store more in their bodies. But Issei's seemed never ending, like the world around him was his vessel. Issei's hands moved, and the orb followed. The killer disappeared in a moment, flashing behind Issei in only a second of time. The orb smashed the ground, and briefly, the sound of everything became a ringing silence that was shattered by a loud and low rumbling wail that made everyone take several steps away from Issei. There was a flash of red that lit the sky, and once the light settled, eyes went wide. Beyond where Issei had thrown the orb was nothing. Buildings and nature were wiped away without a trace, and Issei was facing the killer, his left hand drawn back. Green energy burned from Issei's eyes and flowed above him to his side, wings exploded behind him, crimson scales with green gems decorating each joint. He drilled his fist forward, connecting with the killer's stomach. Wind exploded around them, and blood shot from the man-mouth onto Issei's chest. The attack was enough to send the killer spiraling backwards as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Yasaka looked with wide eyes as his attack sent the man dressed in black flying back in a mess of his own blood. Her tails fluttered behind her in worry, not for the killer, but for Issei. He was emitting a feeling that could only come from someone driven by revenge. His blood boiled with the power of Drake, so thick with destructive force she felt it in her bones. Her eyes followed the killer, who landed on his feet and showed he wasn't going to lose very easily. She prayed that he would say nothing, but from what she had already seen from him, his goal was to see how much Issei could take. He wanted to toy with the boy, not survive. He was clearly a magician, and usually they kept to themselves, so she couldn't help but wonder why they had deliberated tried to evoke the wrath of Drake. Ahaha. You hit like your mother did. If I look at it from the right angle, it will be like killing her twice. Yasaka's eyes widened, along with the group beside her. That was a low blow. She looked at Issei and went dead still as her eyes fell on him. His face was cast down and silhouetted. The power from him shifted, and she had an idea of what it was that was about to be unleashed. The green orbs floating around Issei were enough to steer her in the right direction. All of you. If you wish to not die, I would leave this area immediately. I can't stop it. The voice came from Drake as she remembered, and she knew immediately her guess was wrong. And then the fear began to seep into her core. She turned to the others, the fallen angels already evacuating. We need to leave now. She yelled, the panic in her voice showing more than she cared to admit. The group fled and she followed, watching Issei from a further distance as he started to glow. Power exploded around Issei, sending shockwaves of red energy into the atmosphere, slicing the wind with a force so profound it sliced buildings clean through, and the ground around him cracked under extreme pressure. She felt everything he felt, the hatred, anger, sadness, and fear. I, who shall awaken? It started. The time has finally come. She was wrong. She was so wrong. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. It has always been this way. Always and forever. She watched as his body shifted, growing larger with more scales. Wings exploded from his back in what she could only assume was extremely painful, and she swore she saw his bones break and shift back together in new patterns. I laugh at the infinite and grieve at the dream. What the world desires. And what the world forgets. She had to wait it out. She knew she had to wait it out. She would save him. She was the only one that could, but she would have to wait for him to exhaust his power a little. I shall become the red dragon of domination. And once this world remembers, this world shall cease to be. It was always for power. The path to ruin. She stopped her thoughts. The echoed voices said something she wouldn't have expected even in her wildest of imaginations. She knew then that she might have to do something she hasn't in such a long time. Use her own true form. In all her long years of watching Red Dragon Emperors fall into despair and rage, using their own life as the source of their power, she had never heard the voices ever say that before. I shall drown you in the depths of crimson purgatory. The ground shook, shadows shifted and danced in fear as the power grew to almost unbearable levels, almost like an attack was being prepared. When the dust and debris cleared fully, she was able to see Issei, magic flowing with a mind of its own, and covered in crimson scales and green jewels. He looked more like a dragon than a human, but it was a pitiful transformation. One capable of destroying the host. But still reversible. There was a low growl as Issei stared at the man who killed his parents, his body a broken and unmoving mess. His left arm moved above his head and swiped down, hitting the ground with a destructive force that would put even her best attacks on a knife's edge. There was a bright flash of light, followed by an explosion that blew dirt and debris straight up, while sending a gust of wind strong enough to uproot trees. She didn't need to look to know there was nothing left. the man got what he deserved. But she was more interested in Issei. She started to run towards him, her cloak falling off as golden flames burned on her tails that swung freely behind her. Her eyes lit as she ran, her transformation causing her body to glow, letting her human body burn away as she grew to a height far larger than Issei. She was running out of time. As powerful as her magic was, it was like a glass cannon. It wasn't limitless by any means, which meant she had to be very careful about her next few moves. If she ran out of magic trying to save the boy that she wanted in her future with Kunou, she would have failed her promise to give him a good life while dooming the people around her. It was a risk, and a big one at that. If something went wrong and she ran out of magic while fighting the Juggernaut, that would surely result in her own demise. Which meant she would have failed not only her people, her fellow YOUKAIs, but also the people around her. She also would have failed Kunou as a mother, and that was something that hurt to think about more than anything her thoughts could create. She wouldn't make a mistake. She couldn't. She leapt to her side, landing in front of Issei, making sure no one was behind her. She summoned her foxfire, and that was enough to catch the attention. But her attack didn't come first. And she thanked her lucky stars for finally aligning. Long-Ina Smasher. A giant beam of red energy shot just past her, missing by only few feet that felt like only an inch. Everything around her became silent, and a second later, there was a screech that made her head pound. She looked slowly to her right, and she was thankful it was a miss. Everything behind her was gone, like it had never existed to begin with, and it stretched as far as she could see. Just how big was this world he created? How strong could he get? Then it occurred to her that Issei hadn't missed at all. In fact, he scored a direct hit. The only remaining evidence that he had any form of conscience left was the fact his beam of God-slaying energy both hit the killer and left only his feet on the ground. Behind them was the trail of destruction. She snapped herself out of her daze. Now was her chance. Yasaka lunged at him, tackling him to the ground between her massive paws. Do a complete transformation. This would have been a stupid move for her, but she hoped her guess was correct, and he was still exhausted from his power dump. Her blue foxfire covered the boy and herself as well. There was a scream of pain. And it hurt something in her heart, but she knew she had to do it to save him. Her flames were able to burn through almost anything. Nothing could be spared from their wrath, not even dragons. But it was the other properties of those flames that were going to be her saving grace. They were eating through the boy's magic, consuming it down to nothing and returning it to her in full. He shrunk down in size, growing weaker as the blue flames ate away more and more. She shrunk down with him, his bones crunched loud enough for her to hear, and it was enough to make her stomach churn in disgust. She rushed to him as he turned back human, quickly transforming back into her own human form as well and catching him in her arms. She looked at the boy, and she was shocked by his appearance. Red swirls and markings in a language she had never seen before adorned his body, but they looked aggressive in nature. And the power that seeped through them were anything but good-intentioned. She grew disgusted at herself as she looked closer at his death-like still body. She had burned the right side of his body badly. She didn't know if he would ever heal from that, but she hoped he would. She couldn't bear looking at him knowing that was done from her own hands. She shook her head and looked at the issue at hand. She threw her black and gold kimono on him to cover him up. The marking were not normal for any host, in fact it was more unnatural than anything she had previously seen. There was nothing like this ever written down, so to say it piqued her interest was the understatement of the year. It was something that wasn't even the Red Dragon Grimoire. She was running out of energy, and it was because the boy was now absorbing it like before, and the thought of that alone was scary to her. The power of a dragon sacred was already enough to put her on edge. She didn't want to imagine the power of a half-dragon. What exactly had he done? What curse deal did he make with Drake to result in such power? She breathed out a breath she wasn't aware she was holding. At least he was alive and, for the most, well. She summoned a circle below him and watched as he disappear in flakes of gold energy. He was safe at her shrine now, and she watched as the destruction he had caused inside his reality marble began to piece itself back together slowly like a picture puzzle, reversing itself before her very eyes in one of the most amazing displays of pure power she had ever been in. She turned to the devils, and she knew she would need their help to fix everything. To make everything correct in the human world. She needed to make up a story for the killer, the hospital, and Issei. She sighed. She needed a drink. Chapter 3. The Corridors. Issei found himself floating in a sea of black infinity that reflected no stars. There was nothing. No sound, no taste, no smell. He couldn't even feel his own touch as he tried to move his hands to his side. Like a small speck in the vastness of infinity. Like he was both nothing and everything. He couldn't feel his body, and he couldn't see it either. But what he could see was the colossal dragon that floated before him. Hello again, little one. Green eyes bore into him, powerful and filled with more energy than he could comprehend. He wanted to run away, he felt the fear bellow in him, but much like his body, there was no way for such emotion to be shown. Trapped inside a colossal orb that radiated terrible powers and energies of destruction around it, he tried his best to manage a smile that he wasn't sure actually formed. The power in the orb sloshed and swayed like flowing water, the energy flowing through him like he wasn't actually present. The magic was strange to look at. As it slung power from itself in the form of horrible blades, it also seemed to suck in magic at the same time. His eyes struggled to keep up with so much movement. "You have come far, little one." The great dragon hissed at him, his voice booming as the maw of the dragon opened in strange rhythms, like it had been speaking in its own foreign language. Despite the hissing sound that was evidently a form of speech, the words came to his ears as something more ancient than the voice in his head. "I hope you have enjoyed your journey to power thus far. I have enjoyed my journey, and I will continue to enjoy it much more." He answered, finally able to speak in a voice he hoped sounded braver than he actually felt. The red-scaled dragon gave a low, deep laugh, his appearance reflecting his unfathomable power and destructive beauty. "I like you, little one." The dragon inched closer to him, the orb dispelling and shooting into him, filling Issei with a new sensation of power. His fear had started burning away, being replaced with an emotion far different. He smiled at the dragon widely after that, knowing the dragon meant him no harm now. Clarity burst through him with the force of a nuclear bomb as he looked at the dragon with eyes on stalk, reflecting the same power and destruction as the dragon's own emerald eyes. The dragon stopped only an inch away from Issei and lowered his head to eye level so Issei could get lost in the terror hidden behind the dragon's eyes, but instead, the dragon only earned a smile. This boy was unlike anything he had ever seen or dealt with before. Most who bore witness to his tremendous structure and power writhed in fear and grew mad at the thought of power. "You stand before me, using my power, and smile as if it's your own. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to approach me in their slumber, but when they do, those unfortunate souls never kept their mentality soon after. I drive my hosts mad with power, that's what I'm capable of without even scratching the surface of my abilities. Do you fear me, little one?" Issei stared directly into the dragon's eyes, a fire burning inside of him that belonged to him alone. Everything around him melted away like mist as the darkness shifted and began to be replaced by tunneled visions of green. The dragon seemed to freeze as well, still and silent as they peered deep into the psyche of the other. Issei saw everything the dragon tried desperately to hide, he could see the dragon's lust for carnage and destruction. All he wanted was to cause pain and escape his confinement to unleash destruction onto those who trapped him and destroy all who oppose him. There were no happy thoughts in the dragon's mind. Issei did see, however, there was a terrible longing to be free, to be happy again. Looking deeper, Issei found something he would have never expected. Fear was at the center of the dragon's heart and mind. Fear of Issei and what he was capable of while trapped inside him. Fear of Issei dying and fear of killing Issei with his own magic. Drake saw other things. He saw the boy's rage, vanity, and vile all bottled up and festering into something so dark and sinister that he couldn't fully visualize what would happen if it were to get released. And he threw his power on top of it, making it worse and leading to something far more explosive. Standing in front of him was walking, breathing and ticking time bomb of his own magic power that he could no longer restrict or stop. Slowly, he felt the fear began to build and fill his heart for many reasons he wouldn't dare admit to. The fear inside the boy's heart began to burn away, being replaced by a calmness that Drake knew all too well to be the dragon instinct taking over. His answer from the boy was made clear in that moment. His smile grew wider. He had created a physical manifestation of himself inside this boy. He had finally found a vessel worthy to hold him. He was stronger than the boy now, but soon, they would become one. And when that happened, they would be unstoppable. He would practically be free once more. He looked deeper into the boy, and there was a want for power, a lust for it. And even further, he saw the lust the boy had for the opposite gender, that would surely only be amplified now by the dragon instinct searing through the body of the boy. He coiled back, not letting his eyes leave the smiling boy, and smiled bigger than before. His question about the boy fearing him was answered in full as he enjoyed the answer that was never verbally said from the boy. He gave a laugh as he disappeared into the darkness, leaving the boy alone. Around Issei, the darkness shifted once more, forming into a narrow corridor, dimly lit by torches stuck almost in a permanent state of being extinguished, but being deprived of having that luxury. Each wall had a slight flow behind it like he was inside some breathing creature that was disturbed by his presence alone. The torches flickered with his first step, and he wondered where he would end up going. Yasaka looked at the boy on the bed before her, his body still absorbing more power than she could ever imagine. If she wanted to consider him as something less than what he was, which she would never do, she would say she landed herself the best bargaining chip that had ever existed. She knew of the White One's power, and it didn't hold much of any candle to the power that boy resting on her bed had displayed in such a little time after awakening. All the stars in the night sky had aligned and created what she imagined was already the most powerful red dragon emperor that would ever walk the earth and underworld combined. She had been sitting and watching him for around 3 days now, having no idea when he would awake from the magical exhaustion he had suffered. Inflicted on himself as a result of his transformation, and also by her own hands. She flinched at the thought of her harming him, but was thankful that by the second day, the fire burn she had ever so gracefully inflicted upon his body had healed completely without leaving any scars or permanent noticeable damage. She looked out of the window in her room as rain poured from the night sky above. Since when had it started raining? How long had it been since it started raining? She honestly wasn't paying much attention to her surroundings. Her focus was drawn inside her head, specifically to the future scenarios that kept playing on repeat. Her eyes became heavy as she listened to the puttering of the rain and fought to stay awake. Her head had becoming too heavy to hold up, and as a result, she laid her head over and onto the bed with Issei without much of a second thought. How long had she been awake caring for him? She couldn't remember, and she found that to be strange detail to simply forget. She had always been the person to pay attention to the little details, as the small details could change the course of battle and create the largest of ripples. She reached for his hand and held it delicately in her own, and she immediately felt comfort burst through her in the form of an arousing warmth. Something about the boy always made her that way. She wasn't quite sure why that was, but it was a feeling she had first discovered when she first touched him to stop him from killing himself in Juggernaut Drive. He lit a fire inside her that ate all the discomfort and worries away and turned them into warm feelings of acceptance and comfort. She couldn't help but fall under her own influence when she was like this. The future was something that could be imagined easily, and with the fire burning inside her, she wanted the future to hold him with her and her daughter. Perhaps that was bad and wrong of her. She couldn't help it. She moved closer to him and snuggled into his side as her head rested on his chest. She shifted her left hand that held Issei's right down between her breasts and almost between her legs, and wrapped her right arm around his stomach to hold him in a tender and loving embrace. As she did this, she felt her own power leave her and be replaced with his own magic. She felt stronger than she had ever felt before, and the calmness grew inside her as she fell asleep on him in only a matter of seconds. Almost immediately after falling asleep on Issei, she found herself walking along a long, narrow, dark corridor. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the few torches that hung on the walls from metal perches, giving the corridor an eerie illusion of movement in the absence of any life aside from her. As she looked at the walls, she felt like she was inside some living thing. The walls around seemed to move slightly as she looked at them, like some giant creature breathing in rhythm. Her eyes struggled more and more to focus on the walls the longer she looked at them, and the only place she could stare at for long periods of time was the pitch-black darkness at the end of the corridor. Her vision was tunneled and outlined while staring at the walls, but despite the impossible movement she swore she saw, everything around had been entirely silent, and that bothered her greatly. She turned around to look behind her and saw a darkness that was far closer to her than she cared for. And the fact she could see nothing behind it made a small amount of fear stir inside her. She felt dizzy the longer she stared into the darkness, so she turned and faced the darkness in the corridor once more, and her dizziness slowly faded away into a strange feeling that left her feeling dazed and confused, which was a feeling she was unfamiliar with. She began to move, having nowhere else to go, and she felt that if she stayed still, something else would happen, and in the back of her mind, she knew it wasn't going to be good for her. She walked for what felt like hours, passing by endless amounts of torches, and with each step she took, the silence grew closer and more suffocating, making it harder for her to breathe with each passing second. Her eyes grew heavy, causing her to blink long and hard. When her vision returned after the short blink, the torches that adorned the walls had all shifted to one side of the corridor and formed a formal line endlessly down the wall to her left, leaving the wall to her right completely dark and absorbing all light that seemed to touch it. She kept her distance from the wall, afraid of getting closer to it, in fear of what might happen if she fell into it. She turned around rapidly and was immediately discombobulated as the torches shifted to the alternate wall once more, and the wall she was close to became shadowed and reached out to her. She fell backwards and landed against the wall with the torches. Her head started pounding as her heart raced in her chest. She turned back the other way, the torches shifted again, but the wall didn't shift with them. Now the torches floated in the air, as if held by figments of her imagination. She stood and began to run in the direction she thought was the way she went before. She ran faster this time, her breath becoming harder and harder to catch, as the air began to feel like syrup moving through her nose. Before she even knew what hit her, a door formed directly in front of her as she plowed through and emerged through the other side by falling into a chamber. The only furniture that filled the room was a giant mirror-like structure that held a flowing, writhing mass of black inside them like waves and secreted red energy that she immediately recognized to be Drake's magic power. The only form of lights in the room were torches that burned a horrible crimson red instead of a normal orange, which produced far less light than she thought was possible. Reluctantly, she moved towards the mirror, growing afraid of what it could potentially show her, but knew deep down that she would look anyways. A reflection appeared slowly, as if it had also been afraid to look out at her. It wasn't one reflection that stared out at her though, it was two. The mirror directly across from her revealed both herself and Issei. She stood silently as Issei moved around behind the surface of the mirror, motioning her to follow as he disappeared into the darkness the mirror had growing deep within. Her breath caught in her throat, and it took all the strength she had to force herself to breathe. Her image moved next, shifting into the darkness of the mirrors and fading away the same as Issei's did. She moved closer to the mirrors, trying to see where the images had gone, but the mirror only reflected a blank surface. Not even her own true reflection was seen in the mirror. She lifted her hands and reached out to mirror, and just as she touched the mirror directly across from her, the glass rippled like water under her fingers. Without thinking, she pushed herself through the liquid of the mirror and fell through it. As she went through it, she discovered the mirror was still in front of her, but now she was surrounded by mirrors. Hundreds of mirrors. And a clawed at the back of her mind, but she couldn't run, she could only turn and look into the mirrors that reflected a blank slate around her. Her body began to feel strange and foreign to her, as if it wasn't her own. She looked down to her large chest and slender hands. And terror clawed at the walls that confined her brain. She looked to her left, and she saw Issei staring at her in his balance breaker armor, eyes glowing a fierce green. She looked to her right, and saw Issei walking away, moving into the darkness. She turned to the reflection of him in his balance breaker, and reached for the only mirror that still had a reflection left. As her hand passed through the watery surface of the mirror once more, all the other mirrors suddenly exploded and collapsed around her, releasing the black water that filled them, and dropping it to the stone floor below, where it then vanished into the cracks between the stones. Only the red mist remained as the water cleared. She turned her head behind her as a screeching sound rang behind her like stone grinding against stone, and as her eyes met the new object. A large set of double doors that emerged from the ground. She wondered when it had gotten there. Looking around as all the mirrors vanished from her view, she noticed that on each side of the room, large double doors had suddenly formed, each one differed from the first she saw in design, shape and size. She backed away, standing in the middle of the room with partly closed eyes from tiredness, and listened to the silence, listening for any sound that could potentially help her find her way out or help guide her into understanding what she needed to do next. A cold breeze blew across her face as she listened, coming from the direction of the first pair of double doors she saw, and she took it as a sign. She moved to the double doors, the breeze growing stronger and more apparent with each step she took. She reached for the glimmering, gold doorknob, but stopped herself from twisting it as she felt something horrible behind the door. Her hand began to shake, and she was sure of what it was behind the door far before she opened it. Behind the door, she could feel evil and hate waiting and building up. But not just waiting for her. She froze, too afraid to know what waited behind the door she reached for. She let go and turned back behind her. The image of Issei in his armor shifted into a giant red dragon, smiling down at her, sending her spiraling in her own terror. Where was she? And why? She watched as the image of Drake slowly faded into the black waters behind the surface of the mirror. The mirror shifted again, and reflected the door behind her perfectly, failing to cast her own reflection back towards her once more. She froze. Did she really want to know what was behind those doors? A sudden need filled her, like an urgency and understanding that her time was limited here, and she needed to hurry and decide if she wanted to continue or not. She raised her hand and grabbed the doorknob once more. She turned the knob and pushed the door open, using all her strength to open the weight of the door. Everything went dark as she moved through the doorway, and her feet found only emptiness below her. She shifted, and the point where she came in was gone. She tumbled into the darkness, and the darkness began to shift and change until suddenly her vision came to her. She flung herself up, and terror was what struck her heart as she stared at emerald eyes filled with the rage of an angered god. Brage looked deep into her golden eyes, judging her for all she was worth. All the rage and ferocity she had ever known from him peered into her, through her. And before the dragon made any attempt to swat her like a fly or an intruder, a sound shattered the silence, and she was forced to wake with a start. Lightning struck outside the window of her room, casting a ghostly white light onto the furnishing inside that shadowed the monster that stood before her as her fear began to grow with each passing second of realization. She crawled away, unsure of what to do. This was a position she didn't plan. She hadn't expected Issei to awake still in a partially enraged state. She couldn't attack him, in fear of hurting him and losing all chances of obtaining his trust. But she couldn't let him continue his rampage. She watched as his power began to spike larger with each second, almost endlessly. How was she supposed to stop this? Before, she waited till he was weak before using her foxfire to absorb what little magic power he had left. But now, her fire would be so laughably outmatched to how fast he gained power back. It wasn't even worth attempting. She continued to back away, towards the door that she knew awaited behind her. Lightning exploded outside, shaking her already trembling body. The monster. No. The boy that stood before her gave her fear that she hadn't felt in a long time. The force of the Red Dragon Emperor when enraged was something everyone feared, even the White One himself. Before her eyes, she watched as her room splintered around her, wood and drywall breaking and shattering like a bomb exploding. She shielded her eyes with her arms, and as the debris cleared, she gained the courage to stare at the boy before her. She looked closely to how he was standing and what power his body was giving off. Her eyes began to burn a gold color as she looked at him and saw more than she thought possible. His power was derived from his anger and was increased by it too. But she saw more than that. She saw his grief, confusion, and fear. She could never understand the boy and what he went through since she had lived a very different life. As war-torn as her life was, she never had the luxury of a family to be taken from her. The glow in her eyes stopped. She knew how to handle the situation. Very poorly, yes, but it was possible. Or at least she hoped it was. She looked deep into the woods of the forest that surrounded her house and knew she had people lined up to attack and protect her at the drop of her orders. She took a deep breath, crushing the worry inside of her, and put one foot in front of her other. The boy looked lifeless as she approached him, his emerald eyes being the only thing that popped more than the rest. She was saddened at the sight of the boy. Juggernaut Drive had taken its toll on the boy, and she wondered if even now he was using more than he was able to, shortening his life even further. It's okay. I won't hurt you. I promise. Yasaka calmly cooed out to him, slowly approaching him. As stupid as it may have been, it was certainly worth a try. The angered growl she received was well and evident that it was a failed attempt, but she had to continue. It had to have been possible. She started approaching again, her arms held up to show she was unarmed. If she could touch him and keep holding him for only a few seconds, she could fix him and be started down a much brighter path once again. The boy seemed to be halfway understanding of her actions, and he let some of his guard down as a result. She inched closer, but the boy backpedaled away and grabbed his head as if he were in pain. She felt the power below her feet began to shift direction. The boy gained a red aura of immense power shortly after that, making it almost hard to breathe. Below her, she felt the magic start flowing away from her and towards Issei, as if she had been disconnected from the world she was linked to. Such power. Such beauty. Never had she felt so weak before in her own home. She looked at the guards that lined the treetops and hoped so desperately that none of them would attack in fear. She hoped they felt the power around Issei and knew better than that. The divine aura and power exploded around Issei in a flurry of red and green energy, so powerful it was visible to the naked eye. She stared at his noticeable aura, completely afraid to use her senjutsu to look even further beyond the surface of his power. But despite that fear, she wanted to know how much power flowed through him. Her eyes glowed a bright gold, and the world shifted in colors all around her. She felt paralyzed as she felt something far greater than what most gods were even capable of. Before her, the boy she wanted to give a good and fulfilling life to, was surrounded in his own personal hurricane of magic, all the colors she could ever imagine dripping into one another almost seamlessly. His green eyes pierced through the wall of twisting madness and fury, and stared at her with the veracity of an angered god. She cupped her hands over her mouth, suppressing her urge to throw up the little substances she had eaten since housing him. Her eyes lost their burning golden color, and she looked at the treetops once more. She watched as they looked at her and drew their weapons. She hoped they wouldn't attack, but she also knew that this was the exact kind of situation where they would most definitely engage. She prayed that her stars were still aligned enough for them to be smarter than that. But it would appear her stars had just unaligned. From the treetops they jumped with their blades drawn in search of blood, magic flames of blue coating their fists and arms as they attacked, being supported from behind with magic circles meant for both support and offensive magic from a distance. Each group that took turns guarding her were the finest in the Kyoto supernatural world. Each group had trained hundreds of hours to work in perfect syzygy with one another, and each group had members to cover what others lacked in. They were literal super units. And at the moment, they had the full intent to eliminate the threat that destroyed bits of the Yasaka manor. And all that brain power and energy was directed at Issei Haidu, the boy she wanted to save. How could things have gone so wrong? Issei watched on in wonder, not fully in control of his own body anymore. He floated in darkness, but he could still see what his body was doing. He was standing in rain. There was a girl approaching him. Her long golden hair flowed behind her as she stared at him with large golden eyes filled with worry. He didn't understand fully, but everything the girl had been saying brought him anger. She sounded like his mother. Always caring and nurturing. Exactly how a mother should be. Vision flashed in his head. His mother and father suspended by a series of piano's wires that used his furniture as pulleys played on repeat in his head. He knew the killer was gone. He knew he delivered the blow that sent him to hell. But he still wasn't happy. He wanted them back. He wanted his parents back. He wanted things to turn back to normal. Tears began to flow down his face, disappearing into nothing as they fell endlessly down into darkness. He stared out as the tears continued to pour. He was inside his body now, he was back in control, but he wasn't sure he wanted it anymore. He would much rather watch as someone else lived for him. Where am I? What is this place? He turned around as fast as he could, his reflexes acting faster than his brain could process. Charging at him from the treetops were easily a dozen figures, all dressed in cloaks and wearing fox masks. He swiped his arm, instinct taking over him in response to the attack. Wind exploded out in a shockwave in front of him, sending the figures away from him and forcing them onto their feet, no longer hidden by the foliage the trees provided. He looked at the people carefully, their weapons all drawn and directed at him. Some had flames around their fists, and others had giant circles with intricate designs in front of them like massive shields of energy. He looked at the katanas that the people held. He saw the throats of some of them move, as if they were trying to speak to him, but his vision was tunneled, and his ears were ringing as the only thing he could think of was his parents. Rage boiled in him, mixed with the power of Drake, which caused his blood to feel as though it were burning like magma inside him, itching to be released. He replayed the scenarios over and over in his head, only adding to the fire, but he couldn't stop himself from guessing at the grandeur of his situation. He walked home from school on that fateful night and was asked out by a girl that was far out of his league, only to return home and find his parents brutally murdered and taken from him for no reason, where he then lived only to die while trying to run away. Only to once more be forcefully awakened in a hospital. He knew he died on the first night, he felt his life leave himself in a feeling that was so ethereal to him, it should have been impossible. But he was slung back into the world of the living by force, where only seconds later, he watched his people burn to their untimely demise in a hospital that shouldn't have been burned down at all if it hadn't been for his own unlucky stay there. He walked through flames like he was used to it and watched as people in rooms had their charred bodies burnt even more, as if the flames had forgotten something and needed to burn more. Not only that, now he had a voice in his head that spoke to him during the day, claiming to be a dragon of domination and power, and told him sweet nothings in a voice he knew was hiding something much more sinister than he could imagine. And now, in his dreams, the dragon visits him, appearing as a huge scaled monstrosity that was always smiling down at him. And he always smiled back, refusing to show too much fear for a created existence inside his imagination. He was driven to the point of rage and let himself be consumed by that rage. He wasn't in control of his body when he started attacking the killer, and despite that, he felt satisfaction at beating him to a bloody pulp. He would do it over and over again for the rest of eternity if he was given the option to. He remembered being engulfed in flames and feeling the pain as they burned hotter than any he had felt inside the hospital. And now, he was here. In an unknown place, surrounded and getting attacked by strange people he didn't know and had never met before. Everything had been a slightly different repeat of the last event. He would wake up, fight, and die. Wake up, fight, die. Wake up, fight, die. What was going to change this time around? He began to understand more now as he continued staring at the people before him. He would be repeating the cycle this time as well. Everything began to fall into place in his mind. I get it. The people seemed to relax slightly as Issei spoke those words, but immediately put their guard back as they realized he was talking to himself. He began to move to the people with their shiny tools and fancy weapons. A smile grazed his face, and the dragon laughed in his head, muffled. I am finally starting to understand. His body slumped over. Rain poured from the sky with a new ferocity, as if it was being forced to create a torrential downpour. Red energy erupted around him, and just as this happened, a single dragon wing exploded from his right shoulder, sending blood and water in a shotgun spray of pellets that would feel like needles for anyone unfortunate enough to be in the way. I'm in hell. I died with my parents, and now I'm here. Playing the devil's sick little game. Power erupted around him to a new height that caused the armed people to back away slightly. He crouched down low, preparing himself to lunge, red power shooting off him in waves, slicing drops of water as they fell, and sending the water away from him. Well, I refuse to accept that. I won't do it. I won't accept it. Issei yelled into the night sky, his voice cracking as he whipped his tone to heights he hadn't reached before. He lunged suddenly, the air around him exploding as the ground beneath his feet shattered. One of the men charged at him, blade held at the ready. Issei's eyes followed the man intently. The blade went up as the man aimed to make a vertical swipe, but Issei was faster. His wing thrust down, thrusting him to the left slightly and causing the sword to miss by only a finger's breadth. His fist was covered in red energy and scaled over with sharpened finger plates. He drilled his fist into the stomach of the man. Blood flowed from below his mask, but the man was far from being dead, and he could tell that with just a touch. You are the strongest of the Red Dragon Emperors. Let it be known on the battlefield, rend your foes useless and render them to nothing but messes under your feet. Pave the path to success with ruin and destruction. He grabbed the man by his collar and threw him at the group of others, using him as a bowling pin. He collided with several of the men behind him, sending them flying backwards in a ball as well. Behind him, Issei sensed yet another attack come at him from above, and with reflexes faster than a predatory cat, Issei sidestepped, the katana flashing past him as it glistened in the rainfall, reflected his piercing green eyes back into his own soul. He started to laugh at his own misfortune. It has always been this way. The voices he heard that night at the hospital flooded his mind once more, and he breathed in their revelations. He pulled his fist up and delivered a blow so powerful to the gut of his attacker that as soon as his fist connected, a shockwave exploded behind the man, sending the rain rippling away and leaving the area around him and the rest of the men silent for only a second. The man went flying back into the forest, but Issei could still see he was alive as he flew through the air. Unconsciously, Issei knew he was holding back. He didn't want to kill anyone else. His revenge had already been received, there was no reason for anyone else to be slayed by his hands. He turned to the others and stared blankly at them. Rain slammed down into the ground around them, filling his ears with a hard pattering of water on the muddy surface at his feet. The men stared at him, all taken aback at how fast he had sent two of them spiraling without showing much of any effort. He was unmoving as he looked at them, but he suddenly hunched down and took off once more, his feet slamming into the ground and creating loud pounding sounds that formed after each step he took. The men broke from their group and surrounded him before he knew it. They rushed him with the weapons drawn, some stayed back as their circle of magic grew in power, and fired spears of energy his way. His eyes moved, and everything slowed as if the men tried to move to him through thick honey. Issei began to walk, the scales began to take over his left leg, covering the appendage in red razor-sharp scales. He moved to the men moving in slow motion, running without the restriction they had, and delivered a kick to one, creating another loud burst of sound, as red energy sent the man spiraling towards two others in the blink of an eye. The others halted their attacks and looked towards him. His eyes didn't focus on the guards though. Instead, they focused behind them, where glowing gold eyes met green ones. But they weren't the eyes from the well-endowed woman he saw at the hospital. It was a little girl, staring at him with all the terror he had ever seen, as her older doppelganger held her in a tight embrace. Issei's head began to hurt, and his armor quickly dispelled. His wing faded into red energy that melted with the rain. He fell to his knees, the green leaving his eyes. He looked at the ground, the realization of what he had done pounding into his head with the brute force of a jackhammer that sent his head into a fit of thundering aches. His mind forced his thought to what he had just done. How many families could he have potentially ruined if he chose not to hold back? He closed his eyes as he counted each person that he sent flying in a fit of their own blood. He looked at the ground for only a second, seeing the red blood mixed mud he fell in, and knew that he was no different from the man who did this to him. He looked at the small girl, and she moved away from his gaze in fear of him. He hadn't wanted any of this. He looked up to the sky as rain pelted his face, his eyes burned from his own regret and sadness. Soon, tears mixed with rain fell freely from his eyes. Make it stop. He began. Make this pain end. Everyone seemed to stop, weapons sheathed in a display of trust when none was deserved. Issei Haidu. We mean you no harm, I personally promise you that. You refrained from killing my guards and for that, I am thankful. I know that you were not in your right state of mind, so I'm sure I speak on behalf of us all when I say that we forgive you. The voice belonged to the blonde woman, the same girl that tried to calm him when he first awoke. He looked towards her, his bloodshot eyes locking with her golden ones. She stood, her younger equivalent standing beside her. I can't take it anymore. I died with my parents, and now I keep living a constant nightmare. I died and woke up in a hospital and died again. God, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Yasaka couldn't help but feel like a piece of her hair had shattered at his rant. Her men were still alive, and she knew they would make a full recovery from simply looking in their direction. But she wasn't sure if Issei would ever make a full recovery. His eyes were so dead and voided of life it was unlike anything she had seen. She had seen the looks of people who had lost everything and forced to live through it, but she couldn't imagine what was coursing through his head. He believed he died and was now playing some devil's game for some sick enjoyment that always ended in his death. She didn't know how to tell him the truth or how to approach it even. It was so far beyond her understanding and experience. Issei. You are not dreaming. Why do you think you are dead? Do you know what it's like to awake in a hospital moments after dying, only for it to be lit ablaze by someone you swore to kill? Do you know what it's like to listen to people burn to nothing when you could have done something? I ran out of that building without regret and faced the only reason for all of this without a single care in the world about the lives of others. I'm a monster. You saved the life of 2 girls, Issei. You gave life to 2 people who would have died. You changed their lives in a way they can never repay you for. You lived when you left that building, Issei. You fought the man who killed your parents and won. You are alive now, and you can live for your parents. That's what they would want for you. The boy looked at her, his eyes changed. She saw a new fire burn behind his eyes, and she knew in that moment that the dragon had revealed something that she couldn't quite explain. Whatever it was, she was thankful that Drake decided to help her, for whatever reason. The boy began to laugh. It was low at first, and slowly, it began to rise with each breath until he was laughing as loud as he could, tears streaming down his eyes. For my parents. Live for my parents. She took the opportunity to approach the boy carefully. Yes, live for them. Show the world who you are, let them know that the best of people sometimes have the most tragic history. Don't let the hate of someone who is gone now send you spiraling into further despair and ruin. You can be so much better, so much stronger than that. You can protect those you care about and stop others from suffering the same as you. You can. The people I care about are gone. He interrupted. His eyes shadowed now as he looked down sadly. Then make new people you care about. I am determined to give you a good life in as many ways possible, so if you need a place to start. She continued to approach him, slowly but steadily getting closer with each second. She studied him closely, his skin becoming paler with each passing second. She felt the same pinch of fear she felt at the hospital that she swore and hoped was wrong. The boy coughed. The action produced a cackling noise that sounded as if something slushed around deep in his throat. She began to move faster to the boy, her worry taking hold, but she hoped her suspicion was wrong. But as she approached, he bellowed over, blood spurting from his mouth with each body-rocking cough he had given. Her eyes opened wide. Her hope had been crushed once more that night. He was dying from his incomplete transformations into Juggernaut Drive. Forbidden power that used the life force of the host as the source of endless amounts of energy. It was a cataclysm of power that exploded inside the user, damaging the body, soul and mind of the host in ways unimaginable. She rushed to him at that moment, grabbing him in an attempt to hold him up. She looked at his face and she had never seen something so brutal. Blood from his mouth was something she expected and was prepared for. But the blood that took the place of his tears as well as the small bit his nose was losing, gave her worries that she could never imagine. She felt the energy leave him completely. But his eyes roamed around, as if searching for something that wasn't there. Her body began to glow golden, and his body did as well, but she knew it was going to be an even bigger struggle from this point forward to keep him alive. It was going to take a miracle. And the easiest way to save him would be played on Drake's part. And she wondered what chaos in the world that would bring. Help me get him inside. Issei looked around and recognized where he was immediately. It was same narrow corridor dimly lit by flickering torches that danced on the edge of death's wake. He knew where he had to go, and he remembered what transpired to his arrival here. He began to walk, the shadows shifting from wall to wall, forming figures in the corner of his eyes, where he would never dare look in this place of madness. He had remembered what he did to the girl who wanted to save him, what he did to those who protected her. He refused to become the thing he swore to kill that night with the dragon of madness that he knew awaited him at the end of this corridor, the same as every other night. With each new step, the silence pressed closer, and the darkness followed closer, making it difficult for him to catch his breath. He walked for what could have been hours, the figures in the corner of his eyes attacking each other, and some staring at him with their shaded bodies and red eyes. He remembered the girl that stared at him with terror in her eyes and saw himself. He was the one who showed her that fear, and he felt the regret inside of himself. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't be able to stand himself if he continued his rampage. A chamber formed in front of him, the shadows whispered incoherently behind him. He walked into the chamber that was endlessly wide and endlessly tall. And despite not being able to see the walls that made the place a chamber, he knew they were there. An illusion of his brain that refused to focus on the horrible truth around him. Before him stood a mirror that he approached unreluctantly. And as his reflection appeared, his expression in the mirror was the exact opposite of the one he had been wearing since walking in the place. The reflection looked calm and older. A perfectly straight face with an innocent smile. But the eyes showed alternate feelings, deranged insanity. The scary part was how calm he looked with all the hate, rage, vile and vanity that he knew was hidden behind the eyes of his reflection. He stepped closer though, knowing what to expect and knowing he wouldn't look away regardless. Behind Issei formed a giant red dragon he had recognized as Drake. He felt the presence build behind him and knew that there was something behind him. But he knew better than to turn. "You're dying once again, boy. And once more, you approach me for help." He stared at the dragon in the mirror, not replying. He knew he didn't need to. The dragon knew what he was thinking. "So, what will it be this time for power? Your humanity? Your soul? our souls are already one. He replied, and the dragon smiled. Perhaps. But there is always more to the story. You want to live. I want you to live. You are the strongest partner I have ever had. And the arrival of the fox yokai named Yasaka will be your greatest chance of succeeding where all other failed. What if I refuse? Refuse what? Let me explain your situation. You use Juggernaut Drive, the one fail-safe that is supposed to kill the host of me. That ability is forbidden and runs solely on the life force of you. You are dying as a result, and not even I want that. And deep down, I know you don't either. You can lie, but the truth is there is a book for me to read. You want power to protect those who you care about, and though your parents are gone and the damage is still there, you want to find new ones. You lie. Do I, little one? You said it yourself, our souls are linked. I see what you see and feel what you feel. I know what you think and see everything about you. I've seen worse than you ever have and have done far worse than you could ever imagine. I am the embodiment of destruction and chaos, and you wear the clothes to be the prince of it all. The emperor in new clothing. He didn't reply, he didn't know how. So, what will it be then, my child? What sacrifice is it this time that will breathe life into you anew? He looked at the dragon in the mirror. His thoughts shifted to the girl and her mother, then to the girls he saved and the people at his school. His friends and even the ones that hated him. He wondered if they were rooting for him. He wondered if they felt sorry. He wanted to go back. He wanted to be strong. He wanted power. But what price would he pay to obtain it? He thought of his predicament and knew his death was inevitable if he said anything else. His decision was made and he prayed that he would stay the same. My humanity. The dragon smiled as though his master plan had gone perfectly. Your heart it is then, little one. I like you. The willpower you have is more than I have ever seen before, and given the wars I have fought single-handedly, you should know that means a lot. You will keep a human appearance and your strength and life will be increased. Prepare yourself, little one. It's time to become a dragon. He felt pride at the praise the giant dragon gave him. He smiled, genuinely, with no other intention aside from a smile. But the burn that began to form in his chest was a pain so bad it took that away from him. He fell to his knees, but the ground below vanished. His body began to glow gold as the burning came and went in waves. He felt something grab onto him, and the comforting glow came from the world where he knew he laid unconscious. The pain had left and was replaced with a feeling of idle pulsing and slight aching. He knew who it was that was helping him as he looked at the golden energy. And even after all he had done, she still wanted to help him. He looked in the direction where he knew she was, but he only saw the vastness of the chasm that surrounded him. He opened his mouth to speak and hoped she would hear him whisper the only words he knew to say to her. The only words that could never truly explain how he fully felt towards her in that moment. Despite all the troubles, she stayed persistent to help him. Like a mother would for her children. A tear rolled down his eyes, vanishing below him. He knew his mother was gone. He accepted it, no matter the pain it brought him, because that's what his mother would want. To live. Thank you. Yasaka looked at the boy as she laid beside him, her body nude, pressed tightly against him and glowing golden. She knew it didn't seem correct and looked like she was taking advantage of him, but she didn't care. She wanted him to live, no matter what it would cost. And her senjutsu worked better with more skin contact. She was willing to do anything to save the boy and help him through his pain. She couldn't bear seeing him moan in pain as his magic literally attacked his own body. She knew he was going to live once she saw it happen. But that didn't mean she couldn't help him through the process. So that's exactly what she did as she clutched onto him, pressing her body against his in the privacy of the guest room she was originally going to make his. She looked at him and saw his lips moving gently. Her eyes grew for a second as she thought he was going to speak, but she closed them seconds later as nothing was said. But he was far more persistent than she thought, and her eyes widened once more as she heard the faintest of whispers that made her eyes tear up. Thank you. Chapter 4. Chrysanthemum Camellia. Issei vision was fuzzy. Muddled. And he couldn't grasp the gravity of his surroundings, or even begin to make sense of it. He was surrounded by a bewildering mess of invisible things, touchless and unseeable, but he could constantly feel them grazing past him with an intangible space between. The place where he resided was thick like syrup, but he breathed fine. He moved against an invisible glob of mass that seemed to sap his energy as he touched it, pulling further and further into the vast of the unknown space. He had tried moving, but found the darkness seemed to be the one inevitable constant in the sea of black, where he swore monsters lurked around him, waiting to break their idle movements to lunge at him in hunger. And he sunk closer to them with each passing second, knowing that there was no way for him to escape the darkness until time ran its course. He knew he was moving, but he knew he wasn't as well. The feeling was strange to him, and it felt like the substance licked past him, ruffling the hair on his arms and the back of his neck. He looked down at himself, seeing his body glow gold, as though it were a light shining in darkness. His hearing was impaired as an amalgamation of sounds bombarded him, both whispers, low and deep, and mangled roars of fury and anger. His body tingled the more his thoughts were left to himself, every part of him was immovable and numb. A numbness that was just enough to remind him he was still present, but also just enough to make it impossible to do anything. It was a scary feeling that made him feel both outstretched and shorter at the same time, as if his body was both larger and smaller than he could grasp. He felt both bigger and smaller than normal, and his head ached at that thought alone. He had only the faintest sense of self-consciousness and an even more vague sense of shape. He was confused and panicked, but he couldn't reflect anything as his mind ran rampant. He was curious, and he didn't know how to be cautious at all. His control over himself was impossible. It was like he was the observer of his own fate, and he was there for the rollercoaster of pain and terror brought to him by some bigger entity for a sick, twisted game of torment. Time was warped in his head, and he was consumed by an appalling vista of years that seemed to outstretch beyond him endlessly, forcing his head to pound as it struggled to grasp the reality of his own unknowable situation. He felt isolated at a single point, where the present was a misty haze of gray, acting as an island that floated in the black seas of infinity. How long had he been here? Hours? Days? Years? Suddenly, the void shifted and filled with a shifting kaleidoscope of colors and light that whizzed past him faster than his eyes could keep track of. Stars formed and almost blinked out like the torches in the corridor did, and the feeling of thousands of years passing had dawned on him as he was forced to remember the life of a single star. A small memory he recalled learning while at school. The colors began to slow, coming into focus and solidifying around him into a solid picture, but doing so slowly to antagonize him. The sounds began to lessen, and the whispers slowed down. The roars faded out, and soon he began to hear specific things enter his cochlea, voices that sound familiar. With the sound slowly transforming into words he could comprehend steadily, the feeling of self-awareness began to rise, and he knew he was no longer simply existing, but that he was now observing. And then he could see them. "Issei, do you want to go and see your friend Irina?" It was his mother who asked the question. Both his father and mother looked down at him. His heart crushed whatever it had left to hold on to. He wanted to fall to his knees, but couldn't. He was forced to run to his mother, squealing happily to see his friend. His eyes stung and his chest hurt. He doesn't want to live through these memories. He tried to open his mouth and beg for it to stop, but the only thing he could say were responses so old he had forgotten. He was guided by the hand of his mother, out the door into a brighter place, filled with the happiest of colors. Green, blue, yellow, red, pink and purple. He had forgotten how beautiful his mother's flower garden had been at the time. It was something he would always look past. He tugged against his mother's hold and looked at the flowers in great interest. "Oh? You want to look at the flowers?" His mother smiled down at him and guided him to the flowers. She kneeled beside him as he adored their beauty. He looked at the masterpiece his mother had created. Healthy green grass and rich soil gave birth to the most beautiful of flowers. Purple flowers, full and flush, laid a bed that formed the first layer to the replica of what he could assume was a slice of paradise. The purple flowers are called chrysanthemum. I know, it's a big and silly name. But it has a beautiful meaning. Did you know every flower has different meanings? The purple ones mean something simple. Honesty. His pain and sorrow washed away as he listened to his mother speak to him. He would never forget the names he was being told now. He would remember them forever. He pointed to the next layer, saying something that he couldn't hear. "Those pink ones, they're arzinia. They are one of my favorites. They serve as a reminder to never forget absent or lost friends. They are pretty, aren't they? With their bright yellow center, it's like they have their own personal sun, wouldn't you agree?" The next layer was blue and red. They looked like fluff balls of cotton, but their elegant deep blue and energetic red had caught his attention almost instantly. "Those are cornflowers. They are as simple as they are beautiful. They mean good fortune and wealth." He didn't need to point at the last one. The last ones are camellias. They can mean a lot of things. "I planted them for you," in red. The love for a new family member. Naturally, camellias can mean you trust destiny in the hands of someone else. It gives you a reason to live. Everything began to fade away at her words. He turned his head to look at his mother and saw her began to fade in a flurry of colors. He couldn't help but try and reach for her, to try and savor the memory for longer. As he turned and looked around, the ground began to disappear, and soon he found himself in the same place as before. Floating along in the black sea of infinity where things seemed to be irrelevant. He didn't want to awake from that memory. He wanted to go back. "It's time to face destiny, little one. Don't resist it. I know your feelings, but I see what you cannot, and I know things you couldn't comprehend. I am just as much you as you are me now." He didn't need to look to know who had spoken to him in his time of loss. But the truth behind his partner's words hid the lack of friendliness. He knew the dragon was correct. Things began to come into focus through odd and shifting colors. He was being swept away by black winds through gulfs of fathomless gray as needle-like pinnacles began to move miles below him, eyes watching him as he moved. Revelation hit him in a moment. He wasn't alone in the darkness. He felt a hideous fear clutch at him. He awoke with a startled lunge, beads of sweat dripping down his face as he was grabbed by tender arms in a loving embrace. "It's okay. It was all a dream, you're alright now." It was smooth and soothing. The woman was soft, and her hands moved like silk as she drew gently designs on his back. The movement was comforting and reminded him of the games his mother would play with him whenever he awoke from bad dreams. The memory brought him sadness at first, but he couldn't help playing the game as an all too familiar shape was drawn on his back. "Heart. You drew a heart." She smiled at his answer. He was well and responsive. That was more than she could have hoped for given the prior situation she found herself in. She was happy with the outcome of her actions, finally. "My mother. She would always draw shapes and patterns on my back when I awoke from nightmares. She would also do the same when I had trouble sleeping at night in storms. I was always scared of thunder." He let out a low chuckle as he finished, and Yasaka flinched slightly. The chuckle had let out more emotion than she had heard before, and it was chilling. But it was progress. She didn't need to say anything, she knew he would continue. "Actually, I was having a dream about her before I awoke." She stopped drawing shapes. She perked up slightly and let him go. She sat across from him and completely forgot for a moment that she was still completely naked. But he didn't seem to pay any attention at all. She knew from the information she gathered about his previously life, this was a reaction that was not normal for him. What kind of dream, Issei? She was afraid to know, and she hoped deep down it wasn't a dream of the murder she had seen and heard of from news channels and through pictures. She couldn't imagine how horrible it was to witness the whole thing once, nonetheless, experience it twice. He seemed to stare at nothing, at a single place on her stomach. He paid no attention to her bare skin, but much rather seemed interested in the world he was living in his own head. He suddenly shifted his head to make eye contact with her. Her eyes widened slightly at what she saw in his eyes. His brown eyes were encased in a thin, barely noticeable green ring that seemed to radiate more power than she cared to admit from a teenager. She showed me her flower garden. I had forgotten all about them until that dream. He looked away from her, his eyes meeting something on the wall that wasn't there. She told me what each flower meant. It was nice. I kind of wish I could stay there. It was so peaceful. But I know I have to keep moving. Flowers. Which flower in the garden was your favorite? She had been alive for a long time, and she knew her flowers well enough. And asking him this question forced him to move his thoughts along and think about himself in the present. Camellias. Her eyes widened only slightly. She wasn't expecting that. But it brought her happiness and hope. Camellias. You trust your destiny in the hands of someone else. They are beautiful, aren't they? Pink perfection. There were many colors for the flower, but the most common one was pink. Each color had an additional meaning, but they all meant roughly the same. Yeah. They were. She planted them red, and she told me she planted them for me. They were wonderful, standing above the other bushes of flowers, so well preserved. It's funny now. I've never really cared much for flowers. But I can't help myself but to find them beautiful. There was sadness in his voice that didn't go unnoticed by her. She reached for his left hand and held it in hers. Some people find happiness in the littlest of things, Issei. And that's okay. It's the values of the little things that mean the most. Yeah. She looked at him closely, the response was meaningless and was anti-progressive to how she was moments ago. How he replied showed that he had zero interest in continuing the conversation, and as sad and anxious as that made her, she understood why with each additional thought to what he had said. The memories were still painful, despite their happiness. She looked down at herself, her bare chest exposed. She picked up her left arm and used it to cover her breasts from the chilly air of the bedroom she was in. She rolled her right arm down her stomach and planted it between her legs. The warmth it brought her was comforting, but it felt wrong to think of it as anything other than just covering herself. Her thoughts were cut off as she heard his stomach growl, deep and low, and his face flinched in pain at the sound. She jumped up and got off the bed, getting dressed as fast as she could. The task wasn't hard for her at all, as she usually wore her traditional shrine maiden kimono wherever she went. She slipped the kimono over her shoulders and slung her normal white coat over the kimono and tied the two in place by a red ribbon around her waist. You must be hungry. I'll go cook some food. Do you have anything in mind that you would like? She asked, crossing her arms under her chest, unconsciously lifting her assets up towards him. She knew what she was doing, she was seeing how much of the old him was left, and she hoped there was more left than the new. He shook his head in disregard to her question. She lowered her arms, she took a breath and hoped it was just from being uncomfortable, but this was something she would need to try and fix. She knew he was still spiraling in a labyrinth of bad thoughts and hurt, and she had a feeling if she could pull him out, he would make a good recovery to be his normal self. Would you like to come with me, then? I'm sure my daughter would love to finally talk to you. She looked at him as he suddenly threw his head up and locked eyes with her. She stared deep into his chestnut brown eyes and saw a burning will to go after that. Her eyes widened slightly at the sudden action and movement. Your daughter? He asked, his question rushed out. She was shocked now, her mouth hung open as she tried of something to say. Her mind was now curious, he had broken out of his cage at the mention of his daughter. So, he had some connection to the girl that she couldn't possibly understand. She was going to use this to aid her in any way possible. She was now very curious. Yeah. Kunou is my daughter. I'm sure she will like you. She has always wanted a friend to play with, she said, turning and moving towards a drawer. She pulled a kimono out and handed it to him. He looked at it carefully, and realization dawned on him suddenly and almost comically as she saw the registration crawl over his face. He looked down suddenly, and then looked around. He grabbed the kimono with a vigor that was completely new to what she had seen from him. Why you were? And naked with me in the bed. His face flashed red and stayed that way as he slung the kimono over his shoulder and tied it together with a golden ribbon at the front. His blush never faded and the confusion never left his face. She smiled brightly. He was still there, deep down inside. She was happy, maybe for strange reasons, but she knew this was an amazing start now. She wondered why he acted so cold after their talk though, she had several ideas, but none made sense. Yeah. She was going to have some fun with this, how could she not? What's the problem with that? Does your husband know? He asked, he leaned away from her slightly and threw his arms up slightly in defense. Husband? I don't have a husband. Wait. Were you worried about that? Are you trying to say something to me? She brought a hand up to her mouth and widened her eyes at him in shock. She faked a blush as best as she could, and it seemed to work as he became even more flustered. And no. I didn't mean anything. He stammered out. My, how unfortunate. I should have known a young boy wouldn't be interested in me. She decided to continue her slight tease, thinking it was better than leaving him to his own device. She was finding his reactions to be quite cute as well, and she certainly did like how lively he was now. She turned and motioned him to follow her, deciding to stop teasing him for the better of his health. Come on then, Issei. I'm sure you are very hungry. And your phone is there beside you, if you have anyone you want to contact. Your messages were, well, blowing up. Popular much? He turned after standing, and true as she said, his phone lay delicately on a table beside the bed, plugged to an outlet by a charger that he immediately recognized as his own. It was wrapped in cloth, red and black designed. He smiled, that was his favorite color scheme. He reached for the phone and placed it in his pocket before turning and following the girl out the door with new questions he hadn't yet asked. Kuo Academy. It had been almost a month and a half since the announced death of Issei Haidu at her school, and Kata still felt the crippling weight of shame still weighing heavy on her shoulders. She looked up from her lap, where she twiddled her thumbs in anxiousness. All around her, the members of the kendo club sat with their heads hung low. She couldn't blame them, they all remembered what they did to Issei the night of his parents' murder. How could they forget? They had caught his friends peeping, but when they had reached them, they ditched Issei who seemed to have only just arrived and didn't actually commit the crime of peeping on any of them. But instead of hearing him out, they all took the opportunity to beat him for the mistake of his friends. She felt terrible, she looked down at her hands and felt sick. She was disgusted and ashamed. She never minded his perversion, but she always took the lead to punish him for them. She was jealous. And honestly, she enjoyed his peeping as strange as it sounded, not from his friends, but she didn't want him to peep on anyone else. That was where the problem arose. He was the first guy she had ever interacted with genuinely, and beyond his perversion, he was a very caring and loving individual who always showed a willingness to help others. She remembered how well she was always treated by him when she actually needed his support. She remembered the day she dropped her lunch in the dirt on the day of her school's first co-ed cultural festival. And he came to her as she sat under the shade of a tree, beads of sweat trickling down her face from the hot humid air of summer. She remembered how he handed her his lunch, all wrapped up in a neat red cloth. She refused at first, but after his insisting, she had accepted. It was the first meal given to her by a guy, and it was also the first time someone had shown an interest in her well-being. And after that, she had always felt close to him. But regardless of the feelings she held, she would always side with the members of the kendo club and beat him when they found him peeping. She joined the group at school who ridiculed him, called him a pervert. And the worst part was she didn't feel bad at all about siding with the other students. Siding with them secured her position in the rankings of people at the school. She hated herself for it now. She was ashamed and felt so horribly small. Her walls came crashing down when he was announced dead. She broke down on the spot, unable to control her tears. She had lost someone who had only ever shown her kindness despite his single act of perversion he actually did commit, when in return, she showed him only hatred, even when there was none inside her towards him. She was pathetic. When it was revealed the next day that he had somehow survived the attack with horrible injuries, she wanted to talk to him. No. She needed to talk with him, but she didn't know how, or if he would even talk back. She didn't know when he would wake up, and for the longest time, the thought was that he wouldn't wake up at all. She cried again at that news, and she begged her parents to go and see him. But regardless, they weren't allowed to see him, nobody was. News reporters were shut out, and police were becoming stricter with each passing day, and her anxiousness was becoming overpowered with sadness. She wanted to see him, but the order for him to be seen by no one was persistent. He had no family, and perhaps that was why she wanted to go more with each passing day. To show him that someone was there for him, caring, even when she wasn't a good friend at all. She pulled her phone from her pocket and looked at the screen as it flashed into life under the table she was sitting at. She scanned her fingerprint on the back of the phone, and the screen flashed to her homepage, where she immediately moved to her messages. She clicked on the name she had never had in her phone until prior Issei Haidu. She felt childish having his name with a heart at the end, but it brought her comfort, so she was never able to remove it. She looked at her last message, when she couldn't bring herself to read, or it would bring her to tears. Sent and unread. She looked at his name at the top. Offline. Since her first message to him, she had kept her phone on her at all times, hoping for something back from Issei. Her heart's always skipped beats when she got a message, but her shock faded when she found out who the messages were sent from. None of them from who she wanted it to be. She moved the phone back into her pocket and stood from the table. She gathered her things and slung them over her shoulder, catching the eyes of the other members who watched her with careful eyes. Cadis. Are you okay? She turned and looked at her friend in question. Brown hair tied in twin tails by red ribbons and brown eyes that looked downcast, stared at her in confusion. Yeah. I just want to go home. She replied, looking into her friend's eyes and speaking the language of telepathy to her. Murayama nodded, understanding the reasoning for her friend leaving. I see. I'll talk to you later then. Murayama said, yawning from her lack of sleep that showed from the barely noticeable bags below her eyes. Cadis nodded to her friend and continued her trail outside the room and into the main hall of the school. Several students remained late into the after hours of the school day. The student council had increased their focus in the student body. Ahead of her walked the student council president herself, Sona Citri. She never really paid much attention to her, but she was respected for her authority and pride in the school. Cadis walked opposite to her, Sona's gaze fixed at a single point ahead of her, radiating confidence and pride, while she felt her own gaze falter to the ground. She wished she was as strong as the student council president, but she just wasn't. She sped her steps up, she didn't want to stay in her presence for long. But as she walked past the girl who walked opposite, she heard the steps stop. After a few short steps more, she found herself stopping as well. Your name is Cadis, is that correct? She closed her eyes and tilted her head down. The way Sona had asked was a rhetorical question, and her tone made that evident without much work. Yes. Her reply to Sona was even less motivated. She sounded sad, like a dog who had been yelled at for something wrong. I know. You have changed, haven't you? Since the news of him came to our school, you've been changing. She said to her, her tone unwavering. Everyone has been. She wanted to escape the situation. You're running away from the question. You took the news of his death hard and then lit back up when he was revealed to be alive. But now that he hasn't been in touch with the school, you seem to have grown more down. Sona pride, Cadis looked down more, doing her best to cover her face with her pink hair. I miss him, okay? I guess you could say I like him, I have for a while, but I was too afraid of what other girls would think to say anything. I don't care anymore though, I'm ashamed. I'm sorry, I want to talk to him. To try and fix things. She replied, tears starting to stream down her face and fall to the floor below. I want to see him. But he is so far away now, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy he found people who would give him a new family, but I'm not strong. I want to see him. I miss him, and it hurts. I can't explain it. He deserves better than me. I am beginning to understand. You can stop now. I'm not sure if this will ease your mind or not, but he is still enrolled as a student here. If there were no intentions of him coming back to attend school here, he would have been taking off our rosters. And if that's not enough for you to believe, just wait. I know more than I could ever explain, but soon, you will discover that for yourself. Sona said, her words colliding with Cadis's mind and causing her tears to stop as her focus was averted to the war inside her head. He is coming back. How do you know? She stammered over her own words. Like I said, I know things. And you will come to understand soon enough. So far, you, the orc and the student council are the only ones that know this. So, keep it a secret. Truth is, I don't know why I decided to tell you, it was a gamble, but I trust you will follow your emotions all the way through, and then you would have found out anyways. She said as she began to walk away from Caddis, never turning back. Found out? What? She turned. Her eyes red from recently shed tears that still trickled down her face. She turned around. Confusion etched onto her face and continued her walk home. Once she had left the school building, after walking almost endlessly through the ghostly halls of her school that were only accompanied by the occasional maintenance man, she found herself in the courtyard. The afternoon air was nippy, and the wind bit at her skin as her steps echoed through the empty courtyard. The sky above was cloudy and hazy gray, allowing just enough light to pass through to make everything around her noticeable. The trickling of water filled her tickled ears along with the whistle of wind to form a duet of music that pulled on her heartstrings. It was peaceful, and she felt her muscles relax as she focused on the beautiful porcelain fountain that decorated the courtyard and admired its beauty from afar. It was pleasant to watch the fountain shoot water into the air in thick streams that fell to the next layer, where the process repeated with steady waterfalls to the base layer. She moved through the courtyard, looking down as she stepped on white tiles. She hadn't noticed before, but the patches of grass and granite epoxy mixed tiles made the courtyard beautiful. She enjoyed the decorations and colors that came from the flower garden at the base of the fountain that was all carefully maintained by the Kaizen committee. Of course, the flowers, tiles and grass were fairly recent additions to the school courtyard as it used to be barren. But it was decided after the supposed loss of Issei that the pavement would be removed and replaced. A week later, the cultivations of the land that was left had begun. She stopped walking before the garden. At her feet was a sign that she had come to cherish and visit once a day. The Haidu Garden. They were the flowers at the Haidu residency, and she come to know each of them by heart: chrysanthemum, zinnia, cornflowers and camellias. She had come to love their deeper meanings because they intrigued her and became something she would never forget. Honesty, remembrance, fortune and life. She loved them. She hoped inwardly that Issei knew their meaning, too. Her phone dinged in her pocket. She reached and pulled the device from her pocket and hit the power button. Her eyes widened and her hands began to shake as her mind began to register what her phone screen wrote. One unread message. Issei Haidu. I forgive you. I never blamed you, and I never thanked you for making my time. She scanned her fingerprint, her heart pounding in her chest violently enough to shake her vision and rock her body. She opened the message as fast as she could with 2 taps and read the rest. Enjoyable at Kuo. I'm sorry for my peeping, and I hope you forgive me. Don't feel sorry for me, I'm sure we will see each other again. As far as how I am, well, I'm better than I was. I have been fortunate enough to be taken in by a fantastic woman and her daughter. I want to come back to Kuo, and I hope I will be allowed to eventually, somehow, someway. I'll talk to you later. I've got to go. It was nice to talk to you. Tears rolled down her face and fell to the garden below. She felt something behind her, and she turned, her tears flinging to her sides. Behind her, in the doorway stood Sona, her eyes peering at her from a side glance, but not just staring at her. Staring through her. She walked past, leaving the doorway and leaving her alone. She knew then that Sona knew something she didn't about Issei. The look she gave her was enough to tell her she was being watched. She turned back to her phone and typed a response. Don't apologize. I'm the one that is sorry. I would love to talk to you later, Issei. Promise me. I miss you. We all miss you. She hesitated to send the message at the end, but sent it regardless, not caring about the words she used. She turned once more, this time looking towards the old schoolhouse, the meeting room of the occult research club, and her eyes met with strong and fierce light blue ones. She turned quickly and began to leave the school, happy at the outcome of the day. She moved with a purpose as she fast walked through the school gates and began to walk the sidewalk on the left side of the road towards her house. From the window of the old school building, sky blue eyes followed her from the window with great interest. Beautiful crimson hair accented the delicate features of the girl who watched Caddis leave the school with tears of happiness in her eyes. The girl knew why Caddis was happy, it was easy to tell. She hummed to herself happily. He has awoken. She spoke to herself, a smile grazing her face. Issei Haidu has finally awoken. You ready for a trip to Kyoto, Akeno? My, oh my. Do you even need to ask? A trip to Kyoto and to see the boy who has caught my king's attention. Chimed the voice of a beautiful black-haired girl, a smile on her delicate facial features as her beautiful violet eyes glistened. Chapter 5. Good days and bad days. It was nice to finally talk to you. Issei finished typing the message on his phone and pressed send. He lowered the device below the table he had been sat at and moved the device into his pocket with deft hands. He frowned inwardly, he hadn't even looked at the messages his friends had sent, but he knew they were all going to be similar to Caddis's. Regardless, he felt bad that he didn't spare them a single second of his time. It was a real exception to old rule of bros before hoes, but he didn't feel like talking much. He didn't know why he even replied to Caddis, honestly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A flash of red coming to him in that short moment. He kept his eyes closed, curious about the red he was seeing that now began to expand before him. His original fears of the situation had been eaten by his outstanding amounts of curiosity to the shifting red mist before him that he swore radiated warmth into his body. The mist began to form shapes around him, and soon he was looking at an almost replica of the room he was in. Everything was misty red, like evil silhouettes. He cocked his head down, as his vision was handled by something beyond his imagination. The earth below the floor of the building he was in boomed with the energy. Pure and completely colored without the smallest splotch of space in between. It all flowed in one direction, never moving back, if it was possible to even see a direction. When he focused close enough, he saw a flowing motion, but he couldn't tell if it was true or if his brain had been playing tricks on him. He tried to focus more and was bombarded with emotions from nowhere almost immediately. Tears came to his eyes, and he failed to understand why that happened, but he knew the emotions. The place he was in was screaming comfort, love, hope and trust. He opened his eyes and looked across from him. The younger girl who he had scared before was across from him, tapping him with her toes under the table. Hey. The small girl was certainly younger than him, maybe 3 or 4 years younger at best. But her voice sounded more refined than what a child's would be, and it was almost on a level that would be high school student worthy. He looked at the girl and her golden eyes that shone at him like bright curious little stars. He bowed his head to her, deeply as a sign of apology. I'm sorry for everything I did. I didn't mean to scare you, I was just afraid. I sincerely didn't mean to harm you in any way. I know this is a lot to ask, but could you find it in your heart to forgive me? The girl looked at him as he bowed. The bowing to her was something she was used to, yes, but not like this. Not from her future and potential. Never mind. She backpedaled at the table, a blush gracing her facial features. She stammered over her own words. And no. You don't have to apologize. You didn't hurt me. Besides. She lowered her head now to cover herself with the hair she had. Her final words came out as a mumble. I'm sorry, what was that last part? Issei asked, cocking his head to the side slightly. She looked up at him, her golden eyes peering into him in curiosity she wanted to explore. How could she help herself? She never spoke to many people, and she hardly had many friends, so the man that sat in front of her was curious to her, to say the least. She thought quickly about how to reply to fix her situation. Telling the truth about what she actually said was too embarrassing. It's okay. I have nothing to forgive you for. I can't imagine what you've been through, so I think the reaction is acceptable and understandable. And besides, it's not like you severely hurt anyone, they are all making an easy recovery. She worked her words in a way that made it sound better than it was. It worked as she got her expected reaction from him. His eyes eased slightly, and he seemed to have a weight lifted off him. I'm glad that you forgive me then. Well, how about we start over? I'm Issei and I hope we get along well. The girl looked at him with her head tilted slightly as her eyes sparkled like liquid glass. The way he had said it made it seem like he had a sadness that still washed over him. She could feel it radiate from him in waves as it slammed into her senses that were still so new to her. I'm sure me and you will get along very well, Issei. My name is Kunou, it's wonderful to meet you. She was enthusiastic and quick to her response. She hoped it was a good step forward in the right direction. Issei never got to reply, as Yasaka had finished preparing the food they were going to eat together and called it out to them. It was only a few seconds later that she laid most of the food out on the table, neatly in front of them both. They didn't dare take the food until she had joined them, but instead of eating after saying their thanks, they instead admired the intricacy of the food and how it had been arranged before them. It looked like something from a food novel. Before them were 3 bowls of rice, grilled chicken breast seasoned with black pepper and various other seasonings, complete with parsley on top, served with a neatly made omelette made with finely chopped basil and peppers cooked in. The aromatics of the food hit his nose and caused his mouth to salivate. As soon as his tongue had made contact with the food, his stomach pounded and convulsed. It felt like someone had hit him in the stomach with a sledgehammer swung with the might of a professional Louisville swatter, filled with the rage of Bruce Almighty. He swallowed the food immediately, taking no time to hardly chew, as the hunger shadowed his mind. Whoa, slow down. We don't want you to choke. It's been a while since I've last performed CPR. Unless your goal is to get CPR from me, in which case, please continue. Yasaka teased him once more, causing him to both slow his eating as well as develop a small shade of red on his face. The 3 of them continued eating, enjoying themselves and the heavenly food that Yasaka had prepared. So Issei, how are you feeling now? Yasaka asked, finishing her food and laying her utensils down. I feel a lot better now, thanks to you. The food was delicious. he replied, following in her pursuit and laying his utensils aside. Well. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I really am. I'm also quite happy you're eating, most people I've seen don't eat a lot after what you've been through. I'm glad to know that you have a strong enough will to hold your head high. Yasaka said to him, smiling at him widely. He didn't need to think much to know what she was referring to, but he smiled at her regardless. The pain wasn't as much for him anymore. Yeah, it still saddened him, but he felt focused and eased by some source inside him. Well. It may be strange, but I feel surprisingly at ease. I feel more focused. I have moments where I think I feel worried and nervous, but then it's like a fire in me consumes them, and I'm just calm. I know that sounds strange. He tried to explain to her. Actually, quite the opposite. I'm still learning about you myself, but Issei. You are a dragon. I don't mean some normal human with a dragon soul inside him, or a half-human, half-dragon, no. You are so fully linked with your sacred gear that you have essentially become its vessel. You are the only one who has ever gone so far, and as a result, you are the closer to a dragon than a human. The only hint of you being human is your current appearance. Even the supernatural world itself is buzzing at the revelation of the incarnative drag, as they already enjoy calling you. In fact, you are already becoming one of the biggest table talks since the last war. Yasaka explained, stopping herself from becoming too excited about the boy. He nodded as his thoughts moved fast. He knew he was a dragon now, Drake told him that. And he knew that the dragon was, without a doubt, a powerful one. But he wasn't entirely sure of the supernatural world around him, and he wanted to know more. The last war. The question was simple, but he felt it was important and contained loads of information. Yes. I suppose it's natural you would be interested, since you were only just recently introduced. Well, to put it simply, a long time ago there was a war that raged between the fallen angels, and devils. She began to explain to him. He nodded, listening intently as Kunou went for seconds, as though she heard the story a million times. The war was a long one, and almost wiped out most of the factions involved. In fact, most of them started dying out, and since most supernatural have extremely long lives, it's harder for them to produce offspring. As a result, they produced a certain reincarnation system to revive humans into their ranks and turn them into devils. As did the angels. A reincarnation system to turn humans into devils and angels. Is there a system for fallen angels? He asked, expecting to gain more valuable info that would assist him with his new situation. Not for fallen angels. You see, as long as there are angels bringing new angels in, some will always fall. And that's how fallen acquire their members. Devils acquire their members through the evil piece system, which is based on the game of chess's pieces. The angel system is based on a deck of cards. We will talk more about those two later. I believe you knew two devils at your school in Kuo. Ria's Gremory and Sona Citri. Wait, what? Issei almost jumped at that. That was insane news to him, and he was intrigued to say the least. His mind worked in overdrive. Does that mean the student council and the orc are all devils? That is correct. Sona Citri is the king of her peerage. And Ria's Gremory is the king of her group as well. I was actually hoping you would go back soon to aid Ria's in something very important to help bring my group and devils closer. An alliance of sorts. Yasaka explained to him further. Wow, so I was going to school with devils and didn't even know it. Unbelievable. And Drake has told me you were a fox. So, what faction does that make you? Issei asked, testing his own curiosity. I am a YOUKAI. More specifically, I'm the leader of the Kyoto YOUKAI faction. The nine-tailed fox. Yasaka replied simply. His confusion grew more. He didn't want to confuse himself anymore. He wanted to ask now how Kunou came to be, but he figured it wasn't a good subject. So, how did I end up with you? I was so close to two groups of devils, so how did they not get me first? The question he asked was good, and he hoped it would answer the questions he wanted deep down. His eyes went blank as they stared deep into her golden ones. She seemed to be deep in thought and conflict with herself. Perhaps it wasn't a polite way to treat someone who had given him a new life. But he needed to know. I'm very limited as to what I can do personally, but when I felt the power of the red dragon, I had to come to you immediately. I did everything I could to ensure your survival personally, and I would do it all again if I had to. The dragon inside you is a heavenly dragon. I didn't think you would want to live a life as a devil, so I laid claims to you myself. Doing so kept you human, but restricted what you were physically and magically capable of. However, now with the most recent events, you aren't human anymore and are more dragon than anything else. Yasaka replied with full eyes. She was trustworthy, and he couldn't sense an ounce of heinous intention. The main reason he wanted to know and pry so much was because he wanted to know if her saving him was for some personal gain for her. He wanted to know if she was just going to use him. I know it probably sounds like I'm just using you. And that couldn't be any falser. I have no intention to force you to do anything you don't want. You made the choice to become a full dragon. And you will be able to make many other choices like that. If you don't wish to help Rias, so be it. If you don't want to help in the alliance between the yokai and devils, I won't force you. I only hope that when the time comes, you make the right choice. She continued. With that, his questions were answered, and he didn't have any reason to not trust Yasaka. He didn't have a reason not to trust her anyway, but now he knew for sure. He bowed to her deeply, offering his highest respect. Thank you for your hospitality, Yasaka. I'm not sure how I could ever repay you. You don't have to repay me. Well, actually, I haven't asked you officially yet, but would you like to join us, Issei? Me and Kunou would love to have you here with us, as well as the rest of the YOUKAI faction. She asked with a large smile. Issei looked up at her, and to put things simply, Yasaka was beautiful. She practically beamed like the sun with her golden hair, bright smile and fiery eyes. He averted his eyes to Kunou next, who shared the same bright smile. Looking at the two side by side, it was very easy to tell how similar they were. From the smile, the eyes, the hair and gentle facial features, there was almost no mistaking it. How unbelievably similar they were. It would be an honor to be with you both. To him, the reply required little effort to form. Yasaka stood and moved beside him. She sat down and hugged him. He couldn't help himself, but let his thoughts wander as his shoulder pressed perfectly between her massive cleavage. Indeed. He was enjoying himself at the moment. Woo. There was a yell from outside, followed by several other yells and hoorays. He turned and looked at Yasaka in confusion. She looked at him with her bright gold eyes and explained with another smile. Those were my guards. They are happy to have you on their side. I'm sure the whole city will be celebrating you tonight. We will have to go watch what kind of show they will put on for you. Yasaka said, letting go of him and standing from her spot. Show? What do you mean? Issei was more than a little curious at what kind of show she was referring to. It appeared, though, he wouldn't receive a verbal description or hint of any sort. You'll see. The way she said that to him was borderline flirtatious. And the added wink at the end didn't help his confused man parts either. He didn't know if he wanted to see her as a mother figure or as something else entirely, and that was beginning to fluster him more than it should. Like family strokes, he couldn't believe this was happening. Well then. What's the plan now? Issei asked. Kunou stood as well, walking over and standing beside him. Well. I was thinking we could go out for a walk and talk for a bit. It would be nice. I could show you around the place and show you the beauties here in Kyoto. And since it's almost dark out anyways, it shouldn't be too long till the other yokai start celebrating. Yasaka said, holding her hand down for him to take. He reached up and took her hand. Smooth and silky soft skin met his coarse ones, and she pulled him up gently. Kunou stood fast beside him, and Yasaka didn't let go of his hand as they stood together, instead she kept it close to her body like couples often did with each other. She began to walk, and Issei followed her without thought. She guided him outside the home through a sliding door, and almost immediately his nose was filled with the sweetness of fresh air. His skin speckled from a chilled breeze as the sound insects buzzing and birds chirping filled his ear. And before him was a lush land of trees and bushes with leaves bigger than his body. The trees reached up tall but were just short enough to allow plants below them to grow just fine. The smell that filled his lungs was fresh, and the air was humid from freshly fallen rain. He was guided in further by the hands of Yasaka and Kunou on a path of large stone steps that jutted out from dew-dripping grass and moistened ground. The leaves above his head dropped down thick droplets of water onto his head, and soon he heard a steady trickling sound of water fill his ears. He looked at the two who had been guiding him, and they seemed to be talking to each other happily, but his mind was focused on the scenery around him that was completely foreign to him. He looked at the sky that was still filled with low-hanging gray clouds. It was becoming dark outside, and the cold was coming in waves that rapidly chilled him as they seemed to approach the stream he could only hear. New insects and birds joined into the rhythm of the night and sung their songs in different pitches as earlier creatures faded away slowly. He began to slow down with Yasaka, his hand still in hers. Kunou held his other hand as well, and she was pointing ahead while looking at him with bright eyes. See, Issei. I told you it was beautiful. Kunou said. Yasaka turned and back up behind him, patting his shoulder. Before him was a stream of trickling water, weaving between stones so well smoothed and polished it looked almost unnatural. But he knew better than to believe they were synthetic as he looked at the moss that grew on the opposite side of the refined stones. Leaves danced together in the treetops above him, the sound mixing with the trickling of the water almost perfectly. But the one key detail that made everything sparkle like a million stars in the night sky he couldn't see above was that there was a natural opening in the trees that allowed him to look down at the city below. Beautiful night light sparkled in his vision as he watched them intently, the sounds of nature still filling his head. He turned his head and looked at Kunou. Her eyes were big and bright, and in them, he could see the reflection of light shine like the stars he imagined them to be. Everything looked perfect as the night became fully dark. It was like the image came from a fantasy book. He turned and looked at Yasaka. The same beautiful shimmer of lights that were in Kunou's eyes sparkled behind hers as well. Kunou quickly looked back at him and smiled brightly. "Look, Issei, it's about to start. It's for you, you wouldn't want to miss it. They will probably do something big." Issei was still curious what kind of thing they were going to do to celebrate. But his curiosity was soon lost as a single bright ball was launched into the distant sky, leaving behind a trail of golden sparkles, and a heavy streak of burning gold lingered behind it, spiraling like a helix. The bright burning gold ball traveled higher and higher up, almost reaching the clouds, but whizzing out at what looked to be just before. Then there was a loud thud, as though a gun had shot somewhere in the city below, and suddenly, the sky lit up as thousands of lights exploded in the sky in a large radius. A concussive blast moved noticeably through the air, and the leaves around Issei shook and rustled violently. There was an explosion that filled his ears and shook him to his core. Shortly after, there followed a series of lesser explosions. His vision filled with hundreds of different colored explosions of many designs with compact centers. "Wow. That's the biggest one I've ever seen," Kunou exclaimed, eyes filled with excitement and amazement. He looked up at the twinkling fireworks with her, his eyes never leaving. However, the singular firework was far from being done. Hundreds of other fires blew up, these ones caused from the same first firework. Many exploded above their head, and hundreds more filled the sky completely, beautiful white, gold and blue, expanding to their furthest point, before they began to fall to the ground and leave a long golden trail of light with them. The sheer radius that one firework alone had was extraordinary, and the fact there were hundreds of other fireworks that came after made the whole thing breathtaking. And with the first firework ending, more began to set off below. Arms wrapped around him from behind, and without looking, he knew it was Yasaka. She moved behind him, and he felt her hot breath on his neck. "The first one was in celebration for you. Now. As for the getting to know each other better part from earlier. You asked about my husband. I don't have one. I haven't had one, and Kunou over there. She has never had a father figure. Or anyone to look up to as a father, for that matter," Yasaka said, her arm squeezing him harder, pulling him closer as he could only stare ahead at the magnificent flashing lights. He looked at Kunou, her eyes glued to the firework display, and he swore he saw tears swelling in the side of her eyes. She always wanted to see the fireworks with her father. She has always loved them so much. He reached up and grabbed her arm. He didn't know if his action would help any, but he figured it would bring some amount of comfort regardless. She continued. "I would always take her to see them." He took a step forward towards Kunou, letting Yasaka's arms fall down to her side. She brought one up to caress her arms as she watched Issei move to her daughter. He stood beside the young girl and began to talk to her while watching the fireworks. "They're beautiful, aren't they, Kunou?" Issei asked the girl. She turned and looked at him with her same teary and star-speckled eyes. She took a step closer to him and pinched the sleeve of his right arm, holding him from moving. "They are amazing. I've wanted to see the big one for a long time. I've never seen anything like it. It covered the whole sky." Her excitement dripped with her words, and Issei smiled at her enthusiasm. "Yeah, wasn't it incredible? I haven't seen anything quite like it either," he replied to her, crouching down near her. "You know, I've always loved watching the fireworks. My parents used to take me all the time when I was younger, but for the last 5 or so years, they were always busy with work." The girl grabbed his arm. He didn't know why he was saying the things he was. It wasn't his place to insert himself, and to him he felt out of place. He thought continuing the conversation with her would lead him to hallowed ground that he wasn't sure he wanted to tread on. He wasn't even sure how he would approach the subject. He had a father at one point. This girl never had one to begin with. He had someone to miss. She missed someone who simply never existed, however that was possible. How do you even begin to approach that? "I'm sorry. Now that they are gone, I can't help but feel drawn to what's still in front of me. I didn't mean to ruin the mood or anything, I was just thinking that we should get to know each other better, since we're living together," Issei said to the girl who still looked out at the fireworks with the same expression of happiness. "You're amazing. How do you do it?" Kunou asked him, moving closer and pulling his arm around her shoulders. His mouth hung open slightly with words forming that he couldn't get out. "I was created into a life like this, and you were born into a normal life. A life without supernatural. And yet you've seen things I couldn't imagine. Things I couldn't handle. Things I know I will see but haven't yet. You've had everything you have ever known stripped away from you by someone for no reason. So how do you do it? How are you finding time to try and help me when you hardly know me?" He had no idea how to reply. She was right. He hardly knew her at all, the only thing he knew was that her mother was trying to give him a life worth living. He owed it to her mother to try, but he knew deep inside that there was more to his reason than that. He wasn't obliged to help at all, he didn't even know how. It wasn't like he could give her a solution to the problem. I know why you came over here, my mother told you about how I wanted to see the fireworks with my father. I'm fine, really. I've never had a father to miss, I've never had one to look up to, so after a while it just fades away. The girl said to him. He was in over his head and drowning. He didn't know what to do, but he had to speak. You're right. Your mother told me. But she didn't tell me to come over here to you. She wanted me to know, so I could know you better. I came over here because I wanted to learn these things from you personally. It's better that way, right? I won't make you tell me anything. I have secrets, and keeping them make me feel at ease, so if you have some you want to keep, then so be it. The only thing I can say to you now, and I hope you listen. The girl looked away from the fireworks and stared into his eyes. There are things in our life that we can't change, and that's alright. It's okay to be sad about it, but it's important to not let those things ruin the good things in life and make them less important than they truly are. Don't let the bad things in life hold you down, it's important we keep moving forward because sometimes what is truly important to us has been in front of us the whole time. Issei finished what he said, sounding like some old wise man who had seen the end of time itself. It sounded cheesy, and he wouldn't have ever said that, but something just clicked with the words and his brain as he said them. He hoped what he said brought the girl comfort as much as he hoped he could one day take his own advice. My. When did you become so wise, Issei? A voice behind him chimed. He turned and faced Yasaka as she smiled at him with a new happiness. I guess. The same way everybody else becomes wise. I just had a few really bad days. He said, looking down at the ground between him and Kunou. He turned and looked back at the fireworks. They had started slowing and were clearly almost finished, but he watched several more explode in the distance. Kunou looked up at him as he turned away and looked at the fireworks that were still booming in the distance. She hadn't felt anything that could help her accurately explain how she felt in that exact moment. She wouldn't forget what he said to her, she would remember every single word, from today and onward. She felt tears sting at her eyes as she looked up at him, and she fought back as much as she could to prevent her tears from springing forward, but her attempt was futile. She lunged into him, wrapping her arms around him and crying into the soft fabric that covered his chest. She sobbed the words thank you into his chest repeatedly as he patted her head in a caring embrace. She pulled away from him as her sobs slowed, and she just hugged him while she watched the remaining fireworks. Her mother came and grabbed the two in a hug together, and they watched the remaining fireworks as a group of three held together in a big embrace. Soon, the fireworks stopped, and they were left staring at the massive cloud of smoke that the fireworks had left in their wake. After only a few seconds of silence between the three, Yasaka had been the one to break the silence first. Well, that was beautiful. How about we head back inside now? It's getting late. Though I'm sure we won't fall fast asleep, it would still be nice and relaxing. She said, letting them go so they could move. But the sight that she saw only moments after would truly show how much Issei had truly done for her and Kunou. Kunou tugged his arm down towards her gently. Can I ride on your shoulders? She was shocked at how her daughter had acted towards Issei already, but she was also happy that she already developed a strong trust for him. She watched as Issei crouched to a kneel beside Kunou. She stepped around his head and he hoisted her up like it was something easy. She locked her legs around his chest and grabbed his head to hold herself. She looked happy being taller than the men being propped on his shoulders. He would never know how much he had helped her today alone. His help was ineffable to her. She moved beside Issei and grabbed his left hand, while his other went up to support Kunou from falling. She moved his hand down to her side, and together they moved back home, hand in hand and with Yasaka's daughter on Issei's shoulder. One big and happy family. Chapter 6. I've missed you more. As we speak to you all at the moment, Kyoto has launched an unbelievable fireworks show. The reason for this is currently unknown, but we do know the first firework of this performance currently holds the world record title of being the largest firework in the world. Cadis looked at the television screen in wonder at the news channel she had turned on that displayed an elaborate view of the fireworks from a spectator's point of view. She flipped up her phone and looked at her messages shortly into watching the fireworks. She had received a text from Murayama, but none from who she was hoping to receive one from. She looked at Issei's name right below Murayama's, the heart still beside it. She clicked on her unread message from Murayama. Hey girl, are you seeing the fireworks in Kyoto right now? I wish they caught the big one, I would have loved to have seen that. She typed back a quick response to her best friend. Yeah, I'm watching them now. I just got out of the shower and turned the TV on, it was the first thing I saw. I wonder what the fireworks are for. You think they will announce it soon? To say that Cadis was curious about why such an event was taking place was an understatement. She watched the fireworks on her screen and was amazed at how elaborate and large the event was, and the fact that nobody knew about it ahead of time was enough to strike anyone's interest. Her phone dinged, and she looked at the reply that awaited her. I'm not sure if they will announce the reason for the fireworks now or later, since it was so sudden. But whatever the reason was, it must have been good. Well, any news from Issei? She backpedaled and read the question again, then again. She had forgotten to tell Murayama about her text from Issei. A sudden wave of happiness and excitement enveloped her. OMG. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. He finally replied to me. He said he was doing better, and at the moment he is in Kyoto staying with a family who took him in. He said he wanted to come back to Kuo also. And I think he will be coming back as well, for school. She sent the message, and it wasn't hardly any time at all before the 3 dots at the bottom of her screen started moving, indicating that Murayama was typing a response. Seriously? That's great. That means you can finally start talking to him. You'll start feeling better. I mean, you were going to try and get closer to him, right? I mean, you have been really sad that he has been gone and injured. It was a surprise to us all, but I'm sure he will talk to you as well. She breathed in a sharp deep breath of the warm air that bellowed out from her bathroom. The acute smell of lavender and vanilla filled her nose sweetly, bringing a smile to her face as she felt happy and relaxed. Yeah. I'm glad he is alright, and I'll be sure to keep talking to him. I don't want to lose this chance. Looking bad before all this happened, I just feel so sick at myself for how I beat him, pervert or not, I could have handled it differently. She sat her phone down on her chest and looked at the TV. It was true, she felt traumatized and ashamed of herself when news of what happened to Issei came to the school. Even Murayama felt bad about it, even if she wouldn't admit to it. She and her friends had hurt him so bad that day, and yet he smiled, took the punishment on behalf of his friends, and walked away without a word, then proceeded to do exactly what he enjoyed doing like nothing had happened to begin with. She remembered how Issei had treated her when she lost her lunch, and she had never felt more guilt. She wouldn't let this opportunity with him pass right by her. She looked over at the television screen and wondered if Issei was watching the fireworks as well. She grabbed one of her pillows and hugged it close to her chest. She couldn't help but imagine the pillow as being a person. That was the purpose of its eyes after all. Not just any person though, she imagined it was none other than Issei himself. She was embarrassed to do something so perverse. But it brought her some comfort as she watched the fireworks and imagined Issei was too. She pressed her blushing face into the pillow as her phone went off again. Cadis. I understand. But you can get closer to him, he's alive and he is talking to you. From what I've heard so far, you're the only one he has spoken to so far. Not even his friends have gotten texts back from him. I can't confirm it, but surely that means something for you. And even then, I'll support you the entire way. She smiled to herself till it hurt and tears stung her eyes. Had Issei seriously only replied to her? Out of everyone who had messaged him and were worried about him? Yeah, that did make her feel special, but the whole idea was bizarre to her. She began to type a response to her friend, but a comment on the news channel had caught her attention. She blinked as the scene changed from the fireworks to a shot of a reporter asking questions on the ground. She was curious now. Sure, the fireworks were nice, but why were they being shot so early? So, this fireworks show is amazingly elaborate and quite impressive. Has this been planned for a while or was it for a special occasion? It was the reporter who asked a big question to a civilian on the streets. The man the reporter questioned was dressed in a long coat that was black with red patterns much like diamonds. Ah, well no, this wasn't planned very long at all, actually. This was a very sudden spur of the moment kind of thing, and everything has been put on privately by others to celebrate the awakening of Issei Haidu. Her eyes widened and she released her phone, leaving to fall to land on her bed and bounce back up. As soon as it landed for a second time though, her messages began to blow up. It was notification bell after notification bell, continuing for a few seconds before calming down. She swallowed a lump that formed in her throat and stood off her bed, taking a step towards the television. She felt like she was missing something important. She turned and looked at the cup of water that she had set on the table beside her bed. She moved and grabbed the cup in a hurry and chugged the liquid down without any problems. Once she was done, she set the cup down and sat down at the edge of her bed. She reached for her phone. The messages she saw were from many people, but she scrolled through them, looking for Murayama. Cadis. The fireworks are for Issei. They are for him. She didn't know what to say. She was a genuine loss of words about the situation. She knew they were for him, she saw it too. But she cleared her last typed message and began anew. Yeah, I saw. I think I will talk to him tomorrow, hopefully. I'm tired, so I think I'm going to go to bed. Good night, sleep well. It was lie. How could she possibly go to sleep with all the fresh things running through her head? She laid her phone down on the wireless charger placed on her table and turned off the lamp that lit her room. She curled up in a ball as her phone rang once more, and she hugged the pillow close to her and closed her eyes as the news channel spoke more about Issei and the event before it showed the fireworks once more. She watched intently, knowing that he would be watching as well. But still, she couldn't get over the sneaking feeling that she was missing something. From her encounter with Sona earlier to the fireworks show in celebration of Issei. Something felt strange. Murders by knives weren't strange in Japan, and there were some much worse than Issei's, and others never received large-scale celebrations like Issei did. Something felt very strange to her about. There was something about Issei she didn't know that Sona did. She shook the thought away for a later day. Knowing she would need to confront Sona eventually. Good night Issei, sleep well. The street Irina found herself walking down with her closest friend in tow was dark and filled with people who were all looking into the sky. The midnight air nipped at her sensitive skin as people talked and laughed around them. They was in Kyoto, searching for the Red Dragon by the request of Michael. Of course, she wasn't given much information to go on, only an area and who had him. She knew the name Yasaka well enough to fear and respect the woman who was the queen of the YOUKAI, and she knew she would have to tread very carefully in this territory. It was Lord Michael's wish that the angels establish a relationship with the dragon. But she wasn't given any information about him, she wasn't even given a name. She had only been given a file of his reincarnation, and even then, most information was expunged or redacted because she wasn't an angel yet. She sighed a heavy breath. It had been so long since she was last in Japan. She hadn't kept up with her best friend at the time, and she wondered how Issei was doing. She contemplated about how she could ask for time off to go visit him and his family. She hoped they were doing good. Irina, is there an event going on today? There are people lined up in the streets, lights are out, and everyone is facing the sky. She turned to her friend named Zenobia. She was correct, it looked like they were walking through Kyoto during a party or celebration of some kind. You're right Zenobia. It does look like something is happening, I wonder why. I don't recall there being anything special about today. They shifted through the crowd together, moving in the general direction of the torii gates that lead to Yasaka. She was told that Yasaka's home was on sacred grounds, and there was a shrine there as well, so it surely shouldn't be that hard to locate. And even if she struggled to find it, there were plenty of people around who could help them out. She picked up her pace. But her ears picked up the sounds of a conversation that began to form between the crowd. She stopped dead in her tracks. So, you remember that boy who had his parents murdered? Yeah, the poor kid. I couldn't imagine how he feels. Apparently, it was so bad, the public refused to give an open and proper burial. It was kept private, and even then, the bodies weren't actually shown. Yeah, but he is with us now. It is a terrible thing, I know. But he can live on now and carry his family name with him. Haidu, wasn't it? Hope. I think that's a fitting name to have. Irina's eyes widened. She refused to believe it. Her mind played tricks on her, and even if it were true, it was all surely a misunderstanding. It wasn't the same Haidu she grew up with, he was very far from being anything supernatural or special for that matter. His family didn't associate with any religion. She shook her head and swallowed again. Wasn't he from Kuo? He came from a good distance away too. Her heart almost stopped then, and she felt something in the back of her throat squeezed together in a way she wasn't used to. It was too specific. She doubted herself, she refused to believe that Issei, as kind and innocent as he was the one who was given such a horrible fate. She swallowed her fear once more. The people around her haven't said a first name yet, and maybe Issei moved away from Kuo after his first school shut down. The only other school was an all-women's academy anyways. Yeah, surely, he is still fine. A loud, ear-deafening explosion sounded a moderate distance away. But the streets echoed the bang without regard to the amount of people standing in them. The sound came out multi-toned, almost like it had been tuned by the angles of the streets alone. It forced her ears to ring as she wasn't prepared for the sudden bang of noise. She looked in the direction, suppressing her thoughts and searching for houses or any sign of an attack. But she found nothing but a long golden stream of fire streaking its way through the air, higher and higher. Fireworks. Zenobia questioned, trailing the firework with her eyes as it began to fade out. A second explosion erupted, sending a shockwave unlike anything Irina had felt before. She almost fell over, and several car alarms went off from the force. Her ears popped and ached, but her eyes forced their way to the firework as she covered her ears. Hundreds of waterfall fireworks shimmered to the ground in streaks of sparkling gold light. Backed by those were crossette firework in multiple colors and brigades of all colors. The compact center of each explosion sent more shockwaves through the streets, and yells all around them erupted. She mistakenly removed her hand from her ears, but the single firework was far from being done. Above her. No. Everywhere in the sky that she could see was suddenly filled with light. Chrysanthemum and peony fireworks exploded closer to the center of the main firework. Pistols exploded in a ring further away, but closer to where she was. Strobe fireworks in turbillions exploded above her head in brilliant colors of gold, blue and orange. It was the largest, most beautiful explosion of colors that she had ever seen. She was amazed, and her ears hurt a lot less as the others exploded in the air, with hundreds of out-of-sync explosions, forming the chorus of 100 thunderclaps. She felt speckles of debris fall down onto her, and she expected this from how low some of them had been. The last fireworks to go off were extremely low to the ground and covered an extremely large radius at that. Yeah. In honor of Issei. Her heart sunk and began to beat with a force that threatened to knock her out. She felt a pain form in her chest and behind her eyes in the worst way. For Issei. A tear rolled down her cheek. She knew her hopes were wrong, but she still prayed she was right that it wasn't the same Issei. She quickly turned and ran through the streets as the fireworks show progressed around them. Irina. Zenobia shouted, falling behind slightly as the crowd shifted. She moved through them with some struggle, but managed to catch up with Irina. Thankfully, she didn't burst out in a full sprint. What's the plan? Are we using the fireworks as a way to get to the Red Dragon easier? From the information I have gathered, we now know his name is Issei. Irina kept running, not noticing her pace had begun to slow slightly, just enough to let Zenobia catch up to her side. She didn't want her friend to see her like this, and she hoped the hot tears streaming down her face weren't noticed by the girl running behind her either. We need to be careful about this. I believe everyone around us is a YOUKAI of some kind who serve under Lady Yasaka, so we need to tread carefully if we are going to walk up to her front door. Zenobia said. But her eyes widened when she saw a single tear fall from her friend and partner. She knew now that something wasn't right, it wasn't normal for her friend to cry. Now that she thought about it, this was the first time she had seen her cry since they have been together. Irina. What's wrong? Stop for a second, you can talk to me. Irina slowed to a stop, obliging Zenobia request. She looked down at the ground and let her tears fall again. She was sad and worried. How could she not be? Issei was still her childhood friend who she harbored deep feelings for. She desperately wanted it all to be a trick, and she wanted Issei to be safe with his family. But her mind worked against her, naturally. The Red Dragon Emperor. No. Issei. I think he is my childhood friend. I hope it's not true, I desperately pray that he is fine and with his family. I pray, but I can't get the thought of my childhood friend out of my head. I've wanted to see him for so long, and it's all I thought about while we were on our way here. But, not like this. I feel sick. The documents about his family. Oh, God. No. Irina felt weak at her knees, she leaned over and used her knees as support, not to regain her stamina, but to stop herself from being sicker than she could handle. She hadn't ever felt like this, and the predicament she found herself in only made her feel worse. Zenobia moved and patted her friend on the back. She hadn't seen her act like this before, so this boy, whoever he was, must be very important to her. She remembered the documents they read over on their way to Japan. Photos of him were redacted, his name was expunged. They were kept silent, maybe as a test to see what they could do on their own with little information. But the data that was still there was still horrible. It summarized the murder of his parents in detail, and she would agree that it was one of the more gruesome things she had ever read. No wonder most devils didn't interact much with humans. What was the point in being evil and making human life miserable when humans would always find worse things than a devil would? Be strong, Irina. We don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, you can be here for him now. I don't think Michael would mind you staying at his side. In fact, I believe he would like that quite a bit. You can be there to help him in his time of strife. Zenobia tried to comfort her friend to the best of her abilities, but it was never one of her strong high points in interaction. Irina took in another deep breath. Zenobia was right. She hasn't been here for him for a long time, but now she could be. She could help him and be by his side. She wouldn't let anyone or anything get in her way from that. She swallowed her sadness. She needed to be strong, she would be standing beside the Red Dragon, one of the most fearful existences, in the name of Lord Michael and all of heaven, she wouldn't fail. She wouldn't fail, Issei. Not this time. Not again. You're right, Zenobia. I can be there for him now. Thank you. I guess we should start moving. We still have a good distance to move, I think. She spoke before starting to move in a steady jog once more. This time, Zenobia was beside her the whole way, and Irina couldn't feel more thankful for that. They moved towards the large trees that lined the side of the city they ran through. Irina read enough into the quest to know the direction to go and where the house of Yasaka would roughly be, but she didn't know specifically where to go or even where it was. Once they broke free from the city, leaving the fireworks behind them, they moved to the tree line from beyond a field of grass. Immediately, they felt the shift of the air around them as they moved deeper into the woods. It was like a strong presence came over them, almost as if they had phased through a magic barrier that was now trying to strangle them. She moved through the air that now grated against her like a thick syrup. A thick syrup that became harder to inhale with each deep breath she took. She slowed her jogging, and Zenobia followed, noticing the thickening air with each step. Irina. The air. This isn't good. It feels like we leaped into enemy territory. We should be careful and reserve our strength. Her friend was correct, and she knew it. Her stamina and strength was on the line, and if she wasn't careful, she could push herself into a terrible situation. And given her current situation, with where she was as well as intruding on the YOUKAI leader's territory, she could have said that to literally anyone who she was, and she would have been taken straight to her and Issei. But she chose to sneak in. She felt so stupid now. How had she been so blinded by her own want to go to Issei that she put the both of them in danger? She paused her thoughts. She already knew why she was so blinded. She knew deep down why. She looked down at her feet as she walked, trying to concentrate on her breathing, which only made it harder. It wasn't helping her any that her hearing was becoming intruded by the sounds of the forest's night crawlers. Birds cawed themselves to slumber, water trickled around her, but she couldn't pinpoint where the sound came from. It was a cacophony of mangled sounds that filled her ears, and it was almost terrifying. There was crackles of wood beneath her feet as she snapped fallen twigs and crunched dried leaves. Birds chirped and sung in low tones, and the whole situation seemed almost impossible. Since when had Kyoto had such lush forests so close to civilization? There was a screech, almost like an animal exhaling painfully. She turned towards the sound, and just as she did, both her and Zenobia immediately shifted around as bushes behind them ruffled with movement by a source they hadn't detected was even there. Irina. I have a very bad feeling about this place. Zenobia admitted, as the hair on their arms indicated both of their discomfort as they stood straight. Goosebumps formed along Irina's arms, and despite knowing the sounds were from creatures she couldn't see, it failed to make the noises any less terrifying. There was a low croaking noise that came to them next, as if a giant frog tried to make its presence known, and the wind soon caught up. The canopy of trees rustled leaves together and sticks clucked together like bones and fell around them. Zenobia noticed something that made fear creep over her. She looked at the fireworks between the trees. Not only were they still going off and strobe lighting the ground around them, but they were completely silent. Irina. Can you hear the fireworks? Look up. The fireworks. Haven't they stopped already? Irina replied, turning and looking up at the sky. The fireworks were still exploding above, lighting the sky in a series of flashes. She was about to question her friend once more about why she was pointing the fireworks out, but once she realized where she was it dawned on her something was wrong. Very wrong. Oh. They are silent. Oh God, does that mean we are inside of something? The bushes moved behind them again, but this time, something came out of it. Whatever it was, if it was aimed for them, it missed. It whizzed above them and sliced the wind, leaving a thin red streak in the air as it went. They couldn't tell if the object was an attack or a warning, but they couldn't go back now. It was a feeling that came over them, that nothing was going to be that simple anymore. Zenobia. Do you know any animals that can do something like that? Irina asked, pulling her sword from her back. Zenobia followed suit after her, preparing herself for fight. The sounds of owls screeching grew louder and almost sounded like they had surrounded them. Crickets chirped around them wickedly. Roars of primal fury whipped themselves to demonic-like heights by howls and squawking ecstasies that tore through the darkness between the trees and reverberated into their cores like pestilential tempests. The sounds of night terrors reflected one synonymous emotion. Fear. What did the animals in the forest fear that they couldn't see? Irina. I've had a dream like this once. It's not possible. It shouldn't be possible, but they are almost identical. Let's get out of here, now. Please. It struck a note within her own physical body that made her feel more fear. So, this place was showing their fears. She needed to know more, learn more, but how? The less organized yells began to die out, and what was left formed a well-drilled chorus of deep noises, singing something that resembled a hideous sing-song chant that practically screamed run. And before the noises could invade their ears again, they died out just as suddenly as they had started. It was an immediate transition that left their ears ringing. It was a death-like silence that left them longing for a sound of some kind to drown the noises of their bodily organs working in their ears. They could hear their heartbeats and their stomach fluid swish as their stomach churned in anxiety. There was a scurrying noise of movement several paces ahead of them that caused them both to turn fast, swords bore and ready to strike. Bushes rustled once more, and the sound of multiple eggs stepping on moist ground brought the creature out and into their sight. The horror that stared back at them was a crawling monstrosity which had probably come from a hole leading to hell. It dragged a wet, glistening haired body laboriously across the ground in front of them. It regarded them with bleak eyes that were set on stalk. The creature had a long, serrated beak that dropped open and began to make a noise that weirdly mimicked human speech. Plaintive, even sounding almost desperate. And as terrifying as the thing looked, it was smaller than a foot. small enough to be stepped on like a crab. What the fuck? Irina had seen spiders before, but this was far from a spider. And looking at its claws and spider-like legs, it vaguely resembled a lobster. But the beak and attempt at speaking justified to her that it was far from a lobster, and they weren't even near a source that could inhabit a lobster to begin with. Despite its almost comical words to the two of them, the creature didn't seem afraid of them at all. She couldn't tell if it was even dangerous or not. But if it came from Zenovia's dreams, then what exactly was it? Zenovia? Did this come from a dream of yours? She asked her friend, keeping her guard up regardless. She was confused mentally at the unexplainable situation she was in, too much so to even care about what happened in the sky above her. No, I don't know what that thing is. Should we kill it? At her question, the creature perked up, almost like it understood them. It had front arms with claws attached that had been hidden under its belly. The gleam of light indicated they were almost razor-sharp and jagged like the teeth of a feral animal. Kill. The thing spoke out through its beak, almost like a bird mimicking human speech. Their eyes widened. The creature had learned a word after hearing it once. Did that mean the first thing it said was learned also? She looked at the eerie presence of the creature. Was it bad that she felt some terrifying power from it? The claws and bleak eyes told her what happened to the others before her. The creature raised a claw, but instead of charging them, it simply swung down. A red slash erupted from its claw and slashed towards them. She lunged out of the way and watched as the slash chopped through a tree diagonally, leaving a clean slice straight through, perfectly. If it wasn't for her own fast thinking, it probably would have sliced clean through her. She was too focused on the last slash that she failed to see the second coming right through to her. There was a horrible sound of metal slicing through meat that filled the air around her. She felt no pain, but she felt the liquid drip onto her face and knew what had happened. Issei. Issei. The three of them. Yasaka, Issei and Kunou. Looked at the two girls on the bed. One had been completely still and sleeping peacefully, the other appeared to be living a nightmare. The one who slept peacefully had chin-length blue hair with a single green-dyed streak on the right side of her head. She wore a black, skin-tight leotard with pauldrons held on by black straps. Over that, she wore a white hooded cloak with blue accents at the neck fold and golden tassels on both the left and right sides. The other girl, and the one who had mumbled his name, was very beautiful to say the least. She had chestnut-colored hair that was tied by two blue scrunchies into two long twin tails. Like the girl with blue hair, she wore the same outfit, but she didn't have the cloak. There was a tugging in the back of his head as he looked at the girl. She looked exactly like a boy he used to be friends with when he was a child. Irina. Irina was a girl. Your childhood friend was a girl. This is her, little one. Issei looked at the girl as the shock dawned on him. His facial expression changed to one of almost horror. If Irina was a girl. Oh no. Oh no. His train of thought had derailed. His mind played a needlessly complex variant of poker with itself in a dark room, with blank cards, infinite stakes, and a dealer who wouldn't tell him the rules who always smiled. The dealer was the dragon named Drake, of course, with his damn ear-to-ear smile. Was it even a smile at all? Well, Issei. You seem flushed, I take it you know her. Yasaka spoke, looking at Issei with more questions than answers. Kunou also looked at him. How did his day end up like this? Sure, he was glad to see Irina again, but the shock still overpowered the other emotions. The three of them came inside from watching the fireworks, had sat down for a conversation. He couldn't even remember what it was going to be about. And then there came a knock at the door. It was a guard, and he brought news about two intruders with the markings of the church, and Yasaka requested them to be brought in. And turns out, this whole forest is practically a magic portal. Anyone Yasaka didn't want in, didn't get in. Inside the bubble was much larger than it looked from outside. The forest was basically one giant living specimen designed entirely to keep people out. It harvests the fears of those inside it and used it as a deterrent to force them out. The only way through is a very, very strong will. The idea alone that Irina was basically tortured and still pushed to him made him feel bad. He didn't want her to get hurt. He didn't want anyone close to him to get hurt because of him, ever again. Yeah. Her name is Irina. She is my childhood friend. He explained, leaving his eyes on the girl he hadn't seen in so long. Ah. That's good, at least she isn't someone here to harm you. I guess they are here to establish good relations with you on behalf of the church. I wonder why so early though. Yasaka said, mumbling off as she moved to the kitchen table and filled a bowl with water. Issei. I'm sorry. For leaving you. I won't leave you again, I promise. The girl said in her slumber. He felt something in his heart squeeze. She sounded so sad and so desperate. Her face made it seem like she was about to cry. And he moved beside her and sat down. He grabbed her right hand and held it with both of his. He wasn't sure it would have accomplished anything, but she relaxed and held his hand tighter. His hand began to glow red, and Irina began to stir shortly after. She opened her eyes slowly but didn't dare raise her head. "It's so bright," she said, raising her other hand to block the light that shined above from a hanging chandelier. Once she lessened the light going into her eyes, she opened her eyes and looked around. And once her eyes landed on him, her hand immediately went down. "It's been a long time, Irina. I've missed you." He mentally facepalmed himself at how much of an idiot he probably sounded like. Her eyes went wide and her grip on his hands tightened. Once she had fully registered what he said, the emotion spread through her face like a wildfire. Her eyes began to tear and she began to cry like she had watched her lover just die in front of her. Her mouth opened into a frown as she tried her best to speak clearly. I've missed you more. I'm so sorry." She collided with him and embraced him harder than he had ever been hugged before. She cried into his chest and he wrapped his arms around her to return the hug. He gently rubbed her back in an attempt to soothe her, but he knew she felt something more than just missing him. She felt at fault and she felt guilty for leaving him. He closed his eyes and let the emotions flow into him. She was sad when she left for Europe, she was worried she would never see him again, and that alone was one of her biggest fears. He felt her fear, her sadness, her worry and want to not leave his side now. She let it all out, not trying to hold anything from him. She trusted him. She loved him. Oh. He looked deep. He changed the way he hugged her then. He pulled her closer, giving her an embrace that offered more than just his comfort. He smiled himself, a genuine smile that seemed to surprise both Yasaka and Kunou equally. Tears stung at his eyes too. He shouldn't have looked so deep. It really ruined his surprise. But he was happy, regardless. Chapter 7. God Complex. Irina couldn't help but stare at him, she hadn't seen him in so long, and now that she was finally in front of him again, it wasn't even on the terms she wished for them to be. She wanted him to be happy, she wished so desperately that what she had read about him wasn't true. She wanted to see him by the side of his parents happy, smiling and laughing. When the realization that everything she read about actually happened to him, she broke down. She was always a soft-hearted person, but she always tried to look strong by fighting back her emotions. She looked into his eyes that had lost so much light from when she remembered them. "It's been a long time, Irina. I've missed you." He spoke to her, smiling brightly. She tried to be strong as she looked at him, she tried desperately to hold her tears back. But she couldn't. She just couldn't take it anymore. I've missed you more, Issei. I'm so sorry." She had been trying to be strong since she first heard his name in the streets of Kyoto. She tried to force herself to think it wasn't true, but it always came back and assaulted her mind. She grabbed him in a tight hug, not trying to hold her feelings back at all. After all, why should she? They fell backwards together in a bundle as she all but slammed into him. Her hot tears trailed down her face and landed on his chest. She had never felt so small and sad before. She left him alone. She was his best and only friend, and she left him to go to Europe, not that it was within in control, but she never even messaged him or tried to call. She couldn't imagine what that did to him, but she blamed herself for it. She hadn't lost her parents, so she couldn't imagine how she would handle it if she lost them the same way as how Issei lost his. He had seen gruesome things that no one should ever have to, and not only that, but he also fought against it and was almost killed himself. He fell from the highest level of his house through a window in a hurricane of razor-sharp glass. She squeezed him harder, refusing to let him go. She felt his arms wrap around her, and with it came a comforting warmth. She opened her teary eyes enough to see him faintly glow red. Her sadness began to leave her as it was replaced with a warm feeling she hadn't felt before. She felt courage take the place of her worry, and she felt safe when Issei began to pull her closer. Her head rested on his chest, and she couldn't help but calm down as the sound of his steady heartbeat filled her ears. She closed her eyes and soon began to feel a fire began to burn inside her. She felt his magic flow into her, and she felt safe in its presence. He was powerful. Extremely powerful. And she didn't need her extensive training to know that or be able to detect it. The glow that he emitted was comforting to her as she felt it slowly transfer into her. It washed away her negative feelings, all but burning them away as they were replaced with one single emotion. Happiness. Behind everything, she was happy. Happy that she was with Issei again and happy that he was alright, even if he was heartbroken. She smiled as wide as she possibly could. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Irina. Don't be sad, you'll make me sad." His words almost made her want to cry again. She could feel the energy charge the air around her as she pushed her head further into his chest. It was a beautiful thing. Yes, it was both terrifying and beautiful. The red energy that floated off him delicately was very clearly being done on purpose. Her mind tried to question herself as to why that might have been the case, but her head was so clouded that she didn't care. It was like his power drew her in, and she couldn't help but love the feeling as she began to feel things she hadn't felt before. It was like a natural attraction to him formed almost immediately, a wild thing that caused a strange heat to build in her core slowly, that only rapidly flowed throughout her entire body. She let go of him and sat up, straddling him with her legs at his waist. She didn't know what came over her as she let a noise escape her lips that resembled a low and subtle moan. She didn't know what it was she did in her movements, but she knew it felt good. Really good. Oh. How. Interesting. It was Yasaka who had said something this time. Irene felt her face heat up at the revelation of what she had just done, and her breathing began to grow heavy as a result. She turned and looked at Yasaka with half-lidded eyes droopy from a pleasure she couldn't possibly begin to explain. The smile she got in return confused her, but she couldn't care any less as she was caught in her feelings. Her legs trembled around Issei, and she fell backwards after failing to support herself as an ache formed between her legs, forcing her to sit down in his lap. The contact alone was enough to send a shivers up her spine and through her body like a massage gun, hitting all the right places at the same time. I feel dizzy, Irina admitted, struggling to keep her head still as she looked between Issei and Yasaka. Yasaka moved to help her off Issei, a smile still plastered on her face the entire time, as though she found the scene to be humorous. Yasaka sat Irina down beside Zenobia, which left Irina contemplating what had caused the sensation inside her that was now starting to burn away only slightly. Yasaka looked down at the girl with a smirk. She had watched the whole thing play out, and it was enjoyable for her to say the least. Issei had transferred his magic into the girl, intentionally or not, and not only could she not handle it, but they also turned her own thoughts and emotions into something she was sure could only be explained as a feeling of blissful euphoria, so much so that it seemed to easily confuse the poor girl into arousal. It was a dangerous trick that Issei had, to say the least. She hadn't ever seen something quite like it, surprisingly enough, she only recalled reading something similar happening with Succubi. And even then, it wasn't like the transferring of magic that she had done earlier. And since Yasaka didn't how it worked or why it worked, she didn't know how to counter it or how to handle the situation if it had been used on her, but something told her she probably wouldn't want to counter it at all. Thankfully, she was learning as she went, and it appeared that whatever caused the response within Irina faded away when she wasn't in contact with Issei. Her curiosity only rose more though, as she had seen the radius of Issei's power and the extent of it when he had lost control. They were constantly in a bubble surrounded by his magic presence, so it raised to her an important question. Could he make all of them feel that way without thinking about it? If his magic alone was enough to cause females to have a response that was reminiscent of arousal. She looked at the two girls before her eyes landed on her daughter. Yes, she was going to be in trouble if that was the case. She wanted answers and she knew exactly how to get them, but it was risky. She decided it could wait, at least until they had more privacy. Sure, her and other supernatural yokai had the ability to control their heat cycles to some degree, but if it was forced on them by an outside source such as Issei, it could make for one hell of an interesting house she was about to be living in, or maybe fun was a better way to explain it. She looked at him as he stood up, the smile still gracing her delicate face. She was thoroughly enjoying each moment of this so far. Yasaka turned and looked at the girl who was named Irina. She was special, no doubt. And she was a trigger for him in some way. Not only did the girl get a smile from him that didn't look strained, but she also got a hug from him. Not even to mention that only moments ago she was cuddling up to him like a cat in heat. She was going to originally tell them to leave shortly after waking up, but seeing Issei and Irina together for only a minute made her change her mind. Of course, she wanted the good relations with heaven, but that didn't mean they were welcomed in her home. The girl looked at her with her amethyst eyes still full of stars. You want to know why I'm here, right? The young girl asked. Yasaka gave only a nod in response. Lord Michael wanted us to establish relations with Issei and you. I suppose you can call your mission an easy success then. The thing is, Irina. You know Issei, and he seems to care for you quite deeply. For that reason alone, I have reason to trust you and consider you an ally. I've only seen you two together for a short minute, but if it makes him happy, you are welcome here at any time. Yasaka stated as if it had been obvious, making the human girl smile brightly as a fresh wave of tears swelled in her eyes. Yasaka couldn't tell if this girl was just naturally this sensitive or if she had actually said something to make her waterworks start falling again. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was hoping you would say that. I don't want to leave Issei again. Yasaka swallowed a non-existent lump in the back of her throat. She knew exactly what that meant in regard to her house. It meant she was about to accept 2 new members into her household. She was going to draw a line there, any more than these 2, and her house would be housing far too many people for her comfort. She was going to keep her word though. She was going to welcome them here. If you don't wish to leave his side, then stay. You and your friend can have the last 2 rooms remaining here. It was an offer, but in her eyes, she saw it as a way forward. She could make Issei happy and finally work towards bringing the factions to peace. The girl lit up at her offer. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I gladly accept. How can I ever repay you for such a kind offering, Lady Yasaka? She asked as she put her hands together like she was praying. Oh? I'm sure I'll think of something. She replied, her smile growing more and more. She in fact did have an idea of what Arena could do for her, but it was more for Issei. She was going to enjoy every second of what was to come. Her home had suddenly become a lot more fun. It had been a little over a month and a half now since Rainer had failed to protect him. Since she failed to follow her orders and get closer to the boy who hosted the Red Dragon. She remembered the day well, and she remembered what happened after even better. It was the day they became boyfriend and girlfriend. She felt weird saying that, but if it was truly to the Red Dragon, it couldn't possibly have been so bad, could it? She hoped not, because she still carried the title as some form of mockery from Azazel that he all too willingly used in spite of her. The girlfriend of the Red Dragon Emperor. It sounded so high-ranking. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. She left to report her findings about the boy to Azazel, and as soon as she did, she noticed a terrible presence that lurked from his house that hadn't been there before he left. But it was too late. She had already been standing in the hallways of Azazel's underworld headquarters. She heard the gentle tapping of his feet approaching her, and she whipped around as fast as her reflexes permitted her. Send me back. Issei is in trouble. I messed up. I noticed a terrible presence as I was leaving, send me back now. She had demanded. It was too much for her to return on her own at the time, as she had been using her magic consistently and considerably all day to go to and from the underworld, as well as keep an innocent schoolgirl look. Ah, Rainer. I like the new look. It looks good on you. Azazel mocked. She had never been more frustrated at one point than that. The Red Dragon Emperor was only a short moment away from being on their side for the first time ever, and he was going to make a joke about her and ruin it. You idiot, he could die. Send me back, now. She demanded one last time. This time, he listened, and without another question or joking tone, she was being sent back to Issei. But she was too late. She always ran out of time. The sight before her was terrible, and that was describing it lightly. Issei was laying on the ground, eyes closed, glass scattered around him and sticking up from the ground around him. The door to his house had been opened slightly, moving slightly from the gusts of wind that carried the scent similar to copper. She knew it well to be from freshly drawn blood. She wished she hadn't ever tested the limits of that door. She wished she never saw the horror that door hid from the world. Inside, his parents had been suspended in the air with cut marks so deep it looked animalistic by nature. Barbaric was too nice a term. What monster would have done something so horrid that even a true devil wouldn't dare do? She had seen killings and witnessed countless executions. One would think that after seeing enough, someone would get used to it. But she never would. How could she when it got worse each time? She gagged at the smell of blood that tried desperately to choke her. She shook her head again to remove the thoughts. She shouldn't get hung in the past, that was never a good thing. Her news from Azazel had been the same, she was still to get close to Issei. But now it was like she was a pawn for the fallen angels. Of course, she would never say that, but it was true. She mumbled to herself as she walked through the streets. The air reeked of spent gunpowder, a smell she knew well from the War of the Humans. She had arrived here during the middle of some big firework display. She had no idea why, it was too early for fireworks, but it didn't stop the streets from being crammed with watchers of the show. Even now, almost an hour later, the streets were still crowded with people. Some of them saw through her disguise like it wasn't even there. Why is a fallen here? Someone like her in our territory? Of course, she wasn't attacked, but the ones who did notice her certainly didn't try to make her mission any easier for her. She hoped she would eventually just blend into the crowd, but she was fairly sure everyone could see straight through her at the rate she was going. She passed group after group of people having conversations, eating and drinking various things. Most of them boring, but her keen hearing picked out one particular conversation between two girls that caught her interest greatly. Well, the Red Dragon has finally awakened, and he is now with us. Things are looking up for the future thanks to him and Lady Yasaka. Yeah, I'm just glad he is on our side. He seems extremely strong. And based on his past. Rainer stopped walking. She needed a glass of water as her throat began to dry from the news she had heard. She wanted to speak, but couldn't bring herself to muster a word as her mouth was shut. She was right. Azazel had sent her here for a reason. She knew he was going to be here, but with Lady Yasaka. How could she even begin to approach such a person without being killed on the spot? Her mind worked in overdrive. She knew where to go now, but how would she even get close to such an area? She bit her lip. She thought to herself desperately, not wanting to agree with herself on what she knew she should do, but she knew she was going to be forced to act anyways. She would have to, quite literally, walk up to the front door and hope with all the fibers that created her being that she wasn't going to be executed on the spot by the nine-tailed fox herself. She sighed. What choice did she have? She desperately didn't want to, but she felt compelled to start her walk towards the shrine where Yasaka could be found. She figured she at least owed Issei an explanation. She hoped Yasaka was as understanding as she wanted her to be. Yasaka looked at the still sleeping girl with blue hair. She could tell quite easily that there was no lingering effect of magic on her much at all, judging by how much time had passed already. That meant she was just sleeping. Yasaka deadpanned at the antics of the girl, sleeping at such a time without a care in the world. It was both amazing and shocking. She sighed a deep breath. She had planned to show Issei some magic tonight, but these two had interrupted. No. She could flip it around. They could help him with magic. Yes, it would be perfect. She could make them important assets in training Issei. A smile curved onto her lips as the thought came to her, and she began to form a plan. She could use them as a source to help Issei tame his own magic. She looked at both Erina and Issei as they laughed and talked together. She didn't want to interrupt, but she wanted to make some form of progress tonight. Hey Issei, I've been thinking. How would you like to do something magic related? Yasaka asked. Erina even perked up beside him as his eyes averted to Yasaka. She had picked a good subject, after all, who wouldn't be excited at the chance of learning magic? Granted, he already knew about it. She wondered how good he could actually use it while acting like he was now. Was it instinct or was it because of Drake? Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. Do I get to learn all about what I can do? Issei asked, looking just as much excited as much as he looked happy. He was opening up to her, and she had never been more thankful of someone she had never met before. Well, let's start with the basics and work from there. How does that sound? She turned and began to walk towards the exit of the house that led to her decently sized backyard. Erina and Issei stood and began to follow closely behind her, conversing together about magic and related things. Erina explained her connections and ties to the church to him, and how that led to her special request to find him. That's a lot to take in. So, Michael, as in the angel Michael, sent you to find me, and your reward would be to turn into an angel yourself? Issei asked Erina, which made her leak with more excitement that was practically pouring off her. Yeah. He didn't tell me it was you, though. Once I figured it out, I really don't want to leave now. I want to be an angel, but I hope I'm allowed to stay here with you. Erina trailed off at the end. The excitement slowly faded from her voice and was instead replaced by a profound feeling of nervousness that began to sugarcoat her words towards the end. As much as Yasaka hated to cut their touching moment short, they had reached the spot she had intended for him to use magic. It was relatively close to her home, as it was still only a few paces behind them, but it was also far enough away to not harm it in the unforeseen event that something bad did happen, though she was fairly certain nothing would. Well, this should be fine for now. We are just going to try some really basic things, so there is no reason to leave the light of the house for it. She turned and looked at the two. Issei and Erina were both looking at the place they were now living in. Erina turned. Shock fresh on her face at what filled her vision. House. This is a house. Erina girl asked, her bright violet eyes looking at Yasaka completely and utterly perplexed. Okay. It might have been larger than a normal house. Maybe. She never paid much or any attention at all to the size of her house. And being entirely honest, why should she? This whole place was a device used to keep people away. That meant that no normal human could make it to her house, nonetheless, get close to her home. And even then, from the normal eyes, that was hardly visible at all. It was like the shadow in the corner of your eye where you never dared look as a child. She closed her eyes and sighed. I will explain a little more later, but for now let's get started with something easy. Thankfully, the attention she was receiving was soon averted away from her house to her. Issei looked on, both curious and anxious as he moved up beside her. She thought it would be best by that point to test her small hypothesis, if Issei knew anything about magic at all, and it wasn't just a fluke performed while he wasn't in his right mind, she could figure out with one small step and work from there. Issei, I think it would be best to start with telling me what you know. You've used magic when you first arrived here, and then before that even. Can you recall how you felt when you used it? What you felt when you used it? It was a complex question, but with some amount of thought, the answers would come easily. His eyes squinted as his face rendered a perplexed expression that was hard to explain. I felt scared. I hadn't ever known about magic before, but it came to me like instinct. It was like I had always known how to use it in that moment. I just imagined things happening and they did. He explained it to her the best he could while she listened to him intently. To say she was amazed was an understatement. He had woken up, already in his correct state of mind, and used magic in the spur of the moment without any trouble. Not only that, but he could also simply imagine what it was he wanted to happen, and it became a manifestation of the magic within him. He was naturally gifted with magic as even a human, and that was only amplified by Drake. Well, then you already understand the most of it, it sounds like. Magic, however, changes in many ways through time. Magic being used in its raw form is limited only by the capacity of magic its wielder can handle, and by what they imagine. However, the bigger the abilities are, the more extremely complex they become to perform, and as a result, the more stressful they are to use. But that being said, certain abilities are refined more through time, and those abilities eventually become easier to use with less stress on the body and to the user's mental condition. His head spun at the grandeur of his lesson, the information beginning to sink deep into his brain. So, if I was to use magic that I created for long enough, it would be easier to use? Issei asked, but his questions were far from being done. Precisely. Just like anything you practice, it becomes easier with time. But there are some abilities that you will be able to use without thinking about them and what they do. That's because they've been passed down from previous users of your sacred gear, and in your case, that would mean you have a few powerful abilities through Drake that you can use when your body is capable of doing so. Those abilities are usually extremely powerful, sometimes strong enough to kill gods, even. Yasaka continued to explain to Issei as his mind worked in overdrive, and Irina just listened, waiting to take in new info. So, the abilities that are passed down are easier to use and stronger. And the only reason I can't use them is because I'm not strong enough. How will I know when I can use those abilities? His question to her was a fair one, but she couldn't answer it. I'm not sure. I haven't ever worked with any dragon emperors, you would be the first. I haven't even worked with the lesser sacred gears. I have seen them, fought against some, and learned about what they can do, but I have no clue how they learn the magic they have, or what magic they can all use. That information is still beyond me. Even you amaze me still, I have only ever heard of a sacred gear user using magic specific to the gear itself. But you seem to be able to manipulate far more than that, and that's a really big deal in the world of magic. It's rare, almost unheard of even. Yasaka said, explaining her thoughts to Issei and Irina. The young girl seemed to be very interested in this part of her story. Since she had started talking about Issei's abilities, Irina had perked up and focused her undivided attention towards her while she explained, perched fairly close to him. So, people who have sacred gears usually use magic only specific to their gears. I remember in the hospital. I extinguished the flames with some cold gusts of wind. I think I could do it again. Issei thought, tilting his head down in deep thought about what had happened in the hospital, unsure if he could actually replicate the scene. The feeling came rushing back to him a short moment later, and he felt like he remembered exactly what he did to summon the same gust. Well, if you think you can do it, try it and try to keep it going for as long as you can. Yasaka personally thought it was going to be much harder to get him to summon magic around him, but if he could do what he did at the hospital, that made her job easy. She was curious as well as she was interested. She had witnessed him in Juggernaut Drive, but she was still curious about the magic he could already use without his life force being sucked from him as payment. Issei closed his eyes as his thoughts trailed him back to the time he was in the hospital. He opened his arms to his side, mimicking the motion he formed at the time. He thought about the gust of ice-cold air that formed around him, until his own skin began to turn cold and goosebumps formed on his skin. He began to feel light, and his limbs began to tingle and feel weak. He could hear trees move around him, and he began to feel the wind pick up around him. His hands moved up, not of his own volition, but by some outside force. He felt his feet lose their contact with the ground, but it felt so natural. He opened his eyes, and sure enough he was floating easily a full foot's length off the ground. And beyond that noticeable thing, there was a spiral of wind around him, blowing leaves up into the air along with dust. The grass that was directly below his feet had been frosted and wilted over, and in the gusts of wind that swirled around him, stretches of red energy also swirled in the gusts of wind. He moved his body in an attempt to turn, and the air shifted him the direction he wanted. He felt in sync with the things around him, as if he was perfectly in tune with the movement of wind and nature around him. He looked down and Yasaka, Irina and Kunou. And behind them even further was the girl that Irina had been with. She looked at him with wide eyes of complete shock. With each breath that came from their mouths that were all hung agape, the cold air made it seem like steam floated away from them. Each of them tried to make it seem like it was less affecting to them than it actually was, but the shift in temperature was apparent, and Yasaka was the first to try to speak through the wind and bone chill. Wonderful, Issei. Now, can you keep that going and try to summon something different in your hands? Yasaka asked, her body was shaking profusely. It was interfering with her ability to think, and it had only occurred to her when she summoned her foxfire in a desperate and futile attempt to warm herself from the twisting gale force winds. She watched as her fire flickered and danced in the gusts of wind, struggling to stay lit. She pushed more of her magic into it, causing the flame to grow in size. But she watched as the flames twisted into the gusts of wind towards him and still struggled to life. Her eyes widened as realization hit her. He had absorbed her magic power. It wasn't entirely strange for people to siphon energy from people who used the same power, but it was extremely difficult to do so and was hardly ever profitable. I feel something new. The flames you formed just moved to me. I feel stronger. Issei said. He extended his arm exactly like she had, and with a spark that floated between his fingertips, the bright blue flame she had formed that was only usable by herself and her daughter was burning brightly around Issei's hand. The impossible had just been flipped on its side, and she felt too many emotions from inside her that she couldn't keep up with. She swallowed a lump in her thought, and there was a subtle fear that came over her again. The power he held was unlike anything she had ever imagined experiencing again. She refused to believe it. Issei wasn't simply a vessel. He was more than that. So much more. He was the dragon himself. She wouldn't dare say the name that came to her mind though. If what she thought were true, the world as she knew it would be thrown into havoc if he wanted. Angels would be forced back into heaven, and devils would be plunged back down into hell for the rest of eternity. And the fallen angels and yokai like her would be strewn between the two somewhere, stuck in a futile existence for survival. The supernatural couldn't handle another slaughter that the dragon once brought. And somehow, that dragon that had been sealed by God had found the loophole to escape. She shook her head. Her mind was playing tricks on her. But regardless, it was an unexplainably impressive sight to see her own flames dance impossibly in hands that didn't belong to a fellow yokai. Issei, however, felt powerful. He felt stronger with each passing second. He looked at the flickering flames in his hand, and he felt the fear that came from his onlookers. He felt their amazement and their excitement all. This was what power felt like, and he wanted so much more. If only he had this power when his parents were alive. He looked at the streaks of wind and leaves that thrust up into the night sky. A thought crossed his mind. What if he turned the gusts around him into the flames in his hand? It took little thought for a blue ring of fire to form a circle around him and rise slowly, moving upward as it replaced the wind. He didn't want the flames to hurt them, he wanted to keep the flames cold, and at the thought alone they seemed to obey. As the flames grew higher, none of the lookers backed away from heat. There was no heat being produced. They only grew more amazed at his display of power. He smiled to himself, hoping that he had succeeded and confirmed what he thought he knew about magic. Yasaka moved to the flames, and his heart skipped a beat. She reached her hand out towards the flames. She was cautious in her approach, and even more cautious in her application. Her hand tested the amount of heat that came from the flames that formed the base of his torrent of ice-cold wind. Eventually she reached her hand into the flames and yanked it out as fast as she could from instinct. But she reached her hand back into the flame moments later, this time feeling less nervous than she did at first. When her hand went in, instead of being hit by a burning pain from a flame that didn't belong to her, she was instead felt a bone-chilling cold. She pulled her hand out once more, and it felt like she had been frostbitten. It was extremely cold. The flames that she touched were actually cold. She had seen unthinkable things, and this was one that took the trophy. She hadn't ever seen magic like this, and whatever it was that gave the boy these abilities was something unnatural. Perhaps it was the cause of some wicked mutation that formed when his magic mixed with Drake's. But if that was the case, how much was he capable of? She moved into the flames, and the flames moved around her body, as if it welcomed her and parting at her passage much like a mist. And then the thought occurred to her that the flames perhaps weren't flames at all, but instead was an incomplete construction of his imagination. It was like the magic tricks that the magician often created in illusion displays to show two polar opposites. That is enough, Issei. You have given me enough to think about for tonight. You did a wonderful job. You are impressively strong. With some proper training and strategy, you will be a formidable opponent and an even stronger ally. Yasaka said as she broke through the flames that only reached to her waist. She summoned her fox fire, and this time it didn't flicker out, but instead burned without any effort at all. Confusion rolled in her mind. The flame was eating his magic now, and thoughts came rushing to her in that moment. She had used her magic against him to keep his power in check when they were at the hospital. By letting her flames consume his magic down into nothing. And now, he had consumed the magic from the flames themselves and replicated them. She began to form a theory, but brushed it aside as Issei landed and the magic vanished. In Issei's head, power still swirled. He wanted more power. He wanted to be able to protect the people he had now. He wanted to protect Yasaka and Kunou, Irina and her friend, and those he left behind at his school. He refused to lose them. Wow. You're incredibly powerful, Issei. Irina said, running up and embracing him tight enough to choke him out. I agree, that was truly an amazing display. I am honored to be in your presence, Red Dragon. The girl that Irina had arrived with said. He nodded to her with a smile. Oh. This is Zenobia. She is a fellow angel in training with me, we were both sent by Michael to find you. Irina explained, and Yasaka nodded to the side. That was awesome. You used mom's power. I've never seen anything like it. Isn't Foxfire so cool? Kunou said, running up and grabbing his arm excitedly. She hugged him next, but Irina stayed close to him as Kunou hugged him. Issei looked at Yasaka, and the smile she sent back at him spoke the world to him. He smiled wider and felt happiness fill him. This was his family now. This was what he had and what he had to keep safe. He wanted the power to protect them. Together, they moved back inside the house, led by Yasaka into the warmer place. Irina walked beside him and she held his arm close to her. His motivation was clear. He wanted power. Power that no one would ever dare challenge. He wanted the kind of power where people wouldn't come looking for him. He wanted true power. The words of Drake when he fought Yasaka's people echoed through his mind. The strongest of the Red Dragon Emperors. He wanted to be perfect. He wanted to be absolute. Yasaka's words came to him. Live for them. He would do that and so much more. Chapter 8. Red Dragon. Issei awoke in a startled state, confusion rocked his mind, and his sense of direction was little to non-existent. He was just walking back with Yasaka, and a crushing dizziness suddenly swept him away. Shortly after his vision faded to black, he was in a different place. The ground that he found himself on was far from being soft or welcoming, in fact, it was quite the opposite. The cold ground that touched his bare skin was rough like concrete, and as he lunged up, it grated his elbows like the inside of a cheese grater. He ignored his pain and looked around at his surroundings, and he was sure he had never been in such a location before, but it was so familiar. He had remembered the labyrinth and corridor he had been in previously, remembered the darkness it contained. The feelings he had experienced there came rushing back to him, the fear of what lurked below him forced an ice-cold shiver to snake its way up his back. His mind began to put the puzzle pieces together. No, he had been here before. The place kept changing. The first time was when he passed out in the hospital. The second was shortly before he awoke at Yasaka's. He wondered at the grandeur of his situation, what did this dragon want him to see? If he was correct that this place kept changing, then there was something he was missing that he needed to see. Was it a build-up to something bigger? At first, he only saw Drake. The second time, he was floating adrift in a black sea of infinity, where he felt both infinitely larger and infinitely smaller than a curbside-strewn pebble, whose understanding of time was less of a linear concept that led from one event to the next, but more of a mangled, discombobulated huddle of puzzle pieces that had been poorly assembled by a 9-year-old that struggled to read directions. Issei looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Stars spun and danced in circles around one another. Constellations hung so low it was almost like he could reach up and touch them. And the faint ink-like flowing of the space between the stars made certain to show him he wasn't at a place on Earth. A group of pale stars gathered into a larger mass before dispersing across the sky in all directions, leaving behind a shimmering streak of red accented by gold flakes that burned out shortly after forming. The stars burned away before they left his view, but the streak of colors they left behind lingered and swirled in circles around the point where the stars originally gathered, forming their own mandala of twisted and stretched lines. He sighed. If he couldn't solve the situation himself, he might as well just question it. So, what is it this time, Drake? Issei began, but he received no reply. Drake. A voice responded, old but far more delicate than Drake's own. His eyes widened. That wasn't the voice of Drake. It was feminine, soft, almost as if the source's voice had hardly been used. He snapped around quickly, looking for the origin of the voice, but nothing was seen around him. It was only a flat plane that faded shortly away from where he stood. His head pounded as a discomforting feeling burned at the core of his body. Are you the new Red Dragon Emperor? How very interesting for you to be here, Office. The voice of Drake finally spoke, his voice low and ancient sounding, with a rumbling that Issei could only assume was some underlying hatred. Issei decided it would be best to not speak, fearing that whatever he was witnessing was something far beyond his understandings. This is annoying. I crave silence and find myself here. How funny this is, for the world serpent to find herself in my host. Impudent little dragon. You dare mistake my title for that small beast of Ragnarok's. I mean no offense. Issei was all but ignored as the two voices spoke with equal malicious intent that fell silent at Drake's comment. He looked up again, and the stars began to fade. He felt the surface he was on disappear below him, and the confusion came back to him. He felt like he was falling, and his head began to jumble. His ears rung as they strained to listen for things that weren't there. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came of his attempt. He moved his head to the left and was immediately met with a sight that made his stomach churn. He stood alone in that same long and dark corridor. The shadows pressed against him and filled him with a bone-chilling cold. Torches lined the walls, but none of them were lit this time. The light that enabled him to see was something unreal to him, but despite that lack of light, shadows still danced and flickered as if they were alive. There was a gentle breeze that grazed his face from the direction he was facing. He turned around as a deep chill snaked up his back and backpedaled as the darkness pressed up against him. He turned and began to run, sprinting away from the darkness that only seemed to sneak closer and closer to him with each passing step. He felt like he was in a horror movie. And he was indeed scared. As he ran, he found it harder and harder to catch his breath, and he was now beginning to notice that the corridors had been shrinking closer to him. He tumbled downward, almost like he fell down a few steps. He looked up and found himself in a chamber of sorts. It was almost completely empty. The only thing inside the room, aside from himself, was one enormous mirror that stretched upwards from the center of the room. He turned and looked behind him, only to come face to face with a wall. The way of him entering was gone, the breeze that flowed in the room shifted, and a power slowly rolled out from the mirror. His senses felt heightened, and his heart ached. He felt fear as he looked at the mirror. He felt alone. The fire that filled him in situations similar to this was gone. The calm he was normally gifted with was replaced with fear. Drake hadn't spoken to him, and he felt powerless here in this place. His eyes made contact at the point of the mirror where his reflection should have been. But the mirror reflected nothing. There was a darkness that surrounded the mirror, but it was the only thing in the room to approach. His mind reeled to go run, but his body moved closer, entirely against what he would have done. He approached the mirror, and slowly, a reflection appeared, almost as if it, too, was afraid. A single reflection stared out at him, but the reflection wasn't of him. And it wasn't of anyone he had seen before. Instead, it was of an old man. He wore a dark blue robe, swirled with designs down to his ankles. His long gray hair reached down to his lower back, only slightly peeking out from his sides. His almost paper-white beard hung down slightly past his chest, and in his hands, he leaned against a staff, wooden and twisted in a strange, mangled fashion. At the top of the staff was a green gem that made his heart start pounding, not in fear, but in anxiety. The green gem was encased around the wood of the staff, almost as if it grew around the orb. "Hello, Red Dragon." Issei looked at the man in the mirror. His smile was withered but still large, and Issei felt no ill intentions from it at all. His mind struggled to cope with everything around him. He closed his eyes and placed his head in the palms of his hands. He couldn't help but bellow out a low laugh. He was surely insane. "You're far from being insane, dear boy. And these aren't mirrors. They are windows to the soul." The man's voice was low and rumbly. Issei didn't have to ask to know and understand that he was old. Very old. "Who are you? Why am I here? Ah, there we go. You know me as I know you, can't you tell, little one? I was the one that breathed life into you anew at the turning of your life. And you're here because I have news for you. Or maybe even a revelation for you. I confuse the two sometimes." Issei could only manage to nod his head at the realization of who it was. The man that stood before him was none other than Drake in a humanoid form. "Very good, little one. In the days that are soon to follow, your trials will be great, little one. You will face impossible choices, improbably odds and creatures beyond your imagination. Fallen angels, devils and even angels will come to fear you. But you will face them bearing the mark of the Red Dragon. Trials. What trials do you mean?" "Of course, little one. Trials. You're on your way to facing a great overseer, the leader of a great and formidable cult of fallen, dedicated to loathing me. Dedicated by a desire for war, domination and destruction. And to them, you are a threat. As the vessel of domination, who only seeks peace, you are a monstrosity in their eyes. How you use what I have given you falls upon you to decide, as it has the others before you." Issei remained silent. He was trying to process the amount of information he was just given. The place around was a place he fittingly named the Crazy Place, a place where knowledge was given to him each time he visited, but as a result that knowledge was also corruption, and he was the concubine to the madness. But his mind still puzzled at the grandeur of his current situation. Everything the humanoid dragon in the mirror had told him up to this point had gone both in and out of his ears, and the only one thing stuck that made his head ache. It was a thought that made everything around him seem surreal, filling his head with only one question. But why? I haven't done anything to make an enemy of someone. Of course, you haven't. But I gave you my power for a reason. I gave you the power to breathe life into you anew. I saw your mother and father dead at the hands of a rogue magician through your own eyes. I watched as you enjoy a somewhat normal life, only for someone to yank the rug out from under your feet. You have no throne to call your home, you have no family to call your own. And I promise, the world won't give you them back. I gave you power unmatched because I wanted to see what you, an honorable man who had his life taken away, would do when given the chance at power. And what a sight it was. You gave yourself over to blood and terror, gave it everything you had to acquire revenge and domination. And unlike the last of my hosts, you survived. Issei listened intently, his mind sharpening at the mention of his parents as the dragon spoke. Nothing the dragon had said had been incorrect in any way. He remembered the oath that he made with the dragon on that night and knew what it entailed. But now, the world is coming for you. Creatures will try to take what's from you because power attracts power, and in its wake, it breeds war and chaos. And what would you do about it when the time comes for you to act? Where will the good man that you are be? Will you be willing to slaughter countless to protect what you have? Are you ready for what you will become? Issei looked straight with a serious expression. It was a question he wasn't prepared for, but one that was just as serious as it was hard to imagine. Would he kill those who opposed him if it meant protecting the lives of the people around him that had now? He absolutely would. Deep inside, he knew he would. You should know the answer to that. Issei spoke out as a curled smile formed onto his face. Little one, you have the ambition, power, magic and cunning that would make anyone a sycophant for the red dragon. I'll tell you a story. A story of two dragons. Let's say 2,000 years ago. I ruled the lands of Wales for thousands of years until eventually becoming a patron of Camelot. I was a heavenly dragon and my rival was the white one named Albion, another heavenly dragon. In the throes of our battles, thousands suffered from the aftershocks of our magic alone, slaying demons, angels and fallen alike. Our roars struck fear into the hearts of even the bravest of men, but among those humans existed a one named Arthur, who only seemed to be empowered by our carnage. And with him stood a wise wizard named Merlin. That wizard delved into arcane arts then, drawing the 5 centric forbidden circles on the floor of a clock tower, and on that night he broke something that would change everything, for the rest of time as we knew it. For only a few seconds, everything around me froze, me and Albion stopped our fight for domination, and grew interested in the most important thing in the world that had momentarily been destroyed. For 15 seconds, it was as if time had been stretched out endlessly. A moment where we were stuck in time, focused to bear witness to a future that hadn't come to be. I saw futures that weren't mine to see, I saw the past, and I saw a world where I didn't exist anymore. What happened? Issei finally asked. He wanted to know, but at the same time he feared to know. To put it simply, that's it. Both me and Albion died that day. There was a ringing in my ears as that noise I was born with, that noise you and I learned to drown out and not listen to, burned out. The sound of drums that you had been so familiar with vanishes. You are stuck between one heartbeat and your last. A silence that even Ouroboros would fear. Issei didn't know what to say. It was like he forgot to speak. The story was jumbled and hard to understand, and he didn't know how to make sense of it. He couldn't even imagine himself being in such an outlandish situation, nonetheless, how to escape it. But that was only what happened first. That time has long passed, and only few remember such an event ever taking place. Shortly after time had unfrozen, I found myself with no discernible physicality. I existed without a body to call my own, a product of a soul trap so grand it was almost impossible to break. Almost. So, you were sealed by a wizard? Issei questioned, using what he had gathered from Drake to ask his question as his curiosity ran rampant. There was a pressure that formed on his temples as his heart pounded more. Yes and no. Devils ascended from hell onto earth, and angels came to meet them. War ravaged the lands, each side fought without really knowing why. They whittled away at each other's numbers, but neither side did it better than me and Albion did. So, they eventually created a magic capable of destroying our physical bodies and trapping our souls in a never-ending cycle of reincarnation. And how exactly does someone create magic? Issei asked, confusion beginning to strike him. He had only been told very basic concepts for magic. He knew his imagination played a huge role, but he thought there was only basic things he could control, such as elements. He knew it was possible to manipulate elements, such as fire, to his will. He remembered when he made his own flames cold to the touch. But how is new magic even created? What did that even mean? His mind worked at insane paces as he made sense of everything he had been told. He was the host of the Welsh dragon, which meant he would eventually be hunted by the White One, as well as opposition that want to test their own mettle. If he understood that correctly, it wasn't fair. That doesn't matter, but you will know the answer to that soon enough. What you need to know is that there are things that will never change, no matter how hard you try, no matter how many hard questions you answer. You are being hunted. You will hear many secrets, you will learn things far beyond the reach of your understanding, and you will know power unmatched by any beings. You will be guided, and you will be forced to face things that would turn this world upside down. But now, I will return you to your world. Know that I will be watching you with great interest, little one. Issei's eyes suddenly shot open with a deep breath. His balance had shifted strangely in a position he didn't remember being in. He knew that he was sitting still, but through his lightheadedness, it became increasingly hard to focus on his surroundings, thanks to his vision being slightly tunneled and filled with black splotches, as if they were adapting to light. After a few seconds and a few deep breaths in through his nose, his vision steadily came into focus and he could see exactly where he was. He was resting on a bed, the same bed he had first woken up on after Yasaka had finally gotten him to calm down. He turned his head towards a steady sound of breathing that filled his ears. The sight before him was something he probably wouldn't forget, but Irina was fast asleep beside him. Her head resting gently on her arms as she leaned over onto the bed beside him, sitting in a chair to the side of the bed's frame. He was halfway tempted to wake her up, but she looked too peaceful. The light shined in from a window in the room and made her seem almost angelic in a sense. Now that he had looked closer, her eyes seemed puffy and slightly red. She had been crying for his sake. His ears twitched like at the sound of movement from outside the room. There was a voice from outside that he immediately recognized as Yasaka's, and he wondered why she was outside, but that thought quickly vanished as between the silence of her own speech, he heard things from outside the house, as if his senses had been drastically heightened. He heard wind whistle in his ears, leaves rustling from movement, and beyond that, he swore he heard the sounds of a spider weaving its web in the canopies. He closed his eyes, allowing his energy to focus solely onto his hearing, and just as he did that, it was like his mind formed a mental map around him, the same outlines that he had experienced when he had first eaten with Kunou and Yasaka. Thick strands of energy pulsed through the ground below him, his ears could make out the sound of heartbeats from the girl beside him, but he struggled to recognize his own. In the same house, sitting at a table, he felt two people, both sitting at a table, and he knew them both as Zenobia and Kunou. There was no way to identify the two, but he simply knew it was them from energy alone. Focusing even further out, he figured out exactly where Yasaka had been and discovered that she wasn't alone at all, but was also talking with someone. Someone who was familiar to him. So very familiar to him. So, your name is Rainer, and not only were you sent by Azazel, but you also knew Issei before he arrived here? Yasaka asked the figure. Yes. I went by a different name then, because he was only human. I was trying to keep my real identity safe. Azazel sent me, but I also came for another reason too. Came the female reply. A cold chill ran up his spine. The voice sounded familiar. No, he definitely knew the voice. It was just lower pitched. His one guess led him to believe it was Yuma, but he remembered what Drake had told him. Yuma wasn't real, she was a fallen angel. But even then, he didn't know her real name. He shook the thought away. Plenty of people shared similar voices, and besides, why would Yuma seek him out? Well, Rainer, I understand the urgency, and I am also well aware that you want to see him for your own reasons, whatever they may be. But I must ask you to come back some other time. Issei isn't able to talk at the current moment, he is currently recovering from exhausting his magical power. Yasaka said. I understand. Sorry for the late intrusion, I was just very anxious. I know fallen angels aren't the most liked group in this area, but would you mind if I come back tomorrow? The girl asked, her voice gentle and smooth, almost like a professional actor's. I suppose that would work. I will relay it to Issei as soon as I can. I appreciate your understanding. Sorry I can't offer you a place to stay, my house is rather full right now, and even if it wasn't, me welcoming a fallen into my household would surely create some suspicion, in a lack of better words. Yasaka replied, her voice was slow, as if she was carefully thinking through how she would reply. I understand. I will return to Azazel and let him know about our talk. I will come back sometime during the day tomorrow to talk with Issei. Oh. And before I leave, I went by Yuma Mono. Can you tell him I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect him? There it was. There was a clutching sense of discomfort that formed in his chest. His mind rushed back to before. His first girlfriend. Drake told him she wasn't real, that a reason for being his girlfriend was for some other reason than what he first had thought. Anger came rushing into him, but with it came a familiar fire that burned it away. He hadn't expected her to come back. So why? And why was she wanting to apologize if the only reason she originally sought him out was because she was forced to? He shook his head, tears stung at his eyes when he thought back to that unfortunate day when he lost his parents, but like his emotions, the tears never came out. I think you should tell him that yourself. It would mean more that way, don't you think? Then you can explain to him everything on your mind. And I'm sure it will help him as well. You're right. I hope he forgives me. I lied to him, but at the time I didn't want to expose him to things that could endanger him. I feel so guilty. But you're right. It's better if I tell him. I am going to head back to Azazel now. Thank you, Lady Yasaka, for your time and consideration. Until we meet again. There was a familiar sound of magic that whizzed, and before he knew it, the presence of the girl he once called his first girlfriend was gone. He knew it wasn't her fault anything happened to him, but it was the feeling of being lied to that made him upset. He would have to steel his emotions tomorrow when he talked to her and ask her the questions on his mind. Issei. He turned to look at the girl resting beside him. Irina had stirred awake and looked at him with her big violet eyes. I was so worried about you. He was going to respond to her, but her next action surprised him and silenced him. She crawled towards him. Her eyes still half-lidded as she was still in an almost asleep state. She laid down beside him and rested her head on his chest. She moved under the covers next, and his heart raced in a way that made his head feel like exploding. It seemed excitement was the one emotion he was allowed to have in his body. It's just like when we were younger. She spoke to him. He had completely forgot about it until she mentioned it, but when they were both younger and had sleepovers, they would always sleep together. At the time, he didn't think anything about it, it was just normal. But he remembered there had been one reason that started that normalcy in their childhood, and that was on cold winter nights. The bed is always warmer with two. With that, her breathing slowed, and she fell the rest of the way into sleep. He laid there, his mind wandering as his heart pounded with nervousness from the unfamiliar situation. Today had been crazy. Too complex for him to even begin to comprehend. It started with fireworks, he was reunited with his childhood friend, he was able to practice and use magic, then he had an absolutely mind-numbing conversation with Drake that made his head reel. Now he was expecting his fake girlfriend to visit him tomorrow, and his childhood friend who he hadn't seen in years, turns out to be a girl, and is now sleeping beside him and using him as if he were a big cuddly teddy bear. Would he ever have another day as crazy as this one? How was he even going to sleep now with her on his chest? He heard footsteps coming up to the door to the room. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The doorknob turned. His mind raced. Worry was racing in his mind at the prospect of who could have been opening the door. Slowly but surely, the door crept open, and behind it stood Yasaka, who saw the two. Issei eyes locked with her golden ones for only a second before a sly smile formed on her face as the door slowly closed. Yup. His day couldn't get much worse or better. Irina snuggled closer. Chapter 9. Rainer. The day dawned gloomily outside a building located just outside of Kyoto. Clouds hung low in the sky above, and there was no sunrise as such. Gradually there was a lightening of the sky, but the heavy clouds made it a morbid light. It was a befitting morning for what was about to be done inside the building. War would be waged on something that was avoidable, and an army would be formed from deceit by the hands of a fallen angel. Sir, the magicians you've requested are all waiting for your arrival. A voice chimed through a long, white-walled hallway. Very good. Deliver to me the book, scribe. I feel as though it has changed. As you wish, Master Kakabiel. And with that, the scribe had turned and left, leaving a single figure alone in the central hallway that was used as cold storage for magical items that had been found throughout history by magicians. Many of them had been long forgotten, considered lost to time, but none of them were quite powerful, and the ones that were couldn't be used by them regardless. The central hallway in question was the ground floor level of the arcane sanctuary, known as the Underground Complex. The complex was being used as a hub for magicians around the world, but until only about a month ago, the inhabitants were very minimal. It was a teaching place of magic, gifted only to humans who showed special connections to magic, either through blood or some other supernatural means. Until he took over the building for his own uses. The level used for storage was obviously closer to the surface. The original purpose of the complex's top floor had clearly been for the storage of vehicles or machinery of some kind, but had been repurposed by some magicians many years prior to his arrival. The corridor was easily 200 feet long, with white louvered garage doors running the length of it, 30 per side. There was a pristine beauty to it, and if you were into symmetry and enjoyed looking into the vanishing point, that optical illusion that makes a pair of infinite-seeming parallel lines appear to intersect, far on the horizon. If you were into that, then this place would be a white-walled, floored and ceilinged heaven. But if you weren't, the point at which the lines met did its job in showing how vastly large the complex really was. And if you were him and had to walk that hallway and a few others like it a dozen times or more every single day and night to protect your most precious magical items, in hopes of using them against the Red Dragon himself, all while trying to prevent your own spot of power from vanishing at the reappearance of a dragon that had been killed hundreds of years ago, his job was quite simply explained as a struggle. And beyond even that, it was boring as shit. But tonight, he was walking with a sense of purpose. He was forming a group, so to speak. He needed more people to send after the one child that threatened his own existence and the existence of the supernatural world as a whole. That meant that he was in desperate need of more pawns. Why did he need so much walking, talking, breathing cannon fodder? It may have been preposterous to form a fighting group against one singular individual, but the individual in question turned out to be the anomaly of the past few hundred years. The next question he needed to figure out while walking this long hallway towards the elevator at the other end, impossibly far away, was: how would he get them to fight? Maybe the answer was simpler than he imagined. The boy, whose name glowed in the blank pages of that damned worm-ridden book. Right where all the other Red Dragon Emperors had once been. was a threat to Him Sedilla, simply because the damned brat had landed a comfy spot in the bosom of Yasaka herself. If the boy got the book, or even worse, finds out that he had something to do with the death of his parents, the carnage the boy would bring would simply be unstoppable. Not even to mention he was already the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor, he had literally become a damn dragon. Which meant needed more than an army to kill the boy, and he needed to kill the boy fast. Thankfully, as long as the Red Dragon Grimoire was in his hand, he could always know where to search for the boy. The elevator doors slid open, revealing an entrance that was hidden extremely well from the eyes. The only evidence of it being an elevator was the control panel, and the very slight creases that made the entryway. He walked in and looked at the panel as the door closed behind him. The panel read ground floor. And below that were buttons each labeled differently. Sub-basement 1 was supposed to be the only sub-basement, and it had never occurred to any normal passerby to question the need for the number. SB1 looked just fine on the elevator keypad, just as good as any other non-conspicuous number. The facility's history as a government installation wasn't a secret when he bought it long ago, so finding out there had once been other, lower levels, shouldn't have come as much of a surprise, had he ever been bothered to think about it. But to find out there were 3 of them, and they were connected by an elaborate series of sensors and alarms to a single control panel that had been poorly walled off, he had soon become ecstatic at the revelation. But even then, the ground floor level was built long after the base was occupied by civilians, leaving it disconnected from the rest, while making it the worst place in the whole complex to store his magical artifacts. But they were there regardless. He enjoyed the thrill of possible thieves. The elevator moved down, with not a single lurch in another direction. The reason for this was because the elevator in question ran on a series of cogs and chains, rather than hydraulics. These elevators were meant to haul armored vehicles up and down thousands of times and do it without any problems. He went down for what seemed like less than a few seconds, and the doors rolled open. Stepping out, he was on a raised platform that looked down on a series of tables and chairs, and more than that, almost every chair was filled with a stranger's face. It was a good turnout. As he moved closer to the edge of the platform, the chatting voices began to disperse and fall into a silence. Wasting no time at all, he began his explanation for them being here. Long ago, the founder of magicians, legendary wizard Merlin, broke the rules of magic and discovered how to harness the arcane arts. Shortly after his war with the Anglo-Saxon invaders, he created us magicians, bestowing upon us his knowledge of magic. However, Merlin, as wise as he was susceptible to his lust for power. This is the story we all know. This is the story we have been taught. Many voices grew in the crowd, each for only a few seconds, as if a parley of ideas had been roused. They silenced once again as the sound of the elevator coming down echoed. Seeing the very things that he created grow equal to him in strength, we can assume he grew afraid of his students' progress and sought to eliminate them as such. He lured his students to the secluded mountains of England, forcing the students to believe they were on a dangerous journey to keep them close together. It was then that Merlin turned, attacking his students. Forced to fight back to save their lives, his students eventually won by burying him under a mound of rocks that we know today as Marlborough Mound. Before anyone could intervene or even share their ideas, he continued, just as the door behind him to the elevator opened behind him. So, why am I telling all of you this? To put things bluntly, the enemy that Merlin had created us for has now returned. The red dragon stands before us in flesh once more, and this time, we are in danger of losing everything we have come to know, so I ask you all for your aid in the battle that is soon to come. If you want to leave, then I don't blame you, but that won't stop you from being hunted. We are stronger in numbers. History has proved this as we all, together, defeated the red dragon once before and sealed him away. I leave you with this thought, in hopes that you all will join me, for protection and for the betterment of our people. Thank you for your time and consideration. Of course, he wasn't a magician himself, but he could play the part well enough. He knew about them and their history from the very beginning, after all, he was there when they were created. Having that knowledge allowed him to twist the story into whatever outcome he wanted to form. From behind him, his trusted scribe walked up to him. The crowd began to talk, but none rose from their chair. In a whisper, his scribe informed him of something urgent. Sir, it would appear, the object located inside storage container number 2 has gone missing. And here is the book from container unit 1, as requested. Thank you. He turned and took the book. How had he been unfortunate enough to hire that damned Italian monster of an assassin in the first place? Perhaps it was because he trusted he would accomplish the job the first time. He, however, wasn't expecting the damnable assassin to play with his food instead of eating it. And it was just his luck that the assassin had met his match at the might of the Red Dragon Emperor, and even more unlucky that every damned supernatural in the area managed to get their hands on the Red Dragon's body. But not just any supernatural. No. It had to be Yasaka. He knew he was in deep waters. There was simply no way he could face the might of Yasaka, and even if he didn't get involved, the power of the red dragon. He was, simply put, screwed. And not only that, but one of the most powerful swords in existence had all but vanished. Each container was labeled 1 through 60, with number 1 being the strongest and most influential. The sword in question was interesting, not only in his power, but in its ability to transform into objects with ease. It was believed to be a mythical sword that belonged to one of the first agents of God. He opened the book, and on the first page, where the previously named Red Dragon Emperors had once been, was a name that still made him nervous to read aloud, almost as if saying it too many times would make the giant terror appear. Issei Haidu, the Red Dragon Emperor. The destructive force of God-given flesh. He closed the book. He needed to be patient and level-headed. He needed the people in front of him, even if it meant lying to them. Issei awoke with a subtle stir, but he felt different when he awoke this time. He felt both warmth as well as some kind of new pressure resting on his chest he wasn't used to. He was also holding something close to him, far warmer than a pillow, but still just as soft as one in certain areas. His eyes contacted what he held onto, and he started to feel a tad bit nervous as blood rushed away from his head and downward into his nether regions. Irina filled his vision, her head resting on his chest with her eyes closed and mouth slightly agape. Her arms wrapped him in a tight hug that kept him firmly in his place. He moved his left hand, taking it off her back, causing her to make a noise that very much resembled a groan. He attempted to move his right hand next, but realized all too late that such a feat was going to be far harder than he imagined it would be. She was positioned in a way that pinned his arm below her, stopping him from moving even by the slightest amount. And further past that, his hand held onto her butt. The flesh melded between his fingers as he unconsciously squeezed slightly, trying to figure out what to do in his current predicament. The girl made a cute sound at his movement and snuggled in closer to him. Issei. The girl moaned out, her speech was low and steady. He couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming about him or if the name just came out because she was aware of her position. He shuffled slightly, moving his legs to try and break free of her grasp on him, but his right leg met resistance. He moved his head slightly to get a better look and immediately discovered that Irina had straddled his leg between her own, and him moving his leg in an attempt to move only did good in pressing his leg further up and closer into that sensitive place between her legs. This time he was dangerously close to touching her lady area. And the black skin tight leotard she wore was basically the equivalent to her skin, and to be honest, the leotard didn't make her any less soft as she pressed closer to him, but it did make him feel a lot more aware of the closeness they shared. Issei moved his right hand away and off her delicate derriere, which seemed to cause her instant discomfort as she began to stir from her slumber. Where did the warmth go? Her eyes shined in the dimly lit room, but the amethyst color was still deep and full. Her face looked peaceful and serene as she kept her head resting on his chest with half-lidded eyes. She moved her head slightly, a slight red tint spreading across her face. As soon as she locked eyes with Issei, the color bled onto the rest of her face like a wildfire as she all but lit up like a Christmas tree. She lifted herself up slightly so that her upper body was above Issei, propped up with her arms on each side of him. She looked down and carefully assessed her situation. Specifically, she looked at the limb she had trapped between her legs. And immediately jumped up, tumbling and tripping over herself in the progress. "Good morning," Issei began, trying his best to not let his nervousness show through his voice. But she didn't fare good in hiding it either. In fact, she managed a lot worse. "Issei. I'm sorry. I must have passed out and done this while I was asleep. I didn't mean to," she stuttered out, just as the door in the room opened. Both of them turned and made eye contact with Yasaka, who smiled widely at the duo. That sideways smile she had donned in their direction was a thing that made him wonder if she had done something while the two of them had been sleeping. Issei felt a strange feeling bellow within Irina. It was an emotion that he could just feel radiating off of her in waves. And for a second, he knew that she knew why they ended up like that. Irina had done it on purpose, even if she was half asleep. It wasn't Yasaka's doing it all. He felt a little guilty that he had thought of something like that. As for Yasaka, the scene was quite something to walk in on indeed. Irina was propped over Issei, with her hands and legs on each side of him, like she was pinning him down in dread of doing something very naughty. And the expression that graced Irina's fit the exact appearance of a girl who looked like she had been caught in the act. My, I wasn't expecting this to happen. Especially so early into your reunion. Perhaps you two were closer than friends before. Of course, Yasaka was joking about the situation, and her eyes and laughter made it obvious that she was having a good time at the antics of the two. But her joke also did good in embarrassing the hell out of both Irina and Issei. Irina lit up even more, if that was even a possibility, and Issei went in the face as well. He smiled widely, almost if by instinct, which only made his cheeks redder from smiling too hard. "Well, come on when you two are done with your fun time." Breakfast is ready, the rest of us will be waiting." With that, Yasaka turned and left the two alone in the room, closing the door behind her. Yasaka knew what had happened between the two of them. She was sure she would have done the same thing if Irina hadn't beat her to it. She knew that the girl missed Issei greatly, and being reunited with him only to see him shortly pass out from exhaustion only made her want to be there with him and for him even more. She understood because it was how she felt as well, and she wanted Issei to be happy in life. She wanted him to open up more to her. At first, she wanted to be a mother figure, but it was becoming impossible. He simply didn't see her as one. He was still the boy she had gathered information about, and the way he ogled her sometimes did good in confirming that. She had started to lie to herself throughout the day, telling herself that she wasn't attracted to him, but she was wrong, and she knew it. She sighed a heavy breath. If she knew she was going to get engaged into a game for his affection, she would have tried harder, she would have taken precautions to ensure her victory. But no. It wasn't about her. Making it about her went against everything she had done for him up to this point. She wanted him to be happy. She wanted all of the hardships that Issei had experienced to leave him with only gifts. He deserved happiness more than any of them. She breathed another sigh. She tried to relate to him, but her sad reality was that she couldn't. In truth, how could she relate to him? She had been created from the thoughts of people who needed the protection of someone like her. As a result, she had seen war, and of course she had lost people she had grown close to, but the sad reality was, she never had parents to mourn the loss of, so how could she understand him? And what even gave her the right to try and take his true mother's place? She was way out of her depth. She felt tears sting at her eyes and threatened to escape as she turned and began to walk back to where her daughter and Zenobia were waiting. She hardly even remembered how she came into her existence, and her memory of it was even more confusing than the most complex of puzzles. The more she thought about it, the more confusing it became, and in her deepest thoughts, there arose much doubt as to where they even began at all. For a few seconds, only in her deepest thoughts regarding her existence, it was something that she couldn't fully understand, a feeling that felt like time had stretched itself out endlessly behind her, while at other moments it was only possible for her to focus on her present self, as if she was isolated to a single point in her long life. She felt like the only oddity in a gray, formless infinity. Yes, she was lonely. Horribly, viciously lonely. She came to exist for war, to defend her people from enemies both foreign and domestic. But despite it all, she didn't understand her own emotions at the time, so she carried on as usual, doing what she felt she was supposed to do. What she knew she was supposed to do, without ever being told how to do it. Long after the wars involving her people had been fought, and long after the wars had ended, she was left with a void where she knew something should have been but wasn't. The loneliness became more noticeable then. Irina may have had her chance with Issei tonight, but from her on out, it would be her turn. "Mom, is something bothering you?" The voice of Kunou chimed in her ears like an angel's. And with that, her thoughts shot to her wonderful daughter. She recalled some of her people talking about children, but at the time the thought of having a child was so far-fetched that it was only a thought. A mere want. But regardless, she had no other way to spend her time. So, she watched her people raise their children and watched them grow until they outlived their own parents, and she tried to learn everything she could. She watched how they grew up, learned what kind of people they grew to become and why. She watched and watched for hundreds of years, learning and yearning. Until she had finally decided to make her daughter a reality. Kunou wasn't born by normal means. She hadn't spent 9 months in a womb, only to be given birth to a loving and waiting mother and father. No, Yasaka had never reproduced an offspring. She hadn't deemed humans to be worthy enough of her hand or body. So, Kunou was a created offspring, shaped from clay and given life from Yasaka's own flesh and blood. In fact, Kunou was more her than a real daughter could ever be. She would never forget the night when life was breathed into the cold and still clay that had been Kunou. The young baby that she named Kunou or 9 weights was then blessed with the voice of angels and given the looks to match. She had finally become a mother, and no matter how that truth was spun or twisted, nothing would change that. She was the mother of a beautiful daughter that she would cherish for the rest of her long life. She smiled at her precious daughter. "Not at all, my dear. I'm just thinking about how fortunate I am." She told the full truth. She sat down at the table with Kunou and Zenobia, waiting for Issei and Irina to show up. A few short seconds later, the two joined them at the table. And they began to eat breakfast once they said their thanks. Issei sat beside Yasaka, and Irina sat beside her friend, across the table from Issei. A silence came over them as they ate, however, they all seemed to enjoy her cooking very much, including Issei, who looked to be in a state of bliss that rocked him with each swallow. It wasn't like she cooked anything too impressive, it was a simple traditional Japanese breakfast. She had prepared 6 grilled salmon cooked in finely chopped ginger, soy sauce and a dash of finely chopped onion for additional flavor, and alongside that she served a traditional leek and potato miso soup with short grain rice, cucumbers and a large tamagoyaki omelette. But the thing that seemed to catch the attention of Irina was the extra set of plates with food beside Issei. What are the extra plates and food there for? Did someone not make it? Irina asked, her amethyst orbs glowing at the question in curiosity. Well, yes. We have a fallen angel visitor from Kuo that will be here soon. But I didn't want to wait for her to get her. She came and asked me last night after you all went to sleep to see Issei, saying she went by the name of Yuma Mono. She wants to apologize to you. You should at least hear her out. She sought you out willingly in an area where people don't exactly like her kind. She explained, her eyes landing on Issei, who locked eyes with her. She was my. No. I've not really had the chance to think about it. At first, I was angry she tricked me into thinking she was a normal human. But I can't blame her. At the time everything would have been easier to not know. And my death. My family's death. It was all out of her control. He explained. Only look for Yasaka at him was all it took for her to read him like an open book. Something inside him about the girl was tearing his mind up. It was an inner conflict and she couldn't help but wonder what it was and why it warranted his stress. She reached over and hugged him to her chest, enjoying the feeling herself as though she had longed for the touch. It's okay, Issei. I'm here for you. We all are. Don't be afraid to tell me what troubles you. I will do my best to chase your pain away. I promise. He slumped into her as she said that. She was my girlfriend. It never struck me as being odd that a girl like her, even if she was forced to do it as a fake person, would decide to ask a person like me out. When I awoke in the hospital that was burning around me, the thought of still having one person left to go back to was enough to keep me going. But Drake told me the truth about her, and it was like my world had been shattered. There was no one to go back to. Yasaka's eyes went wide, and she suddenly had the situation dawn on her terribly. What exactly had she done? She invited the girl into her house because she wanted a word with Issei, and not only that, one of the convincing reasons she granted her permission was because she had orders from Azazel. How could she have been so careless? Her actions were going to lead Issei into a slough that he had already been digging out of. Her thoughts were entirely on Issei, but the others in the room were almost as shell-shocked as her. Issei continued talking, not giving her the chance to speak. I don't feel like that anymore though. I know I have people, I have you, I have everyone here. I guess I'm just thankful. Yes, that's it. I'm thankful for you and everything you've done for me. I can't even begin to put into words how I really feel about you. And as for you, Uma. Thank you again. After thought, I feel like it might help a little to speak to her again, to clear the past I guess. Issei, you don't have to thank me. I would do it all over again in a heartbeat if it meant making you happy. She had meant every word she spoke. Irina stood and moved beside him, embracing him in a hug as well. There was a knocking noise that resonated in the kitchen. Yasaka looked down at Issei once again, but instead of seeing some sad expression, she only saw one of happiness. He was strong-willed. At least, she hoped it was that and not the dragon suppressing him feelings. But how could she know? I guess she is here then. I will be right back, okay, Issei. Yasaka ventured, standing from her spot and making her way to the door she knew the fallen angel waited behind. She should have considered telling the girl to come at a later time, but she was thankful that her guards told her she was here as she entered her territory, so she could properly welcome her regardless. If she knew of some of the things that the fallen had done to Issei beforehand, she would have refused her request to visit the boy. But she supposed it all worked out in the end, so she let her unpleasant feelings disperse. She opened the door, and the girl that waited was dressed in a short black dress, with a small light purple jacket worn over top of it. She was dressed like she was ready for a date. Yasaka stepped aside, allowing the girl access into her home. I prepared a spot for you at our table for breakfast, though we went ahead and ate. Thank you very much, Lady Yasaka. I'm honored to be treated so kindly. The girl said as Yasaka closed the door behind her. The heartbeat in her chest pounded harder than she thought was possible. She was afraid of her situation. She was about to approach the boy she couldn't protect, and she was in the presence of someone who was unimaginably stronger than her. She couldn't help but feel like one wrong move or slip up on her end would surely result in the end of her life as she knew it. She wasn't an important tool for the future of her kind, so she had nothing to barter with for her life if Yasaka wished to attack her. She followed Yasaka through the hallways of her house until they eventually met with Issei. She stared at Issei and felt sadness wash over her. He had been through so much pain, and she failed to protect him from any of it. She tried to keep her composure, she wanted to throw herself at him and apologize, but she didn't want to be too pushy. Issei. She began, falling to her hands and knees as she prostrated herself on the bare floor. I'm so sorry, Issei. I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you. I'm sorry I lied to you about who I was and what I was. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Nothing that happened to me was your fault. And it's okay, I understand why you lied. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. You did it all to protect me, right? Lying to me to protect me, getting close to me to protect me. It wasn't your fault things happened the way they did. She felt an emotion bellow inside her that she wasn't used to. Issei had every right to be mad, he had every right to lash out at her. But instead, he smiled at her widely and told her it wasn't her fault. She was speechless. Yasaka moved past her and sat down at the table. She gestured over to the empty spot at the table beside Issei, signaling her to sit. She moved from her spot in her knelt-over position and sat beside Issei. There was food that was clearly hers, but she couldn't bring herself to eat it. She wanted to speak up, she wanted to continue where she left her original sentence off, but she didn't know how to continue. The silence that pressed on her forced her to think of some way to break free of it, fast. Issei. Regardless. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. I would like to start over with you. As friends, if possible. She spoke. Being friends gave her the chance to fulfill her mission and mend the feeling that she held inside her heart at his death. You know. Drake was the one who told me what you were. He told me inside that hospital as it was burning down around me. I won't lie to you and tell you I was understanding at the time. I hated you for it at that moment. I hated myself for believing something so stupid. I guess he was right about you having alternate reasons to meet with me, but that's alright now. Because, if you didn't care, and you were only here for your mission, you wouldn't be apologizing to me now. She opened her mouth to speak in reply, but the words couldn't form. She looked like a deer in the headlights. And besides, I can sense how you are feeling right now. I don't even know how I do it, but it's like I feel what you are feeling. I know you feel sorry, truly. And I know you blame yourself still, even after what I said. And for that, I forgive you. She smiled and choked back the urge to cry from her happiness at how well her situation had gone. She shifted and hugged him, and he hugged her back for only a quick moment. She moved away from him after the short embrace, not wanting it to become awkward. Woo. I didn't think that could get any more awkward, honestly. We were all just sitting here as you two made up, I mean wow. Now that that's over, we can be normal again. Mom, can I please have more food? Kunou said, laughing as she joked. I agree, that was quite a heavy pressure. The food was very good, Lady Yasaka. I would love to have some more. Zenobia said as Irina nodded her head. Your food really is awesome, could you teach me how to cook like that? Irina asked, a tint of red forming on her cheeks. Well. Since today is a special occasion, I suppose I can prepare some more. And I'll gladly teach you Irina. I might just even let you cook Issei's food yourself. Yasaka suggested with a wide smile that caused Irina to light up and look down into her lap. Yasaka stood, and Irina followed shortly after, but stopped as Rainer spoke to her. Yasaka. Thank you for the food. Thank you for this opportunity. The fallen angel thanked, bowing to Yasaka before she left. Don't worry about it. You're welcome back here at any time. Yasaka offered, turning and smiling at her. She wouldn't have normally been so nice or welcoming, but if Issei was on the girl's side, then she was as well. And she felt no ill intentions from the girl, regardless. She turned and left into the kitchen with Irina. She was going to enjoy teasing this girl about Issei for at least 10 minutes. As Rainer bit into the food, the closest thing she could relate it to was the breakfast she would always have when she was still an angel in heaven. She would have breakfasts all the time like these, and she had only just begun to realize how nice they were. And how much she missed them. Since she fell, she had managed to skip most every breakfast, and when she did have breakfast, it was hardly anything with sustenance, just enough to help her get a head start on her day. She savored each bite as if it was her last meal. She turned and looked at Issei. He smiled at her, and she felt her chest began to burn. Let's all be good friends now, alright? How long had it been since she had anyone say that to her and meant it? Once she fell from heaven's grace, a majority of her life had been spent wandering while being alone. Until she met Azazel, who took her in for the sole reason alone that he didn't have many allies. But even then, he had his reasons to take her. She had a purpose for him, and all she wanted was to impress him. But Issei. He welcomed her again. Even after everything had happened and he wanted nothing in return. Sometimes she hated being a fallen. She didn't mean to fall. She just hung out with the wrong people. And once they fell, she was drugged down with them. But sometimes, being a fallen wasn't all just bad. It allowed her to be more honest with herself. And Issei had just made her a very happy girl. She smiled at him brightly. Let's all be great friends. Chapter 10. Good feelings. Once everyone had finished eating the breakfast Yasaka had prepared, Yasaka proceeded to lead the group outside in hope that she could create a specialized training routine for Issei in order to help him learn more about magic and what he could do with it. She was fast in her ability to think of a few different ways to help him improve his affinity to magic, as well as how to make it stronger. She knew she needed to train him in the physically aspect as well as the magical aspect, but she didn't know what type of exercises would be best for him yet, or if anything she knew would even work for him since he was a dragon. Maybe he didn't need any kind of training at all, and she was just overthinking things. Regardless, she noticed something was now very different in the barrier that she had normally active around her house. The sunrise was still low in the eastern sky, just slightly cresting over the trees that formed an additional barrier around her home. There was a steady breeze that caused the leaves to rustle around them. The air was cold also. Too cold for her comfort. Almost to the point of being unnatural. It made even less sense to her because the previous night had been fairly warm. There was a peculiar smell that she had come to know from instinct as well. It was the smell of humidity in the air from freshly fallen rain that filled her nose and the nippy air around them. She looked at the sky once more. There wasn't a single cloud in sight. She turned and looked at the 4 people that followed her. Rainer had given her farewells only moments earlier and left back to Azazel. And they didn't seem to acknowledge the change in the air at all. A chilling fit of shakes rushed down her spine. She didn't like the eerie feeling she was suddenly getting, but if there were any problems, her guards would have said something by now. Wouldn't they have? She looked into the woods, her eyes scanned the darkness between the trees around her, searching for the faintest traces of magic that could indicate to her that her guards were still, in fact, on duty. She could sense multiple figures from deep between the darkness of the trees. She let her guard fall only slightly. She couldn't think of anything that would explain the eeriness that lurked in the nature around her. She turned and looked at Kunou. Kunou, does it smell a little damp here for you as well? She asked her daughter, keeping her voice hushed to avoid raising suspicion between the group with them. Yeah, but that's because it rained. Came her daughter's matter-of-fact reply. Her daughter seemed extremely sure of her answer to the point it surprised her. If her own flesh and blood had been so sure, then how had it been that she completely managed to miss the fact that it had rained? Not even to mention it wasn't supposed to rain today, and there wasn't a single sound that was made all night that she could hear to indicate a rainfall, not even to mention that there wasn't a single cloud in sight. She sighed out a heavy breath. She couldn't imagine why anyone would. Or who would even be dumb enough to try and attack her. The scale of an attack that it would take to even get this close to her would be an incredibly drawn-out endeavor, and by this point, she would have figured it out and acted. Come here, Issei. Yasaka began, deciding that she should continue on with what she had planned to test Issei's magic further. I want to see how many types of magic you can control. I know you can control fire, and we know you can mimic attacks as well, such as when you replicated my fox fire. This time, can you try to imagine lightning between your fingers? Issei moved forward to her and looked at her with a perplexed expression for a moment before he raised his hand to his eye level. He closed his eyes and focused, the motion happening like it had been second nature to him by this point. His eyes shot open, and just as they did the sound of cackling filled the air. Sparks arched between his fingers at an incredibly fast rate. The sparks grew larger, eventually arching to the ground and shooting to other parts of his body. He raised his other hand, and the lighting arched between the both of them. Suddenly his hair began to spike wildly, with only the most faint signs of electricity arching between each strand, but still bright enough to be noticeable. The most amazing about it, in her eyes, was that the lightning that zipped around him and between his fingers were that fact that the lightning had been a marvelous red. The only kind of lightning Yasaka had ever seen used in magic applications was yellow, which had all but been mastered by Akeno Himejima, the queen of Ria's Gremory's peerage. But Issei wasn't a devil, in fact, he was very far from being one. She was more amazed the longer she thought about it. How would she even test the magnitude of the lightning he produced? It was simply amazing that it was colored different at all. Looking at him, it was like he was a living, breathing ball of nothing but energy. But she knew better than get close to him, not because it was clear thought, but because she held an unfamiliar feeling of fear. Fear that stemmed from a release of so much power that, if the others could detect, they would all fear him as well. Well, that's 2 types of magic out of the way. 3 more to go, and then I can start working on a training plan for you. Next, let's try air. That one should be simple enough, just imagine using it to blow someone away or pin them. The difference with this one is that it will require some force in the form of an explosive movement. Try pushing your arms forward and throw a gust of wind at me. The natural wind today will be working against you because it's bellowing towards you. Yasaka explained, preparing herself for Issei's attack. She knew he was powerful, but she had enough faith in him to trust he would be gentle. Push my arms out. Like in the last airbender. Alright, I'll give it a try. He pulled his arms back, doing the motions of a push-it. He began to think about the wind rushing around him and pushing itself towards Yasaka. He paused. This demonstration was aimed at Yasaka. It was more than just a test of his abilities in his eyes. It was a test of his control. His mind worked in overtime, he needed to thrust wind towards her, but he needed to make it tame enough so she could only feel it and not get thrown back from it. He pushed his arms forward as quickly as he could muster. The force of him swinging his arms held enough momentum to pull him along for the ride as well, and just as his hands had started to move, wind rushed around him and began to move with his hands, flowing freely off the tips of his fingers as a flurry of tingles filled him. Soon, he could see the wind began its rush towards Yasaka in a calm and idle way. He watched as the gust caused her to close her eyes, her golden hair flowed behind her magnificently with a gust of wind. Her hands went down to her kimono to stop it from riding up and exposing her body parts, but it didn't stop the wind from exposing her delicate legs, which instantly sent a strange feeling into his throat. Amazing work, Issei. Yasaka said shortly after recovering from the gust of wind, a smile spreading across her lips that set a fire inside of him. Now, let's try nature magic. I'm beginning to think by this point you can use every type of magic, but we might as well test it just to be sure. So, all around you is dirt. This one is simple: levitate a pebble or rock, erect a small wall from the dirt, try anything you desire. Issei smiled as an idea other than what she had proposed came to him. He knelt over and placed a single hand on the ground. If he was correct in assuming nature magic was anything that involved the world around him such as trees and plants, he could surely make a plant grow even without a seed. He imagined his favorite plant, the one he had told Yasaka about when he awoke scared at night. It was the camellias his mother used to keep. He imagined every detail of the beautiful flower down to the petals it had and willed it into existence at his hand. Then before his eye, he watched a green stem sprouted from the dirt and began to grow larger and larger with each passing second. The stem began to break and grow extra limbs, slowly turning into a budding bush before everyone's eyes. Yasaka, as well as everyone else, watched in amazement as the bush, now about 6 feet tall, had started standing over Issei by a few inches and began to bloom beautiful pink camellias. Hundreds of the beautiful flowers began to bloom all around the bush until it eventually stopped growing, only because Issei lifted his hands off the ground to grab one of the flowers off the bush. He twisted it in his hand as everyone still kept their dumbstruck expressions plastered onto them. They hadn't ever seen magic like that before, and even Yasaka was shell-shocked. She had never seen chlorokinesis before, she had only ever read about it in spell books, and had only been close to people who said they could perform such magic, but never would. Creating a plant from nothing was fundamentally more complex than simply creating a wall from dirt or levitating a pebble. Creating a plant was one of the hardest feats of magic to do. It was creating a living being from nothing, and the amount of energy and power required to do something as incredible as that was extraordinary, even in the supernatural world. It was essentially the same as creation magic. But that only affirmed her thoughts about how strong he was. The only thing magically that she could teach him was strategy and how to combine elements to make different results. There was no need to continue her tests any further, unless it was to help him become more familiar with the elements themselves. And there were still plenty of elements for her left to go through as well, but she had seen more than enough. Issei. That was amazing. You're amazing. I've never seen anything like that. I've only seen things like that in an anime and in television series. I've heard magic like that is extremely difficult to do, even for professionals, and you just made it look like easy. Irina spoke, stealing the words right from Yasaka's mind. The girl ran up to him and grabbed onto his free hand. Yasaka looked at Issei as Irina held him, and for the first time since she had met him, it finally hit her. A burning sensation that rocked her body and set fire to her nether regions. She analyzed Issei closely and could feel some form of magic power secrete out of him slowly that was different than anything she had felt before, separate from his normal magic. She felt hot as she tried desperately to keep control of her own bodily urges that hardly ever bothered her beforehand. Issei turned and looked at her, and as she stared into his eyes, the heat made her feel like she was going to melt. Yasaka's eyes moved to the younger girl who touched Issei, and the expression on her face looked like she was completely drunk from pleasure she didn't understand. Her cheeks had turned a bright red, her clearly perked under the leotard she still wore. And her legs were bent inwards at an angle that spoke the world to Yasaka, and then she came to understand her own situation. The girl let go of Issei and looked down at the ground, pressing her arms together, while unconsciously pushing her chest out more for Issei's viewing pleasure. I'll be right back. I've got to go to the restroom. The girl turned and darted off inside the house without looking back once, and she moved as fast as her legs would allow her. Yasaka knew then it was time to go shopping for clothes for them all, because this was going to become problematic, fast. Especially when considering the lack of undergarments she had, which was none. As the sun rose fast in the sky, she began to feel strangely hot, the humid air certainly not helping her cool down any either. But she knew better than to think that the liquid that now oozed down her leg was sweat. It even smelled different. She looked past Issei and looked at her daughter and Zenobia. She hoped to the gods above her that she wouldn't see her own daughter going into heat flashes of horniness. And thankfully, her hopes were heard, and her daughter didn't seem to acknowledge anything that was happening at all. And beside Kunou, Zenobia stood, also seeming to be unaffected in any way. She wondered why that was about the blue-haired woman, trying to keep herself distracted from the fact that she was so very turned on at the moment. She tried to think of a reason why, searching all of her brain for an answer that simply couldn't be found, and she could only think of one logical answer. Issei was a dragon. So if there came a season for dragons to mate, was he in it? Or was this something else entirely, because if he was in it, wouldn't he be feeling this as well? Her focus shifted to the boy as Issei suddenly held the flower out to her. Her confusion and worry rose to a steady panic inside her as her face stayed as straight as she could muster. It simply wasn't fair that she was basically being edged while Irina got to relieve herself. She moved carefully, taking a single step forward, feeling her sensitive thighs rub against one another as she went as the juices that had dripped down from her private area had acted as her natural lubricant. She decided then that she was going to invest in panties the next time she went out for clothes. She told her daughter to always wear them as well as a bra and then failed to take her own advice. How ironic was that? Once she was in touching distance of Issei, she reached out with both of her hands to grab the flower. In the process, she clasped her hands around his. She knew she was walking on paper-thin ice, but she had a theory she simply couldn't resist testing. And behold, the magic of science. Her hypothesis was proven correct. Almost immediately upon her contact with him, the fire in her nether regions burned and whipped to new pleasuring heights. She closed her eyes as she wrote out something she hadn't felt before and held onto him for dear life as her legs shook below her. This was a whole new world of pleasure to her. She hadn't experienced anything like this. Not even her own hand replicated the feeling, and she hadn't done anything except touch him. She collected herself after a few seconds, and the pleasure had subsided but never faded away. The subtle burn continued, and she inwardly chuckled at the danger she was in. This was already turning out to be so much fun. Thank you, Issei. You're just as sweet as you are amazing. Perhaps she sounded a little too flirtatious as she took the camellia. She remembered the night he told her his favorite flower and its color. They talked about the camellia's meaning, but the key difference between the flower he mentioned then versus now was that this one was pink. The one he said he loved was red. Maybe she was thinking too much about though. She held the flower closer to her chest, feeling his magic still rushing through the delicate petals. She looked at the expression he gave her in response to what she had said to him. His cheeks had become flushed, and she smiled wider at the revelation, taking note so she could tease him further when the time came. Her mind was being clouded by an emotion she could easily become addicted to. One of desire and pleasure, or maybe even both. But she tried her best to keep her mind calm. She thought about how to get back to the little test she had originally been giving before this had all happened. Him testing magic was a way to keep her distracted from what she was feeling. She was worried what would happen if her thoughts were left to roam on their own. She needed to come up with a solution to get back on track, and fast. But the more she started thinking, the more clouded her mind became. And speaking of, she wondered how Irina was coming along. Was it better or worse than her? She thought of where she said she needed to go, and before she even cared to continue her own question, she already knew the answer. She didn't blame her though. She felt like she needed the release as well. She shocked herself with her own perverse thoughts. Oh okay. Next test. She said, not daring to take a step in any direction as she felt the slippery feeling between her legs only get worse. Her groin was on certainly fire. She sighed ruggedly. She needed to go to the restroom as well. Irina walked into the restroom, slipping her leader down and off her shoulders, sitting down on the open toilet seat. She felt an unbearable heat in her groin that she had been too familiar with, and without needing any form of confirmation, she knew that somehow, Issei was the cause of it this time. She had urges before, yes, but they weren't nearly as bad as this was. As she sat down on the cold surface of the toilet, her legs buckled and shook as they lost the weight of her body. The fire that burned in her privates made her very honest with herself. She loved him and honestly wanted to ruin their friendship to be lovers instead. She was infatuated with him, and she knew that started when they were only kids. But she didn't know how to say that to him. She was his first friend, and he was her first as well. And now, she was doing things he didn't know about, all while having wild fantasies about him that she wished were true. She wanted to stay with him, she wanted to wake up every morning like she did this morning. She wanted him. Why was she thinking things like this? Was she an inner pervert? Was she going to have to embrace and accept that she was a pervert behind everything she had made herself to be? She reached her climax once again, this time her body lurched forward, her legs squeezed her hand in place. Once her body was done sending her to a higher plane of existence, she leaned back on the toilet seat. She breathed in the smell that had filled the room and closed her heavy eyes. She supposed she should have hurried up or just stopped while she was still ahead of herself. The fire was gone from her privates. But there was another feeling that came as she heard a noise at the door. It was a steady knocking, 1, 2, 3. And then there came a voice that belonged to Yasaka, asking her when she would be done having fun in the fox's own words. The feeling she held now was one of pure embarrassment. After cleaning her leotard with the wipes that laid on the table beside her. And also wiping herself. She stood and pulled her leotard back over her shoulders, moving the piece around with her fingers to adjust the tight material to her skin. After that, she moved to the sink and washed her hands, drying them with a towel that hung from a mount on the wall to her left. She stepped out of the door and immediately met with Yasaka, who looked at her with a sly smirk. Her face turned red. "It's okay. I felt it too. I probably had it worse than you, actually. We will go shopping after this. As soon as possible, preferably. Issei should get out and get to know my lands as well as his own land, and it will be a good break," Yasaka said, walking past her and making her way into the bathroom. She didn't know how to feel about her doing that after she had just done it. But her worry was immediately replaced with confusion as she heard water running from the shower inside the bathroom. If she remembered correctly, it was one of the special rain shower heads that was attached close to the ceiling. She had read about those kinds of showers. They were different from conventional shower heads because they were designed to give the experience of showering in the rain. They had many settings that could be adjusted to get the feeling of drenching rainstorms to a nice trickle of droplets instead of streams shot from small jet-like nodules. Her thoughts shifted again. Why hadn't she thought of taking a cold shower to help quail her heat? She shook her head shortly at the thought though. She didn't have clothes. She moved, deciding it would be best to wait for her outside with Issei, Kunou and Zenobia. She moved down the hallway towards the way she had come and moved her way to the exit, but she was met with the sight of everyone just walking inside. "Hey Arena. Yasaka wanted us to come in and wait for her to finish her shower so we could go to the neighboring town. I'm kind of excited to get out. I haven't left the house or the area around the house since I've got here," Issei said, smiling at her widely. She felt the blush return in full and looked down at her feet as she fumbled with her hands nervously. She couldn't help herself but to feel nervous, knowing what she had just done to herself with perverse thoughts of him. "Yasaka told me just as I walked out of the bathroom. I look forward to getting more clothes to wear as well. This rubber leotard that was given to us is getting pretty unbearable. I wonder if Yasaka would have anything I could change into now," Arena asked, more to herself than to anyone. "We have kimonos that you could wear over that if you want," Kunou asked, looking quizzically at Arena and Zenobia. "I would be very thankful," Arena replied. With that, Kunou had walked off to get the kimonos for them, leaving Arena in her thoughts about Issei as she sat down beside Zenobia. Arena looked across the table to him, dressed in his black kimono with embroidered gold designs on it that were as sharp as they were aggressive in design. The fabric looked more like a fabric made from pajama or bathrobe sets, but the stitching pattern favored flexibility and allowed for agile movements. They looked like some type of loose apparel for the YOUKAI. The ancient Chinese imperial secret police that served the emperors as elegant assassins during the Ming dynasty. In fact, if he had the mantles and bracers along with the extremely hard-to-wield patience-testing Yao Dao greatsword that rewarded prowess with devastating strikes as brutal as a samurai wielding a katana, he would look exactly like one. She shook the thought from her head, as impressive of an image as that would be, it wasn't feasible. But it made sense for him to learn how to use a bladed weapon. He was already so strong magically. He didn't need any training in that regard. He only really needed strategy, and that couldn't be learned from books or simply be taught verbally. It would be more practical to train him physically and teach him how to fight close combat in the inevitable event that he was pushed to fight by someone who attacked in close combat. Swordsmanship was an art. A lot like dancing. Despite how gruesome it could be. Not even to mention he would need to learn martial arts beforehand. She knew that Yasaka was well aware of all of this though. She was sure she was also a very skilled fighter, probably more skilled than Zenobia and her combined. No, she was definitely more skilled than the two of them, even with magic. But anyone could see that not even she was stronger than Issei when it came to magic alone. But there was the experience side of the argument as well. She wondered as Yasaka was forming a training plan including her and Zenobia. She wondered if Yasaka knew they were trained by the church in swordsmanship and magic. She was so caught up in her thoughts about Issei and how he would fight that she hadn't noticed Kunou had returned with 2 sets of kimonos that had the designs of her and her mother's Maiko outfits. "Here you go," Kunou exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm, offering one to her and offered the other to Zenobia. They both took them gratefully and threw them on over their leotards quickly. The first thing that she noticed were the 5 star-shaped pentagrams that adorned each sleeve of the white kimono right at the wrist, one on her chest at her heart, and if hers was the same as Zenobia's, one on her back just below the neck collar. It was the symbol of harmony and spirituality. "Thank you very much, Kunou. You're a good girl," Zenobia said to the girl, causing her to light up even brighter. Irina heard footsteps sound from behind them, and as she turned and looked, she saw Yasaka walking towards the group. Her hair still slightly wet and tied up into the bun that she had normally seen her with. The most noticeable difference that Irina could see was that her maiko showed far less of her cleavage now. As she stopped once she was close to the group and standing beside her daughter. "Are we all ready to go? I can tell Issei is, as am I," she said, giving Issei a smile. Each of them gave their answers together, all of them agreeing that they were ready to leave. Yasaka nodded and walked back out the door they had gathered in, leading them all outside and to a pathway that had torii gateways along it. As they walked through the torii, Irina turned around and looked, her curiosity getting the best of her. And behind her she didn't see the house they had left, but instead saw only a simple shrine. She was perplexed, to say the least, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense in explaining what had happened when they ran into the woods at first. It was magic, which meant the last gateway was a transcendental arch that granted access to Yasaka's home. But then, how did she come in through the woods? She decided it was a question for later as her brain puzzled. "Hey Issei, can I hold your hand?" It was Kunou who asked. She looked at the girl as she grabbed Issei's open hand and walked beside Yasaka. There was a pang of jealousy that came to her. She wanted to hold his hand too. She pouted to herself. Chapter 11. Listen. Together, the group that was formed from Yasaka, her daughter, Issei, Irina and Zenobia, moved through the gateways that covered the walkway leading away from her home, heading towards a market strip that awaited in the city of Kyoto below. It was more of a souvenir strip than a marketplace, but there were various clothing stores that lined up along with hundreds of other shops and stands selling traditional style clothing, food and trinkets. They were actual stores too, fitted with changing rooms and multiple floors, with uniforms ranging from kimonos to suits, all neatly displayed in windows to catch tourist attention. The stores also sold a variety of modern name brand apparel for said tourists, as well as traditional kimonos with various designs all the way to undergarments of various high-end brands. To put it properly, there were a lot of legitimate clothing stores, most of them looking to be high-end ones. On the way down the long pathway, Yasaka had told them all that she would be paying for anything they needed. The simple act of kindness caused an immediate feeling of respite to wash over both Irina and Zenobia, as they were both out of money by this point in their trip to Japan. They were given money for their journey, but it wasn't much to eat on at all. It was instead only just enough for maybe 3 or 4 meals of cheap fast food. Of course, it was fair, considering they had only been in Kyoto looking for Issei for only 3 days, roughly. As for how they slept, it was usually in the streets or on benches at train stations late at night. They had lived the rough life that he could only describe as being homeless. It was surprising how people didn't kick them out of most restaurants, given how they wore only leotards under their cloaks. They tried their best to keep their cloaks concealing their appearances, and they also tried to keep the fact they hadn't bathed in a few days as unostentatious as they possibly could, relying on various fragrances and small bottles of perfumes they had carried in their wiry pockets. To put things simply and without using many words, they were both very thankful that Yasaka was going to pay for their clothes. And even house them. She was a very generous person, and both Irina and Zenobia didn't know how to thank her enough for such kindness. Irina had eventually branched off from the rest of the group, going with Yasaka to look at a few undergarments to buy, and together the two of them looked at a wide variety of lingerie. Ranging from casual to outright sexy. All the way up to extremely revealing outfits and nightgowns that probably shouldn't have even been considered clothing. You see anything that catches your eyes? Maybe anything you think will impress Issei? I know I can already see a few. Yasaka asked Irina, looking at a wall of satin red thongs and bras in various different sizes and trim patterns, from lacy see-through fabric to floral pattern designs. But it didn't take a genius to notice that Yasaka had been looking at other attire as well. Her eyes roamed over a wide variety of laced panties and thongs, from strappy snake-laced panties to normal plain angel whites, all the way up to thongs so revealing you might as well be nude. Or simply wearing wrapping strings. And no. Of course, Irina lied, and Yasaka knew it was a lie just as well. As Irina looked at the lingerie that were displayed before her, with so many different options to choose from, she looked at herself in one of the nearby mirrors. Irina couldn't help but imagine herself in the floral purple laced hip hugger panties with garter belts and matching purple stockings that donned floral designs, and a matching bra that veiled just the right amount of skin to still be considered an article of clothing. As a girl who had never wore something like that, she wanted it. She wanted to show it off too. Was it bad she wanted Issei to see her in it too? Fine, I'll get it for you. You've been eyeing it since you saw them. Yasaka ventured, reaching for the purple laced panties and matching bra. Once Yasaka got them down, she forced them into Irina's arms, and Irina held them with embarrassment as a flushed expression bellowed onto her face. They seem about your size anyways. Yasaka. I'm sorry if I sound ungrateful, I am very thankful for everything. But how much can I get? What am I allowed to get? Irina asked, her eyes casted downward as she trailed off. Well, as far as what you get I don't particularly care. I would recommend at least one pair of undergarments for each day of the week. Maybe a few extras for certain scenarios. Yasaka explained, adding a small wink at the end of her third teasing sentence before continuing. And also, since you don't have any sleep attire, you should get that while we are here. You can get whatever you like. After that you can move on to normal clothes to wear. I'm here for undergarments because I have clothes. Thank you for your generosity. Irina said, clutching the clothing that Yasaka had handed her. Her curiosity rose when she saw how fast Yasaka was looking at sizes and almost immediately taking articles of clothing, regardless of how revealing or lacy they were. It was like she had done this hundreds of times. What stuff are you getting, Yasaka? These, I suppose. Yasaka said, holding up her selection of undergarments. Irina's eyes widened at what she saw. Yasaka moved closer to the shocked girl so she could whisper to her. I'm on a mission, you see. I want him too. So, keep up if you can. It would help if you could be more honest with yourself. Yasaka turned and moved to sleeping wear next, leaving a shocked and flustered Irina to ponder her situation by herself. Yasaka looked at a wide assortment of sleepwear, from teddy bodysuits to full robe sets. Of course, she didn't need any of these, but looking at them, she could only imagine the fun reactions she could get out of him when she wore them. The heat that Issei had caused her earlier wasn't fully extinguished either, which put her on her best defense. It was an almost animalistic urge that she couldn't fully suppress. Maybe it was because, as a YOUKAI, she was naturally sensitive to her surroundings and magics, but regardless, the heat was crazy. Or maybe it was because she didn't pleasure herself in the same way that Irina had. Irina seemed to have fared much better after. Quite literally. Rocking and jilling her own world. But an ice-cold shower only left her feeling wet, unsatisfied and still highly horny. Damn that Irina girl for getting off lucky. No. She could have done the same as well, so she couldn't be mad at the poor girl. Yasaka shook her head anxiously, deciding to go back to selecting sleepwear that she thought would shock and rile Issei up for a night of fun. She smiled to herself, mischievously. She wondered how Issei was doing with his own shopping. Logically he should be done ahead of everyone else, but she couldn't stop the idea of going to help him with his shopping. It made her anxious to finish getting the items she needed. She wondered how Kunou and Zenobia were doing, knowing that Kunou didn't need anything, and probably wouldn't even try to get anything since her daughter absolutely hated shopping. The lights in the store flickered briefly. She looked for Kunou almost immediately after the poltergeist-like action, and found the girl was staring, rather blankly, at a wall of undergarments far too large for her body to fit in. She wasn't mumbling a word, despite Zenobia speaking to her about the importance of appearing physically strong. To put it simply, her daughter looked like her brain was about to explode from the overloading amounts of information that Zenobia vomited her direction. A feeling of uneasiness washed over her. Once Issei was on his own, the first thing he did was move to look at a few different types of shirts and pants. He only wanted at least one pair of clothes for each day of the week, so that was all he was shooting for, and he didn't need any more than that. As for his underwear, he had already decided on a package of dark-colored boxer briefs. Mostly black and gray. Because he figured Yasaka was going to give him a load of physical exercises to do, which meant he would gladly take the ball-cupping underwear in place of horrible chafing or the use of anti-chafing powder. The black pair had red stitching, while the gray pair had black stitching. Looking at the pair of black pants that were folded neatly on a shelf in front of him, he selected a size that was relatively small to help his small body structure. And after the long time he had been in the hospital not eating, he had surely become all skin and bone with no hearty muscle to show. He hadn't even seen his body since he had first awakened. He took the clothes he chose and moved into a changing room, and once he closed and locked the door behind him, he sat down on the bench that waited for him inside. There was a mirror across from him, which was perfect for what he needed. He looked at his face first, examining what he could, but from what he could tell, he didn't look much different at all. In fact, to him it looked like he had gained some muscles on his neck. His curiosity piqued at the small development he had only just noticed. If he had been knocked out and unmoving for more than a month's time, he should have lost both muscle and fat, and a lot of both. But he looked fine. In fact, he looked more fit than he did before his hospital visit. He stood quickly, watching as the silk black kimono he donned began to dance with a sudden movement and undone the bindings on it, letting the smooth and soft fabric slip down his body and rest on the bench behind him. Under that he wore form-fitting white clothes. A traditional underclothing for kimonos. And the shirt alone was enough to make his eyes almost widen in shock. His torso didn't even look like it could belong to him. He hardly did any physical exercise at all in Kuo, but his body looked chiseled and muscular, not quite to the level of a bodybuilder, but something that looked unbelievably fit in a natural way. In fact, he would even go as far as to say it looked like something from a fantasy, something which was created in the image of perfection. He had muscles showing that he didn't even knew his body had. He had a toned torso, with visible abs, and above that his pectorals were finely shaped and made his chest puff out with a confidence he hadn't ever built himself. His serratus anterior muscles branched out at his sides like wings, stopping at his toned sides. His shoulder delts were like miniature cannonballs, and his arms were large enough for his hand to no longer fit around. Far larger than what he had while he was a student at Kuo. His biceps and triceps were matched with his deltoids, as large as cannonballs, and his forearms were veinous and as hard as rocks. Hell yeah. Issei quickly let out in excitement before catching himself and falling into a silent enthusiasm. He moved his hand to feel his abdominals, his fingers tracing along his abs and anterior muscles. They were, in fact, real and not just a creation of his imagination. He turned around to look at his back, and he could only barely see himself in the reflection, as he had to turn his head back as far as he could, but his back was just as chiseled as his chest and abs were. His trap muscles were full and sharp along with his spinny muscles. He was amazed at the muscles he had. He hadn't earned any of them, but hot damn weren't they cool. He turned back around and sat down correctly on the bench. He looked at himself in confusion, his eyes meeting with the eyes of his reflection like Inception. Since when had he knew that much about his own muscles? He never liked biology. Unless of course, it was about the female body. And he wasn't ever the type to work out with his free time either. Figured it out yet? Or is that tiny human brain of yours still scrambling? I've missed you too, Drake. Issei thought, a smile grazing his face as he looked at himself in the mirror. And was filled with a strong sense of self-pride. TSK. When you gave me your heart, I replaced it with the heart of a dragon. Mine. Your fragile human body was transformed as a result. Your muscles grew larger as a result of hyperplasia, meaning instead of your body damaging muscle fibers and connecting them, you simply grew more in excess. Normally, you would still be weak from this, as your muscle fibers haven't adapted to stressful punishment or resistance. But as a dragon, magic flows through each individual fiber, making you both stronger and faster. So, the only thing actually keeping me strong is magic. What happens to me when I run out of it? Now that's a funny question. Your magical affinity after our first deal was already larger than most mid-ranking supernatural beings. But now, you are a dragon in full. My active power that now belongs to you is that I could double my power with each passing second. The only limit to that when you were human would have been how much your human body could handle. But now that your body has been altered to such a degree befitting to handle my abilities. Are you saying my power is limitless? Absolutely not. You have a limit like all supernatural beings do. But it is now an extremely high limit thanks to your improved body. That limit is for you to figure out. Deciding to not waste any more time, he slipped his clothes off entirely and attempted to wear the pair of pants he had selected. The size on the tag read 28x30, and as he fastened the pants on himself, he realized he got the length correct, but failed with his waist width. It fit, but it was just barely too tight. It was tight enough to restrict his movement by an amount just small enough to notice and be slightly uncomfortable. He decided he would try one size larger. Have you noticed your surroundings yet, little one? The air. Issei rushed his clothes on and moved out of the room to look for more clothing. He found the size he needed, the only downside being that the length increased by an inch. But ultimately, he knew that wouldn't make much of a difference. Acknowledging what Drake had said though, he decided to pay more attention to the things around him. At first there wasn't anything he noticed, but as he turned and looked at Yasaka and Arena as they walked towards him, it became too clear. Their lips moved as they approached, quite clearly talking to him, and their body language showed they were asking him questions. But he couldn't hear anything. It was entirely silent, almost to the point where his ears struggled to listen for some form of noise. He turned his head and looked outside as he felt the hair on his arm stick up. There wasn't anyone outside, and the sky had turned dark. So dark it could almost be mistaken for midnight. There was still daylight outside when they arrived. There was a tingly feeling of static that swelled inside him as he looked outside. Street lights hadn't been lit yet, and many of the lights of stores had gone out. No, not gone out, they were instead replaced by some profound darkness. Kaboom. He jumped at the sound that shattered the pressing silence surrounding him. There was a series of flashing lights that lit the ground outside. And just as soon as the flashes faded, rain poured from the sky in a roaring downpour that was so fierce it blocked his vision of the buildings across the street. The lights flashed again, and the sudden jolts of light forced his eyes to squint. But once his eyes had fully opened and the flashes from outside subsided, there was a cloaked figure pressed up against the glass, staring in the clothes shop and looking straight at him. Issei became paralyzed by his curiosity and worry as he looked at the creepy and oddly familiar figure. His mind filled with panic thoughts as he felt a lump form in the back of his throat. His mouth became sticky and parched as his heart pounded hard enough to shake him. His muscles were tensed, and he gritted his teeth as he squeezed his hands into fists hard enough to draw a bit of pain. The calmness that had once constantly washed over him was replaced with an anger and hate so profound his vision tunneled. He felt arms wrap around him, and he turned and looked at the source. Irina had clung to him as a result of her being scared of the thunder that shook items on the shelves in the store. Issei turned his head again, and there was no figure outside looking at him. But the rain was still pouring outside, and the feeling of static still swelled in him. He turned and looked at Yasaka. The darkness in the room made things far harder to see, but she held a lonesome blue flame in her hands. Beside her was Kunou, who held onto her mother's outfit, and then beside her was Zenobia. Yasaka. Did you see that cloaked person at the window just then? Issei quickly ventured, his alertness and worry bleeding through into his speech. You saw something at the window? I looked out there as you did, and I didn't see anything or anyone. I didn't even think it was supposed to storm today, and even then, not this violently. There is also this magic-like feeling in the air, like the air is filled with an energy of sorts, but I can't tell where it is coming from, or why. Yasaka distributed her own experiences, her flame burning bright enough to light most of the store, but not enough to light the corners that had slowly filled with a creeping darkness that only got closer with time. And where did all the people in here go? Zenobia asked. It was the first time she had spoken aloud since the group took this trip, and the question was enough to put Yasaka on her edge. That's a good question. There were people in here with us when we first entered, so when did they leave? Yasaka said, moving herself to look at the front counter. No. Look. There aren't any employees here either. Even if all the customers left because of weather, wouldn't it be strange if all the service members left as well? Something isn't right. Irina, Zenobia, it would be wise if we all stood on guard now. Irina let go of Issei, and her expression immediately shifted to one of complete and utter concentration. She stuck close to Issei, clearly an attempt at guarding him, almost like she knew if this was an attack, it was for him. She donned a sword wrapped in cloth. There was a buzzing that rung in his left ear, it was faint at first, but it slowly rose. He couldn't explain it clearly as he looked at Yasaka. The only person to his left was Kunou, who stood far away, and Zenobia, who was beside him. But he couldn't ignore the feeling of being watched. There was something here that he could feel that no one else noticed yet. The storm wasn't normal, nothing about this place was normal. His mind scattered in search of an answer. After he stepped outside of the room, that was when everything bad started happening. Or was it before that? Was it the strange sensation he had felt at the house? The sense of it raining even though he was sure it hadn't rained at all. Yasaka had noticed his deep thinking, but he stayed quiet. But then, why did Kunou tell her it rained? Something wasn't right and it spilled mystery into him. He saw movement to his left. Issei, stop. Don't move your head. Issei did as he was instructed, as it was the first time the dragon had demanded him to listen to him. He froze, keeping his gaze locked on Yasaka as though his life depended on it. Look at Kunou. Don't move your head, don't move your eyes. Use your peripherals. Focus on what you see. Issei began to feel fear rise in him for the first time that night as he strained to focus on something that he wasn't looking at directly. The dark figure he saw staring at him through the window was now behind Kunou. The girl's eyes were half-lidded, almost like she was in a half-dream state. His hand was around her neck, almost as though he was treating her like a doll. Anger effervesced in him and replaced his fear as he became so focused on the figure that he failed to notice Yasaka had turned and looked at him in the eyes. Issei. Your right eye. It's lit and green like a dragon's. Her speech slowed down as realization dawned on her. The figure came into focus, more and more with each passing second from the corner of his eyes. A hooded cloaked figure smiling under his hood, staring at him. It was the same looking cloak as the person who killed his parents. But this time, he felt the magic that poured from the figure. Issei listened closely and heard no breathing, no heartbeat, nothing that would show any signs of him being an actual person at all. But he felt the magic that basically created them. It's a fake. It's a copy of the person. My guess is they are unconscious somewhere and they are seeing and hearing everything right now. But the additional magic is the works of someone else. This pocket you are in, the inside of the building, is an altered reality that began to change once you left the shrine. How interesting. A fake. Does that mean Kunou is safe? No. Look closer. Without much of any thought, his eyes began to feel a slight pain as he forced himself to look somewhere that was impossibly hard. Only after a few short seconds did he notice Kunou's skin move on her neck as the hand that wrapped around it moved. Anger began to boil inside him, and he forced himself to look ahead at Yasaka. He wouldn't let anyone harm Kunou. Anyone. There it is. The rage. The vile. Let it out. let it all come pouring out. There wasn't much more of a push required to send him over his breaking point. But he needed to know what to use to lower the risk of him hitting Kunou as much as possible. He thought of something fast, and the first thing he thought about using that was fast was his lightning. But there was the chance that it would accidentally hurt Kunou, and that was something he wanted to avoid. He was perplexed, and his anger made it harder to focus as the urgency of his situation increased. His head began to develop a pounding that gave him a growing headache. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. With the breath his heart calmed slightly. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed was the rain that poured outside. An idea sprouted in his head, but the problem arose when figuring out how to execute his plan. He hadn't ever tried to manipulate water, but if it was as easy as everything he had manipulated so far, then surely it was possible. But how would he get it inside the room with him? Listen. He did as he had been instructed. He closed his eyes and let his hearing take over his senses. He could hear the sound of breathing around him, and he fixated on the sounds beyond that until he finally heard the one sound he was looking for. A single droplet of water splashing onto the tile floor of the shop, splashing down from a leak in the roof. He was thankful for the small droplet that seeped in. "Kunou, are you alright? You've been standing there silent for a long time," Irina asked. It was only a matter of seconds before she would notice the predicament Kunou was in, but with that small exchange Issei knew for sure they couldn't see the existence that held onto Kunou. He moved his hand back towards the droplet that was only slightly further away than he imagined. He turned and felt the presence behind Kunou flinch, but he was faster. So much faster. The droplet of water went soaring with laser-like accuracy straight towards the figure behind Kunou, and before the figure could act, the droplet of water had already contacted the eye of the figure and splattered blood onto the clothes beside him, as well as getting a bit on Kunou. There was a yell of pain that whipped itself to heights that were almost inhuman, and his vocal cord strained to hold his vocal range. As Issei opened his eyes, his right one had turned green with a slit in the center. As he saw the blood that he had caused and felt a riding feeling satisfaction bubble in him. And not only that, but he also wanted more. It was an animalistic feeling inside him like that of a predator's, but his want to kill was driven from a sense of satisfaction, rather than hunger or defense, which felt so wrong in his mind. There was a deep, almost cynical laugh that sounded in his head from Drake. And for a second, he felt like joining him in the laugh. The magic that hid the figure had vanished, and he was revealed for everyone in the room to see. But instead of preparing themselves for a battle, the look of shock and horror their faces held was enough to send Issei over the edge. He started to laugh, low and steady. A terrifying sound coming from Issei, but he couldn't help himself anymore. It was all just so funny. He wouldn't let anyone hurt somebody he cared for ever again. He looked at the figure who was still too close to Kunou for his enjoyment. Yasaka hadn't ever heard a noise so dark come from Issei, and it honestly scared her to some degree. Irina and Zenobia were just as surprised as they looked at him with perplexed expressions filled with worry and discomfort. But Yasaka was afraid of what he would do. "You're too close to her," Issei said, throwing his right hand out. A gust of wind suddenly pushed the man to the wall and pinned him there helplessly. The man was sprawled out and left completely incapacitated, which was exactly how Issei wanted him to be. Issei thought about the man for only a moment. If he was to be killed in this form, he would surely die in his true physical form. A smile spread to his face. "If you think that I am weak enough to let you hurt someone I care for, then you understand very little about me. You are a magical existence. An astral projection. And you have the ability to interact with objects. That means you can feel what happens to your body, correct?" Issei inquired with a cunning smile. There wasn't a response given to his question. Issei smiled at the man's silence. He twisted his hand slightly, and the arms of the man began to slowly twist. He began to yell in agony once more as his arms dislocated from the joints at the same time. Each grinding pop only adding to the smile Issei had plastered across his face. "You see. You tried to hurt an innocent girl that I have grown very fond of." Issei got closer to the man on the wall, just as Kunou snapped out of her forced trance. She ran over to Yasaka and hugged her mother with tears in her eyes. Issei spoke as he stood on a few feet away from the man. "If you die here, that's it, right? And since you can't move. You understand yet? Please. Spare me." The man mumbled, his voice jagged and coarse. "If you tell me everything you know, I think we can make a deal," Issei offered, holding his hand out and touching the man's shoulder. It was almost on instinct, but he felt the power of Drake flooding through him. There were memories that rushed through his head. But they didn't belong to him. "We are magicians. I've been in almost since the beginning." Issei backed away. He hadn't listened to anything the man had said. He saw a vision of the killer fill his mind from the perspective of someone else. He refused to fall to his knees, despite the shaking. He spoke with malice. "You all killed my parents." Fire engulfed Issei's hands as he spoke those horrible words. Everyone backed away as the flames that engulfed Issei's hands were an unnatural red, twisting and moving with a mind of its own. As Yasaka laid her eyes on the crimson red flames, she saw them burn with an anger that she hadn't ever been able to fully experience or understand. It was a vengeful energy that she couldn't control. He just kept growing stronger. Issei moved his hands towards the man's chest, and as soon as Issei touched the man, the flames forced their ways into the chest of the man. The victim of the flames failed to produce a sound audible enough to notice as his body lit up in a spider web pattern, the same color of the flames. He buckled and reeled back in pain, and despite how his mouth mouthed in the woes of pain that showed sung out his agony, there was no sound that reached her ears. The body of the man vanished shortly after that. But it vanished in a truly terrifying way. She knew at first glance that the figure was a projection, but to create one with touch, it required tremendous magic power that a normal magician wouldn't be capable of, and created one required using their own soul as a catalyst. And if that was the case, Issei had just killed someone. She was thankful he saved Kunou, but this wasn't something she ever wanted him to do. Not again. She felt foolish for not being able to notice the signs he tried to give her that something was wrong. She felt foolish for failing to notice a problem with her own daughter. And she felt foolish at the fact she hadn't noticed the danger her own flesh and blood had been in because she hadn't been looking. The amount of disappointment that filled her at the revelation was immeasurable. Issei moved his head looking out the window at the rain. Her eyes followed, and what she saw oozing off him was something that about made her sick. She was thankful that no one else could see the energy he released. It was on the level of a high-class devil. But that wasn't what made her sick. It was the killing intent that made her head dizzy. How long had he bottled that up? When did it start? I know you're out there. If you played any part in the killing of my parents like your friend and you're not afraid of me, then you know nothing. So, for your own sake, run. Run back to the other magicians seeking me and tell them this. I am the Red Dragon Emperor. I'm coming for my revenge, and I will never, ever stop. The lights flickered back on. The blood on the walls faded, and the rain outside turned into a slight sprinkle with the sun shining. A door opened behind them all, and they turned to face the noise. The only employee in the store had just walked out of the bathroom, and she stared at Issei as they all stared back. Any way I can. Anything I can help you find? The girl asked, fidgeting her finger as if she had just failed at her job. Yasaka had more questions than answers. She knew Issei was powerful, but why did magicians come for him? Why are they banding together as if they are trying to take out something that's a threat to them? Even with the rise of the Red Dragon Emperor, they normally would have stayed content to live a normal life. So why were they here and working together so well? Someone was pitting them against Issei, and she needed to figure out who and why. Issei was already a product of every star and planet aligning in the cosmos to create one simple word she dared not say. It shouldn't be possible, but under the right conditions she was sure that it was completely possible for the dragon within him to become. She stopped her train of thought. She didn't want to think about it anymore. I think we are alright, thank you. Yasaka answered, immediately catching the attention of the young girl who instantly recognized Yasaka. Alright. Take your time, Lady Yasaka. Almost immediately after saying Yasaka's name, realization dawned on the girl on just who exactly the boy in the group was. Red Dragon Emperor. I'm sorry I didn't realize any sooner who you were. I beg your forgiveness. Issei seemed too distracted to notice the girl, but instead, he found his conviction. He turned to Yasaka with heavy eyes, and she looked as well. She saw the urgency in his eyes and knew there was a problem. Yasaka. Can I speak with you? Alone? I've got something you need to know about me. Things that have been happening with me for a while now. Issei said, his eyes casted down as he spoke. Yasaka saw the seriousness he had. She turned to the girl who had heard their conversation, and the girl knew immediately what she was going to ask for. You can use the employee waiting room. I'll take you to it. The girl said, turning around and pointing to a door at the end of a small corridor. I'll have to unlock it, so give me just a second. Kunou let go of Yasaka as she moved with Issei to follow the girl to the back room. She grabbed Issei as she moved, sensing his discomfort, and almost immediately was hit by the same wave of heat she failed to quench earlier. This situation wasn't good. She moved inside the room with Issei just as the girl unlocked it. The door closed behind the two, and they were alone in a room with each other, with the only difference being how each of them felt. She sat down in a chair at a table and gestured Issei to sit beside her. He sat down and pulled the chair up closer to her. She moved to try and show her care and want for him to be comfortable. This was the first time that Issei had ever told her he needed to speak with her in private, so she took it very seriously. I know a lot of stuff just happened, Issei. Thank you. For saving my daughter. It means the world to me and so much more. I can't repay you enough. I guess you know the reason those magicians were here for you. Don't be afraid to tell me anything, I promise I'm not going anywhere. I'll be with you, always. she said, holding his hand close to her. It was just something that ticked within me. Anger. I was angry that anyone would try to hurt Kunou because of me. I didn't want to lose any of you or put you all in danger. Issei began, the actions he had recently done were now clearly taking their toll on him in the moment. And as for what I wanted to tell you, I don't know how to say this. I'm sure I'll understand. Start from the beginning. Issei choked on air. He looked around the room before he made eye contact with Yasaka. I've been having these dreams recently. Chapter 12. In heat. Issei choked on air. He looked around the room before he made eye contact with Yasaka. I've been having these dreams recently. Issei began. I know that sounds weird. But I keep having this vision. Where I'm alone and walking through this long and narrow corridor with dimly lit torches that line the walls there. It is strange. That place. Torches dance almost as if they are afraid of something I can't see, and the walls always look like they are moving. The darkness never stopped pressing, no, pushing me forward. Eventually, I started running and it felt like even the walls had started pressing in on me. Issei explained. Yasaka perked up in her seat, the heat that had risen between her legs from the situation they were both in had suddenly faded away. She supposed the only positive thing that came from that suppression of heat was that she no longer felt the desire of tackling him and taking him for a joyride for at least a few minutes. But the negativity that replaced the feeling of heat was one of clutching fear instead. It felt like something had started constricting in her chest as he mentioned the corridors. She remembered the dream-like episode that she had experienced when she peacefully slept on Issei's chest, and funny enough, she vividly remembered every detail, and that alone was enough to remind her that something about that place wasn't just wrong, but also stunningly intricate. Almost like it wasn't a dream at all. Yasaka thought. At the end of the corridor, after I finished running into seemingly nothing, I suddenly fell into this large room. There was a single mirror waiting for me in it. I tried turning away from it and leaving, but when I turned, there were only blank walls staring back at me. So, I approached the mirror. But the reflection it shared back at me wasn't actually me. It was of some old man, dressed in a dark blue robe with designs all over it. He held a wooden staff with a green gem at the top. It was really creepy, but it turned out to be Drag. This dragon that shares a soul with me, as you already know. Issei continued to explain. Yasaka's eyes began to grow wide the more he spoke. She had heard of a lot of things in her long life, but she had never heard of Drake taking on the appearance of a human, not even a single time in her life. Drake simply had no need to appear as anything other than himself. The dragon was unbelievably large, damn near impenetrable juggernaut. Able to double his power with each second, even having the ability to smite down gods. To Drake, humans were nothing more than insects at his diner table, buzzing around for his scraps. And aside from all that, she wondered how she managed to see the same room and mirror as Issei saw when she was asleep with him. The only difference between their two dreams was what she had seen in her mirror. She saw herself in Issei, but he moved into a horribly flowing darkness, and her reflection in the mirror followed after him without any pause. But she doubted now if it was a reflection at all. Perhaps it was a warning of sorts. Drake wants us to see something. But what? Yasaka continued her thoughts to herself, bringing an idle thump to her lips as the gears in her brain turned. And if that was the case, what happened when she was surrounded by the mirrors and saw Issei surrounding her in his balance breaker form? And there was something else in the room for her. The double door. Yasaka mused to herself. Did you ever see a large double door in that room, Issei? Yasaka asked. The constricting in her chest grew, and an impending sense of worry began to fill her. There was something about that door that she missed at first. There's something behind it, something she wasn't meant to ever see. Why? A door? I didn't see one. Wait, why? Issei asked. She wondered now if her choice of words was the proper one. When I slept beside you that night, I had a similar dream to the one you're describing. A corridor, torches, pressing darkness and even the mirrors as well. But there had been a door in mine, riddled with a power I haven't ever felt before. A power that didn't feel like Drake or you. I tried to open it but I was forced to wake before I could see anything. She explained to him. And just as she did, her eyes widened at her own realization. She hadn't noticed at first because she hadn't been paying any attention to it, given the urgency of her own awakening, but she had complete control over everything she did in that dream. Which only further proved her suspicion that it wasn't a dream at all. Everything had been far too real. From having a sense of smell and touch, all the way to being acutely aware of the emotions that flowed over her as she moved around freely. It was something a dream couldn't possibly replicate perfectly. That place where she and Issei was like a labyrinth of sorts. It tried to keep things away. So perhaps the mirrors were a way of inducing fear into intruders. That still didn't explain the door though. And if that was the case, why did Issei have something dwelling inside him like a spell? Well, the man behind the mirror was Drake. He told me what I was and told me about his story, how he came to be sealed inside of me, and how he was defeated in combat. He told me I was being hunted and that I would learn about things beyond my understanding. He said that I would know power unmatched by any, and that I had the ability to make a sycophant. Whatever that is. Out of anyone. Issei finished, catching himself with a deep breath of fresh air. Yasaka's breath hitched in her throat. Not only was Issei a teenager at the ripe age of 18. One of the most sought-after people on all sides of the supernatural world, but he was also so damn powerful that even Drake had started complimenting him in his dreams. Issei. A sycophant is, well, someone who fawns over you. Someone who would grovel at your feet in order to gain some kind of advantage. Loosely, a worshipper. Yasaka explained to him with a nod of her head. She could see it already. Where power existed, both the weaker and the stronger flocked to it. Soon, everyone would know him by name. And many would worship him. Welcome him as a divine existence. A god, walking amongst men. Because that was what a true dragon did. She bit on her lower lip, deep in thought. She looked around the conference room she was in and thought about her situation. What did all of this mean for her and her daughter? She shook her head, shaking away the thought. Surely, everything would work out. It had so far, after all. But, she knew without a doubt in her mind she was going to be a lot more cunning when it came to paying attention to her surroundings. She had slipped up today, and if it wasn't for Issei. She didn't want to think about what could have happened to her precious daughter. She stood from her seat and took a few paces towards his direction, putting a hand on his left shoulder and moving herself into a sitting position on his lap. For a moment, she thought for that maybe she shouldn't be doing something like this in a store break room, but that thought, once again, only lasted as described previously. For a moment. She liked the boy, and she was tired of hiding it. She also figured it would be better for him if she comforted him this way, rather than, well, any other way. And almost immediately after touching him, a feeling similar to electricity shot through his brilliant tremors, her body confused as pleasure. A sudden heat filled the deepest regions of her core in a place she could never explore with fingers or toys alone, a feeling that only rose in magnitude as she wrapped her arms around his neck in a gentle hug. She felt good embracing him, and she could tell from a simple look at Issei, as he wrapped his own arms around her curvy figure, that he enjoyed it just as much as she did. But she could feel something forming inside him that suppressed him from enjoying it as much as he wanted. She knew what she needed to say to him. Much more like wanted to say to him. And she was going to mean every word of it, but she wanted to say it in a way that wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. I know how you are feeling, Issei. I can feel it. Youkai like me are very sensitive to emotions. We can sense how someone feels by simply touching them. It's okay, Issei, don't be upset. You protected us from people who wanted to hurt us. You saved my daughter's life. Yasaka said, caressing his head as she moved him into her voluptuous chest. She had caught wine through the grapevines of good times that Issei was a tit man. Or maybe he was both a tea and a kind of man, but either way, she was sure she had more than enough for him to have his fill of both. It's not that. I will never regret what I did to save Kunou. I'm just scared. I don't want to put any of you in danger, but after what just happened. Issei began, looking up to look Yasaka in the eyes. She was close enough for him to feel her breath touch his skin. She smiled at him lovingly. You don't have any reason to be scared, Issei. I suppose there are some things that I can't recognize that you can. So, let's rely on each other for support, okay? I hate to admit it, but the only reason that man got so close to my daughter was because I wasn't paying attention. I've been living in peace for far too long. But I won't ever let that happen again, I promise you that. I don't want to lose one of the best things to happen in mine and my daughter's life. I won't let anyone take you from us. To her, the words she finished with held multiple meaning that had been unspoken. She had meant everything she said, regardless. And to him, the words she spoke to him with a gentle alluring coo was enough to create a clenching throb in his chest. The words meant so much to him. The woman who took him in after he lost his parents, showered him with acceptance and love even after he attacked her, was sitting in his lap and telling him that she needed and wanted him in her life was one of the best things he had ever felt, and hearing that he was one of the best things to happen to her in life was a feeling that was simply unexplainable. Euphoric. Loved. Wanted. He moved his arms carefully from her upper body and wrapped them around her waist, returning her embrace in full as she all but pushed herself into his warm body. She melted willingly into their embrace, pressing herself as close to him as she could. His fingers burrowed into the fabric of her clothes and began to trace the fine line of her body, from the top of her spine, downward. As he touched her back, she impossibly moved herself into him more and more until eventually she was pushed against him with so little room, they were almost kissing, breathing on each other's neck. There was a comforting, blissful silence that fell over them for only a few seconds, as each of them cherished the moment they shared. Issei felt a warm feeling that was directed at the woman in his lap. He tried to pass it off as a comforting warmth at first, but he had moved far past that, as did she. It was attraction. Attraction to her, and he knew it. He felt her move above him, and he looked at her, only to match her captivating gaze with his own rather meek one. "Issei. How about we finish up here and head to our home? We can have some alone time when we get back." He nodded at her without a single thought of shred of hesitation. Of course, it was more of an instinctual thing that was driven by a lust he had been completely unaware of at first. If he were being honest. And he certainly was. He wanted so desperately to have continued staying close with her for a little while longer. Not only did he like being in her company, but the warmth she also gave him made him feel like he was 10 feet tall or more. It wasn't a feeling of comfort that a mother would give to their child from support. It was similar, but not quite the same. He couldn't see her as a mother figure, and he was beginning to see that she didn't see him as an adopted child either. This is the perfect plot for a porno. Issei thought to himself with a dreamy smile. But it still left him feeling a little conflicted inside. He had the sneaking suspicion that Irina certainly felt some kind of way for him, and he didn't want to hurt the girl, but he was all for Team Yasaka. Even if the choice was easy from an outside perspective, he still didn't know what to do. He always wanted a harem, it was the dream he held close to him even after his death, but the crushing reality was that that was exactly as he imagined it. A dream. He just didn't want to hurt Irina. Life wasn't a fantasy world where everything went perfectly though, sometimes the toughest choices had to be made, and he understood that better than most. He was always content with being labeled a pervert, he had come to accept it. And he had also accepted the fact he probably wasn't ever going to actually have a harem. It was a dream that was going to stay a dream. But to stay true to his own metaphorical character, he wondered how. And if it was possible. To pull such an astonishing feat off. Yasaka stood from his lap and moved her feet to take her first steps away from him. His thoughts had immediately switched as he watched her, the slight sway of her hips was something she had only just started for him, and it did miracles in captivating his attention onto her fantastic derriere. He hadn't ever been good at reading body language, but damn he now wished he was bilingual, because if hips could talk, he would be Shakira already. He could reach out and grab her now, or he could let her walk away, and they could carry on about their day like normal until they got home. But was normal always good? He was many things when he was a kuo, but nobody ever labeled him as being normal. Normal is boring, and apathy's a tragedy. He thought to himself comically. He reached for her. His left hand clasping onto hers. She turned and looked at him quizzically with a lovely grin. He moved quickly and embraced her in a hug once more. At first, she was surprised by the action, but she slowly fell back into the notion herself. She smiled as she wrapped her arms around him again, this time while standing. She was happy he reached for her. And without her even knowing it, the heat began to rise inside of her on a level that was borderline panty-soaking. "You could have just told me you wanted us to be together a little longer." She teased him, unable to control herself. Her thoughts moved onto him and the situation they were in once more. She could take him right now. They were alone in the room, and with her magic, she could make the room entirely soundproof, and they could go at it for hours. Making love to each other. She couldn't help but envision all the different ways she could use the furniture to whip themselves to new pleasuring heights. Not that she had any idea if any of her thoughts would actually work, considering she was also a completely inexperienced virgin who had never even felt the touch of anything other than her own hand. She mentally shook herself. Her daughter would surely catch on. And what kind of first time happens at a store? No, that was something for later. Possibly. She didn't want to be seen by anyone other than Issei, after all. Her eyes widened at the thought. Just what was this boy doing to her? Never had her thoughts ever ran so rampant before. It would only be a matter of time by this point before she was completely at his mercy, down on her knees 2 steps in front of him. Again, she shook her head internally. He was taking over her head like drug, and she loved it. She couldn't get enough of him. She tried to hold herself back for so long, going to great lengths to keep her feelings of desire and lust. But how could she ever keep herself down? "Yasaka. What am I to you? How do you see me?" That was the question that was going to change her future forever and for the better. She could easily tell him a lie, say that she saw him as her adopted son. But it was just so much better to tell him the truth. So much better. She breathed a heavy breath in and moved a hand up to his hair in a gentle massage. "You'll know the answer to that soon enough, my love." She was going to make sure that after their still unfinished shopping, he would never need to ask a question like that ever again. She was sure that the recent activities were more than enough of a reason to go home and play the rest of the day on safe mode, but that would make their stroll outside the walls of Yasaka's barrier pointless. And she refused to arouse suspicion amongst her people. She was never the type to go somewhere for no reason, after all. And it just so happened to be, she was also exactly the kind of girl to cave into her desires like a spoiled princess. Several minutes had passed since Issei and Yasaka had left the break room in the clothing store. The atmosphere had completely shifted since they had come back into the main area. Kunou, instead of standing silently to the side as if something was ailing her, was now bouncing around looking at everything, feeling the soft fabrics of the various articles of clothing she thought looked cute. It was the complete opposite reaction that he was expecting from someone who had just been moments away from being. Well, you get the idea. You are in a happy mood, Kunou. Aren't you a little worried after what just happened? Irina dropped the bombshell question, kneeling to eye level of the girl in question. Of course not. I have Issei to protect me. As long as he is with me, I have nothing to fear, she exclaimed. Her gentle words made him melt. He hoped he was good enough to protect her and everyone else. No. He would be good enough. He was good enough. He reached for the phone he had stuffed into his pocket before leaving to the clothing store. He figured since he had some time he might as well converse with some people school, because why not? What could it hurt? He flipped the large screen of the phone up and into his vision, pressing the power button on the side and causing the screen to blink to life. The lock screen was simple enough, it was set to show pictures of different terrains, and today it was a picture of a natural hot spring in Iceland called Blue Lagoon. To say it was a beautiful place was the understatement of the year. He swiped his finger over the back of the fingerprint scanner and unlocked the phone. Almost instantly, the number of messages that awaited him were bewildering. He scrolled through the messages until he found the one that he was looking for first. His group chat with his friend. The name has been changed since he was unconscious in the hospital, and the title still made him chuckle. YOUKAI, 2K20. The group chat had once been used as the base of conversations between himself, Motohama and Matsuda whenever they need to plan a get-together for the release of a new hentai or erotic video. Or simply to plan a time to go out and eat with each other. But scrolling through the messages now, the chat had been filled with questions addressed to himself. Asking him if he was doing alright, wishing him the best, telling him to say something to them whenever he got the chance to do so. Unlike the usual, there was a pop-up at the top that read, 10 o'clock eyes has requested $100 for travel to Kyoto and visit Issei funds. Funds. He laughed at the failed grammar of the sentence he had read. The simple double input made for a funny error. They had sent a money request to a group with just themselves and someone who wasn't even awake. And the names of the people in that group chat were strange and funny in their own ways. Motohama was 10 o'clock eyes, named proudly because of his ability to determine the measurement of womanly assets without being anywhere near them. What a skill to have, right? And Matsuda was named Perverted Baldy, which was a name given to him by the Kendo girls, which then spread like a wildfire through the school. It was just too perfect to change, honestly. The ultimate insult. And his name. The Harem King. Because who else was worthy of such a title than he who declared at all times that he would be a harem king? He decided he would send something in the chat, better to hurry up and get back to them and not keep them waiting. He didn't want to keep them worrying too long. Hey guys, don't worry, I'm fine. And Motohama, you might want to cancel your money request, man. I might be coming to Kuo again shortly for a visit. I've already been told I would stay a student there, somehow. The message was read almost immediately. Probably because the app warned them of when someone was typing, but almost instantly both of them replied by sending his name in all capitalized letters with exclamation marks. It didn't take long for them to fall back into their normal antics though, as almost immediately, Matsuda began typing about the amount of new erotica, hentai and porno material he had accumulated since he had been gone. All of them exclusive editions. As Issei read what Matsuda said, he began to think about how he was back when he was a student at Kuo. How he was always the pervert who never paid attention in class and always peeked on girls while they were changing simply because he believed he needed to enjoy his youth a little more. His thoughts drifted over to his parents' constant wishes for him while he was a student. How they wanted him to be less perverted and more observant in class. And now that he had lost them, he wanted to bring honor to them as their only descendant. It was the least he could do. And now would be as good a time as any to tell them he was going to change his ways. Guys. It is with great sadness for me to inform you that I've decided I want to be less of a pervert. I want to honor what my family wanted from me before their death. I'll still talk to you about these things, but I think I will pass from here on out with public matter. No perverse acts or stuff like that at Kuo for me again. He guessed they were shocked for words. His reason for believing that was the fact that they hadn't replied immediately this time, but instead were taking their time, as if they were thinking of what to say. But when the reply they had for him finally did send, it wasn't what he expected at all. He expected them to call him out, tell him he was wrong, and was simply blinded in part because of his loss. But that wasn't what real friends would do. He knew that since the beginning. They were an odd bunch, but they were real ones. We understand, man. We got you, homie. We are both just happy you are doing alright and are in good health. We look forward to seeing you again, man. Let us know when you are coming through and we can all go out to eat somewhere. He swore he felt a tear sting at his eyes as he read the message sent to him. A few seconds later, an image was sent in the chat as well, and once he could see the image that finally loaded, it was a picture of both Motohama and Mitsuda, posing in a cheesy picture at Mitsuda's house with a hentai he recognized far too well. Enjo Kohai. Friday is still for the boys. Came the short reply below the image. He smiled to himself with a laugh as another message followed shortly after that one, causing his phone to vibrate. Issei, man. We've been waiting months for this show to finally release. We are going to go and watch it, we will talk after, alright man. PFFT, that's fantastic, you've got to tell me how it is. I've got to go as well. We went shopping for clothes to wear and we are about to leave. See you guys. We? You mean? The lady who took you in. Is she hot? Single? Oh, man. I can see it. Your life is going to turn out like it does in all those hencoms and dojinshis. You're gonna get the big busty blonde chick who has never had a man before and wants you to take her where she stands. I'm so jealous. P.S. You might want to talk to Caddis also, or just shoot her a message, she wouldn't leave us alone until we gave her your number. Not sure what that was all about, but when did you start pulling mad pussy? He sighed at the last message before shutting the phone off and putting it back in his pocket. He didn't sigh because of what they said about Caddis, he sighed because he should have figured they would have said something about Yasaka. And to be honest, they had no idea how close they were to hitting the mark. Not even to mention that she was extremely attractive. If she stood before him after his awakening and told him she was a goddess, he would have believed without any additional questions. Goddess of sexiness. Issei thought to himself as he thought of the curvaceous figure Yasaka donned against him like a weapon to attack his mental fortitude. Just as his phone slipped into his pocket, Yasaka had come over to the counter and laid her pile of clothing gently and neatly down onto the counter. Almost immediately the girl at the counter turned red as she sorted through the clothes Yasaka had laid out and placed them into completely inconspicuous bags with a black crown on the front. Because he was sitting on a bench that was much lower than the counter, he couldn't see what warranted the reaction from the girl checking out Yasaka's clothes. Yasaka turned and moved towards Issei after that, sitting down close beside him, but engaging in a close battle of the sexes scenario like they had in the break room. He thought about how he wanted to go and visit his friends and people in Kuo in that moment and figured now was also as good a time as any to ask her when he could go back for a short little visit. He turned to her and the movement caught her attention and caused her to turn to him as well. She looked at him with the same bright smile she constantly held in his direction, full and captivating. Yasaka. I was wondering when I could go back to Kuo and see my friends again. I mean, I'm not wanting to stay for too long of course. I would like for you to go too. As he finished, Yasaka seemed to fall deep into shock. He saw a slight look of worry fall over her, though it left her just as soon as it had come. Well. I suppose I could teach you about teleportation magic so you can go to and from without my help. When were you thinking about leaving? Also, when you go, I imagine that Ria's group will try to talk with you. Sona probably will as well. Yasaka explained, crossing her arms below her chest and bringing one of her hands to her chin. Well. I don't know. Let's just say. A few weeks. I would for you to come with me, Kunou too. Issei explained to her with a smile. Well, don't you just have a way with words. Kunou would be ecstatic. And I would love to go on a few dates. Yasaka teased, reaching and grabbing his right hand into her own. She was only partly joking around with him to get a reaction for her enjoyment. I would be honored to be escorted by someone as pretty as you. My love. Issei tried to tease back, mocking her own tone and speech from earlier and not entirely realizing what it was he said at all. Yasaka was shocked, but the smile that filled her face was something that made her hidden nine-tails sway. The heat that she had constantly burning inside her made her decision for her next form of torment on him easy. She grabbed his arm and forced it to rub against her hip. She moved her body towards his until his right shoulder was pressed firmly between her boobs and her lips were close to his ear. She licked his ear playfully, causing him to perk up straight with a profound blush. She figured she could have even more fun if she continued teasing him. But at the same time, she wanted to mean what she said. SHH. Don't eat too loud, darling. Someone will notice us if you make too much noise here. She whispered into his ear gently, trying to sound as seductive to him as possible. She figured she could do better though. Keep talking like that to me and you might get lucky. Touching on your body already feels like taking on a drug, your honeyed words only make me feel much more. How do I say this? Horny. He completely fumbled as she said that. He couldn't even bring himself to start a stutter in response to her. How could he? He was in a public place and an absolute bombshell of a blonde was whispering things in his ear that would only normally happen or be said in fantasy. How the hell could he not be turned on from that? He couldn't even speak, damn it. But clearly, she was far from being done with her teasing towards him. She took the bottom of his earlobe into her mouth and nibbled it between her teeth, just light enough to rack his head with marvelous sensations of numbness and jolts of chilling euphoria down his spine. She stopped just to whisper something else that almost sent him over his own edge. You know. I'm sure if we asked the cashier if we could use the break room again, nobody would bother us. We could do anything. Whatever. We want. For hours on end. As she saw him turn a shade of red she hadn't thought was possible, she decided to back off in her full-on assault on him. She released him, giving his ear one last gentle lick before she returned to her normal spot beside them. Well, let's save that talk for later tonight. I couldn't help myself in the moment, I'm a fox after all. Wait. Tonight. He didn't have much time to think as the other three in their group came up to the counter and laid the clothing they had selected down on the table as well. Each one had their clothes put in bags separate for each of them, and once they were done, Yasaka stood and everyone moved away to the side of the counter. Issei joined them moments later, leaving Yasaka to talk business with the girl at the counter. However, it didn't look like Yasaka was done with business. And his hearing had been vastly improved, so he tried to tune out the three girls who were talking about clothes around him and started to listen to the conversation Yasaka was carrying on with the cashier. I want the largest box you have. And the largest size you have, of course. Yasaka said. And not even a few seconds after that, he heard the shuffling of a box hitting the counter and he couldn't help himself but catch a glimpse. He turned and looked at what Yasaka had asked for, but he only caught a slight glimpse of what the box was. And it was enough to send his head reeling as Yasaka shot him a grin he couldn't quite place. He read the name Mag and 3 letters of the word after in order. C-O-N-N. It sounded familiar to him, but his mind was so jumbled from their previous conversation that he couldn't find the words. How much extra for those? Yasaka asked, reaching into a small pocketbook that she had carried in a pocket inside her shrine attire. You can just have tea them. Yeah, they are free. Have a great day. Have a great day. The longer the girl spoke the redder she became. And as she finished, she put the receipt of what Yasaka had ordered on the table and excused herself to the restroom. Yasaka grabbed her 2 bags, one of them containing the mystery box that Issei was interested in and walked over to the group. Thank you for your kindness once again, Yasaka. We are forever grateful. Zenobia said, bowing her head. Everyone else followed her pursuit and did the same, and Yasaka could only manage a smile. Come on. Let's head home so we can work on teaching Issei something new. Then I can cook for us all again, how does that sound? Yasaka said. Everyone agreed to her and began to talk amongst themselves about what Issei would be learning today. She guided everyone outside the store and through the market area that was below her shrine. And just as he began to move back towards the shrine, he remembered how Yasaka responded to his question about her thoughts on him. How he would know the answer to that soon enough. And then the words came rushing to him that he was trying to figure out. Magnum. The words that followed were things that were engraved in his head from when he was in middle school taking sex ed, and something most every male had to, at one point, come to terms with using. Condoms. His head began to pound at the realization. Why? Well. After the stunt Yasaka had pulled on him only minutes ago and what she said prior. It didn't take long to figure out what she meant when she said he would know soon enough. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited, but he was nervous as hell, all the same. But why did she get the largest one she could? He knew himself well, and he knew for a fact he wasn't Magnum worthy. He, in fact, did not have more cock than Smith & Wesson. Wait. The rest of his body changed, so did that mean? That part of him did as well. And if it did, how did she know? His mind did somersaults. He remembered how long he was out and how each time he awoke, he was clean. Had she bathed him? That was the only explanation. That means she probably knew his body better than he himself did. Oh man. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.